Good morning. Good evening. Good afternoon. It's me, your friendly local neighborhood Zenosfire. Back again for more Warframe shenanigans. How is everyone doing today? Welcome in Interstellar, Rainy, Memory, Norse. How you doing, Blue, Squigs, Travis? Welcome on in, everybody. How you doing, Fox? How was POE2 yesterday? It was pretty good. Sadly, my OBS, was really upset yesterday. So we're gonna see if this gets funky today or not. You already got 7 of them? Hell yeah, Nelson. How you doing, TMH? What you up to? It's you, your local chem dealer of the wasteland. Hello, Fallout survivor. How are you? Thoughts on Roombas not having natural predators? That's a lie. They do have one natural predator. It's cats, because cats use them as mounts. Can confirm, have seen cats ride around on top of a Roomba before. Cats are, in fact, the only natural predator to Roombas. Yep. Your Zephyr and Caladan Prime are done. Heck yeah! Love to hear that. Alrighty, y'all know what we're gonna go do. We gotta go do our dailies. So we're gonna go start with Steel Meridian. And does anybody want to join me for some Steel Meridian dailies today? You got 11 of the Baro'S relics and got the Signet. Ooh, very nice. A symbiotic relationship? No, it's an oppressive relationship because cats are the dominant creature. It's like horses and humans. It's not symbiotic, they're domesticated. It's either they become domesticated or they become victims. Why is my camera? I thought there was something wrong with my camera. There we go. It's a little bit too far. Alright, Fox, you have yourself an excellent day too. You know, that doesn't look right, but whatever. I'm not gonna worry about it. Okay, TMH, if you want to join us for Steel Meridian Dailies, what's your in-game name? Hearthstone Battlegrounds. You know, I haven't played Hearthstone in years. I'm actually mildly surprised that game's still going on, if I'm being honest. Okay, if anybody wants to join us for Steel Meridian Dailies, we're gonna get that done here real first. Sheepman, that's an excellent name. Yo, Dovalat, hey Marcus, how you doing? Dova, yeah, if you want to join, absolutely. Pokemon, can you join for both? Absolutely. You've been pulled back into farming relics in Genshin. Oh no, Blue. Blue. Oh no. Do you really need the Vassalok for Plaguestar? The Vassalok has some tech for Plaguestar because of Shattering Justice. So, Dova... LAT... Sheepman... Sheepman... 20... Mamba... And... Royal Dragon. There we go. Okay, give me 1 second. I gotta fix my OBS. So today, if anyone's like hanging out and watching today, let me know if stream's doing anything weird. Because I might need to like redo my whole entire OBS, and I'm kind of hoping that was just a issue, not with OBS, but with Path of Exile yesterday. How you doing, Valley? Alrighty, what do we got? Capture, Hive, capture. Easy. Easy day. Did I get the new decorations? Did I go get my Roomba? Of course I did. Of course. I love the little Roombas. They're the cutest. You're back after taking a mental break? A wee mental break? You know what? You gotta do that sometimes. You gotta take the mental break every once in a while to take care of yourself. Hope you're doing well, Cardi. Welcome back. The pictures hanging beside me? Oh, these ones here? No, these have been here for a long time. They're photos that my dad took when he and my stepmom used to go sailing a lot. And when he passed a few years back, I asked my stepmom to if I could keep them. So I have a few of these just because there were so many extra photos of the time that when they were sailing. There was just so many extra photos, so she was like, well, if you'd like some, I'd be happy to give you some. So I kept them for myself. Just popping into Wish RNG, you're punting Profit Taker to get your Roomba credits. Then you're back to Silksong. Ooh, very fun. I hope that you're enjoying Silksong. I have never played those games, so I know absolutely nothing about Hollow Knight, but I've heard everyone is very, very excited for Silksong. So I'm very happy that everyone has something fun to play. Okay, no candies in here. That's a dead end. Ba, 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 ba. Steam crash because of Silksong? Yeah, that's not very surprising to me. With all of the hype that's been around that game for years at this point, that's not that surprising. It was one of the most hyped for games, I'm pretty sure, basically ever? Should try Hollow Knight at some point. You know, everyone says that, but I've never really been good at platformer games. So I don't know if it would be a me kind of game, but I could give it a try one of these days. You're not any candy, are you? No. It was also taken off the PSN and Xbox stores. Holy crap. Taking the time today to figure out what the next Prime drop will be. It should be Gyre next. Should be Gyre next. Again, assuming that they stick to the typical release schedule being the original release order, right? What will happen when GTA 6 is launched? Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. Also, are they releasing GTA 6 right away on PC this time, or are they going to be holding PC back like they did with GTA 5? Up, please. Thank you. Yeah, it should be November. Typically speaking, Prime Accesses are released November, February, May, and August. So, of course, Caliban was August, so we should be seeing that other stuff sort of in that time frame. How you doing, Farquaad? Been a while, how you doing? Always happy to have you. Oh, I didn't get in range for the rep. Oh well. Oh, sweet. Pokemon fan remembers about this trick down here. I came down here for nothing. Chilling while doing some editing work. Heck yeah. No PC on release? Ah, then it'll be fine. Well, it'll be fine for Steam. And I only play on PC, so I don't really care about console stuff. Maybe I'll check it out when it's on PC, but you know, the GTA games are always fun to mess around in, but I've never really been that big of a fan of GTA. Yo, ProGen, how you doing today? Only good GTA was San Andreas. I don't know, I liked GTA 3 and I liked, Vice City. Vice City was great. Definitely enjoyed Vice City. Good grinding and keep going 2.5k hours in? Sounds about right. That's how it do be in the Warframe world. What was the one that they released on, what was the one that they released on PSP? Was that Vice City Stories? So long ago now, I can't remember. Alrighty, we got a hive and we got a capture. Let's go. But of course, that was back in the day before online was out. when I had to play with other people. Ugh. People. Gross. Alrighty, let's go this way. Oh, that's just a dead wall there. Interesting. Off we go. You're just working on getting your Warframe hours higher than D2. Just need 70 more? Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Alrighty. Yo, Maz, how you been? Looks like that's one. Nope, that's not one. Hey, Rogue, how are you today? Is there no paths here? Nope. Just done a research conference. Oh, awesome. What kind of, if you don't mind me asking, what kind of research conference was it? So, yeah, you can use the Orc and Eye, air support charge. But if you bring a box breaker frame like Zaku here, their fourth ability will break all boxes in range, and anything that doesn't get picked up by the by vacuum is a candy to pick up, so that you don't have to rely on the Orc and Eye as much. And that's the reason why I do this. Oh, is this just... You know what? I have to go back and find out. That's the rules. I have to go back and find out. Because Skyrim brain. Oh, look. A candy. Oh, look. I'm suddenly in some random cave. Oh, look. I'm suddenly in a dwarven city. Skyrim. Did learn most of the places where they spawned? Yeah, exactly. When you do this so often, you kind of know eventually where they all spawn. And the rest of my squad is also keeping a very good eye out on it, so I'm just mainly picking up the scraps in case anybody misses anything on our way out to extract. All that good stuff. Your paper was about your own lightweighted algorithm for risk-aware RL agent. Oh, interesting. Ever thought about Warframe raids? Do you think they could ever be tried? Warframe used to have raids way back in the day. But there just wasn't enough interest in it. Okay, well, we got 6 squad, so let's just head on out. We consider 6 like the bare minimum when we're doing these. Anything extra is just gravy. Yeah, Warframe used to have raids. It's kind of like the white whale for a lot of us community, whether or not DE will ever bring back raids or not. Maybe one day they'll bring them back, but, you know, if they decide not to, it's all good. They're very hard to, like, develop, maintain, you know, depending on the size of the population that wants to do them, a whole bunch of things like that. Bringing this stamina meter back? Please no. No thank you. Stamina meters are sad. Especially for a game like Warframe. Think they could do it? The game would be amazing if it did. I think that it would be great if they did, and I think that going to Tau is a great opportunity for them to bring back that type of thing. But I don't really know if Warframe's about that anymore, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think that that's the Warframe, you know, vibe these days. There's usually one hanging out back here, but not today. Your month-long resource booster ended today? Oh no! Being too easy, difficult, unbalanced would burn their support. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of one of those things that, like, I don't know if raiding is really what Warframe's about anymore, right? Not that like I'm saying that I'm against it. I'm certainly all for it, but it kind of feels like that's not really what we do anymore. Sculpture? Friendo? Introduce evil demo? Oh, that would be fun. Who knows? It's DE. They might. What's my most used frame? Neja by far. I've been a quasi-Neja main since his rework back in like 2018. But I also play basically everything and anything. I'm not someone who sort of limits my enjoyment to a specific frame. I play anything that kind of feel like playing, you know? I'm just gonna pop my air support charge here. This is one of those areas that's just bothersome. Okay, we got one over that way. There we go. And then we got one over this way. Buffs and nerf stuff, you don't know if raid's a really good idea, just grab Saren and nuke the map. And that's like part of the problem, is the power fantasy of Warframe is not really much of anything that supports that type of endgame content, right? At least in my opinion, but then again, I mean, Digital Extremes has done some pretty wild things in the past, and maybe they'll do it. The Vivari is kind of bonkers? Yeah, that's what I keep telling people. How was Neja before the rework? Basically, before the rework, he was just a worse Rhino. And now he's, well, he is what he is today. Nothing's really changed with him in the past, couple of years since his rework, other than the Divine Retribution augment coming out. And nothing over this way. Yeah, in just sort of the power fantasy of Warframe, I don't really think supports raids these days. But again, I'm not saying that I would be against it. I would be super for it, because I love the idea of that. But as long as complete immunity mechanics, like Revenant and Nyx's fourth augment exists, I don't think that raids can really exist in that environment, if I'm being honest, because if you just trivialize all of the everything, then it's going to cause problems. And then on top of that, then if you make it so that abilities won't protect you, then that means that, like, a lot of our frames' capabilities get reduced greatly. Do we already have all 8? Yes, we do. So I could see something happening with that, but we have no idea. Give you the same substats as the feather you had before. Why must the game curse you so? Because gacha games? I think is the answer to your question. All right, everybody, I gotta run a quick ad break. Y'all know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, kind of like me, and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. Put restrictions on a couple frames for raids. I think that they're more likely just to change those frames more than anything else, Marcus. Those frames that cause problems. Like, could cause problems for raids. I think that they'll probably, you know, if we're taking a look at how Warframe's been changing over the years, they're going from much more active gameplay and encouraging much more active gameplay, including survivability mechanics. And, you know, there's a few frames that are very much not about that. And I think those frames would have to be adjusted if raids were ever going to be coming back. Okay, we're off to do Cephalon Suda now. So if you are doing Suda now, if not want to come, please leave squad. Say Cody, thanks. Hey Laffer, been a while. How you doing? New War Tenno style mission raid could be interesting. Yeah, I agree. Could be neat. You won't get anything. Looking at Corvex right now because of his invincibility. Yeah, but his invincibility is limited, right? It really limits his movement speed, and that's why things like my brain. You know, his limitation is his mobility when he's casting his fourth. Even with the augment, his movement speed is greatly reduced. Debuff like ETA, EDA, yeah, exactly. I mean, if they decide to do it, they'll figure out a way to do it, right? Any MR12 weapon suggestions? I should really do a video going over weapon MR recommendation, weapon recommendations for every MR. Hello? Thank you. Good old box breakers. They want to do raids. They kind of have to happen. Weapons, warframes get nerfed. Enemies get buffed a lot. Special bosses. That ability. Yeah, exactly. I mean, to be fair, I trust the Digital Extreme staff. They know what they're doing. If they put their mind to something, they can make it happen. But they're also the type of company to be like, okay, we've tried. This isn't functioning the way that we hoped it did. So this is something that we need to now stop trying, right? Like the squad link thing that they showed off at TennoCon years and years and years ago, or the modular arc wings, they sort of know when to quit when they're ahead, which is part of the reason of their success, right? It would be hard to balance, yeah, but you know, they could do it. They absolutely could figure out the balancing to it, but it's just sort of a question of if it's worth their time, you know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, they are a company. They do have to make money. And if it's something that only a very small portion of the community would want to do, then, or like want to participate in, then they may not want to invest that money and time into creating something. Because it's not, yeah, exactly, it would stress you too much. Like, the Warframe community is not really about that type of content, right? Like, even look at our hardest level of content. Something like only 5% of the community does level caps on the regular. And by on the regular, I mean like once a week, maybe. And a lot of those people do that in the circuit. So like, we're not really about that type of content these days. Yo, Sam! How you doing? How's your stream? Been a while. My second favorite Aussie. Of course, first being Akari. But of course, I'm joking. Hey, Ben Sam. Welcome on in, everybody. My name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe. I make content for Warframe on YouTube, as well as being an official Warframe content creator. Welcome on in. Now, of course, Sam, if you got a raid and run, don't worry. Happy to have you. Remember, mods, please give a shout out to the raider. Thank you. You actually watch my YouTube shorts? Heck yeah! Well, welcome on in, everybody. I hope y'all had a wonderful time. Now, what we like to do around these parts, whenever we get rated to thank the kind people for thank the kind people for sharing their communities, we like to do a little giveaway. So sit tight, and we'll get that giveaway going in a hot minute here. We'll just let y'all settle on in for the day. We're just hunting for candies. Where are we at for our candies? Oh, we're already done. Perfect. I didn't even realize we had all 8. I was distracted by these beautiful new people. Goes my hero. Okay, extract. Where are you? Ah, there you are. Sorry, Sham, we'll get you a proper shed out here in a minute. My mods were a little bit made an error there. How long do I plan on streaming? I stream usually for about 7 hours, 6 hours. You gotta go for a bit? No worries, Pokemon fan. Alright, to thank Sam for the raid, type exclamation point join. We're gonna give away some Forma. So type exclamation point join if you want in for the giveaway. To thank Sam for the raid. Everybody and anybody is welcome to join, of course. There we go, Sam. Now we got you a proper shout out there. I hope that you had a wonderful stream today. What'd y'all get up to? Do anything fun, wild, crazy, exciting? We do love Forma around these parts. Did ETA and some Railjack. Nice! Were you farming for anything specific in Railjack today, or just sort of jacking some rails for the fun of it? I haven't done Railjack in a while, actually. I should go back and do some more of that one of these days. Oh, this is one of the starting rooms where I always like to pop my air support charge. Nah, clear nodes and getting Necromech affinity. Awesome. Gotta get that mastery, yo. Hey, that's my candy. Hey! Railjack always seems fun from time to time. Yeah, you know, it's a fun little game mode to do every once in a while. You're good with Protea and Railjack, pretty much the best one reason you can spam your abilities? Yeah, no, I love Protea for Railjack. Protea for Railjack is fantastic. Type exclamation point join if you wanted for the giveaway to thank Sam for the raid. For a Forma bundle, that's right. Get your Forma bundles on. It's only in the Twitch chat though, so if you're watching somewhere else, click the link in the description, pop on over. You gotta run 3 AM here? No worries, you go have yourself a wonderful sleep. Thank you again for sharing your community with us. Always appreciate ya. Ah! Whoa, whoa, whoop, eep, up, eep, up, up. Your guns are weak, but light speed and just hit the target with the ship instead. It's true, you can. My movements are pretty terrible today. Alright, that door's locked. I really dislike the Jupiter tile set for when we're doing our dailies. They're always a little bit messy for trying to find all the candies. You haven't played Warframe in a while, so you're rusty as well? That's okay. That's okay. Uranus is even worse? I actually prefer Uranus over Jupiter. Because at least with Uranus, it's like in spots that you can access if you don't remember the stupid hidden pathways, which I never remember the stupid hidden pathways in Jupiter, so that's why. Come on. There we go. When's the next Conjunction Survival? Great question. I don't have an answer for you. Dual Toxis, what would you say is better for general use? I prefer the Dual Toxis over the Latum, but the Latum is incredible. It's certainly a personal preference thing for me. Definitely not saying the Latum's not good, because it is very good. It's a reason why it's one of the most used weapons in the game at the moment. Finally got corrosive projection, heck yeah! Do I wish that certain abilities were used instead? I mean, yeah, there's always the question of, like, the what ifs, right? With build crafting, it's like, what if I could get this on here instead? Like, what if the snowball was Frost's first ability was his helmet instead of his second ability, because of course then that would mean that we can use freeze force on anybody, and for weapon platforming could be really fun and interesting. So there's always the question of what if. But also I really like how the devs have managed it so far, because then we get some pretty unique different things. Pokemon fan, congratulations! Stug Incarnate, sadly probably is never gonna happen. In case you didn't know, any weapon that has an alt fire or a Kuvakota Tenant variety of that weapon will probably never get an Incarnate, because you needed an alt fire in order for the Incarnate to activate. So it's unlikely that the Stug with its alt fire will ever get an Incarnate, but maybe. Maybe, baby. Posture check, thank you, douche. Appreciate you. Saga's alt fire, to my knowledge, does. I could be wrong. Higasa Incarnate? Doesn't the Higasa also have an alt fire? So what you're saying is there's a possibility of an Exceltra Incarnate? Potentially. Will Goss Zadas be good for Plaguestar? Honestly, Blex, I haven't done Plaguestar in like 4 years. I wasn't playing Warframe when it last showed up in 2023, so I have no idea. But we'll find out. Still has an alt fire, it's just terrible. Yeah. Oh, sorry, let me get your giveaway first so I don't forget Pokemon. And gift, Royale, Rats. There you go, please make sure to go follow Sam for the rate, and as thanks. Hey, Night Shadow, how you doing today? Imagine building your own Warframe and weapons, that would be cool. I mean, technically we can build our own weapons with Zaws and Kit Guns. Technically we can do that. Godfa Prime Incarnate? Oh, that would be great. Not a huge fan of the Rattleguts. Yeah, the Rattleguts is one that I'm not really that big of a fan of. I do love the Tombfinger and the Vermisplicer primary, Tombfinger secondary, Catchmoon secondary, and Spore Lacer secondaries. But the Rattleguts kind of feels like the one that's suffering the most in the current game. Divine. Okay, there is one in that tunnel there. Axoletto? That would be cool. I'd be super down for that. Is that a sculpture in there? Nope. Here we are. No, Kulivo will be, I think, 2026 or 2027 for primes. He's a relatively new frame, so it'll be a while for him to get primed. Citrine, it should be Gyre next, then Stya next, then Citrine, and then I forget who's after Citrine. Primed adaptation, 100% damage reduction, let's go! Gyre, Styanax, Varuna, Citrine, is that what it is? Okay. Yeah, I'm always a little bit uncertain about the afters. I don't remember all of them. Relic cracking and railjack better for solo? I like doing it in squads, but it's fine in solo if you got a decent kitted out railjack and stuff. Oh, there was another one down here. Look at that. Next heirloom skin, Vauban? Yes. Vauban is due for release Q1 of 2026, if I remember correctly. Okay, this is a good spot for popping this. Hi, buddy. It's not your dinner time yet, you silly boy. You silly boy. Oh, there was some in here. Perfect. This is another room that I like to pop the air support charge in because this room has a lot of, like, verticality to it, so it makes it a little bit messed up. Comey? Well, Comey's not going to be for, like, another 3 years. Diminishing returns, the more you do... Okay, so, you know the phrase of too much of a good thing is bad for you? That's what diminishing returns is. That's the easiest way to explain it. The more you have of one thing, the less useful it becomes. Is a really easy way to think about it. In game design, it's typically done in a way so that you do less of it. So diminishing returns was a very popular mechanic, especially in MMOs like World of Warcraft, when it came to stuns and controls. So the more you stunned, the less effective it would become. And that's the idea of what diminishing returns is. Now, there's something other than diminishing returns, and that's called diminishing effectiveness, or diminishing optimizing. So, and there's different things like that. So, for instance, having too many sources of regular base damage, I always describe as diminishing returns, but in reality, what it is diminishing effectiveness and diminishing optimize versus diminishing returns. I think we got all 8, so perfect, let's go. So next is Gyra, then Cyanax, if they stick with the order. They have in the past, because of one reason or another, mixed up the order. Usually it's based... Why is my frame rate so bad on my camera? Usually it's based on the original release order, but of course they have, GG Squad, they have over the years had to shift things around, like Zaku, Lavos, and Sevagoth were mixed up, Inaros and Nezha were swapped, and a few others over the years as well. Wukong was out of order, but typically speaking, it's all in order of the original release dates. That's right, I fed another format in my Nezha. I'm a psychopath. Does Zaku have any sprint mod much faster than the usual build? Zaku's 4th ability, the Great Unvast, or whatever the heck it is, gives them increased sprint speed. Gonna get wrecked this month between Plaguestar, Silkstrong, and your job? Yeah, it's kind of how a lot of us feel. Dinner time, I hope you enjoy. Your Fellarks, let's take a peek. Ooh, we got a minus crit chance ribbon. Oh, I think we saw this build before. So one thing to keep in mind is that you actually don't need Prime Tactical Pump here, or Chilling Reload. And the reason why I say that is one of the Fellarks' evolutions gives you ammo efficiency, and when combined with Primary Crux, gives you 100% ammo efficiency. So you don't actually need the reload speed or anything like that, because the Fellarks is one of the few weapons where its base form is actually stronger than its incarnate form, so use the incarnate evolutions to make the base form stronger. Or at least a lot of people have that opinion. I as well share that opinion. So I would probably remove these, throw in some maybe fire rate instead. And you could put on, since you're running relatively low status and you're wanting cold, you could do primed cryo chart. There's a cold for this. I just forget what it's called off the top of my head. But there is a cold primed mod for shotguns that may do you a little bit better here. Or run the 60-60 so that your primary crux has a little bit more status chance to work with. Prime Chill and Grasp, thank you. Now that said, if you don't want to be playing around the crux 100% ammo efficiency, then what you've done here is the right way to go. Increasing your reload speed, because this does have a very slow reload speed, so increasing your reload speed is very nice here. But you could probably get a little bit more fire rate and probably swap in something else here. Maybe another element for Galvanized Savvy to play off of. But that said, you're all kind of maxed out on your elements. You could put on Magnetic Rush, which gives you increased fire rate and then magnetic damage. So you could put Magnetic Rush here, and then Chilling Chilling Grasp, or whatever the heck it's called, as well, and then you're getting 3 big elements, then you're getting increased fire rate, and all that jazz. Just sort of some food for thought. Of course, it's not to, you know, this is just sort of an idea I'm throwing out at you, but you should be fine with what you have here. Your Comey, let's take a peek. Ooh, use the Incarnate when you're out of ammo. Yeah, we don't need to use the Incarnate because you have 100% ammo efficiency. With one of the Felarks' evolutions plus Crux gives you 100% ammo efficiency in the same way that it works for AX-52. So you can go that route if you want to. This looks great. I kind of wish that this purple was like maybe a little bit more vibrant. Still dark, but just sort of a little bit more vibrant. This purpley blue. That's a personal preference thing. I like the high contrast, high vibrancy colors. Okay, we got a conjunction survival. Who wants to join? Why not red instead of purple? Just curious. Because I went with purple and green because this helmet reminded me of Illidan Stormrage. Lord, well, can you tell me your in-game name in memory? Can you tell me your in-game name? And I'll send you both invites. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. Ash Gun 101. Lord Will of Feldrast. There we go. And we got room for one more for a Steel Path Survival. You need to open some relics? Well, Dovalad, if you want to join, let's get you in here. Get on in here. Let's go. I gotta level up my Neja again here. Usually live at this time? Yeah, I usually stream 1 p.m. till 7 p.m. Eastern time. Hey, Scuff, how you doing? Not done yet, but you're working on it. Let's take a peek. Okay, so it looks like you're going for a heavy attack build. Put Dispatch Overdrive over here. And the reason why I say you're going for heavy attack is because you're running Galvanized Reflex here. If you're not running a heavy attack build, then you don't want to be running Galvanized Reflex. It's got a pretty, it's got a low status chance, so you don't really want to go into that. I would probably go, instead of Sacrificial Steel, I would probably go Galvanized Steel for the extra critical damage. It's got a pretty good crit chance at 32 with Blood Rush. When you get maxed out, you'll be sitting at a pretty good crit side of things. Galvanized Steel would do you really well here. Pressure Point's fine. Prime Pressure Point better. Condition Overload if you bring a Status Prime and Companion, even better. And I would say maybe some attack speed on here, but if you're doing the heavy attack build and you don't need it, go Killing Blow for the extra critical, extra heavy attack damage as well. Would be not a bad choice. Can't understand the color wheel too well. Well, Scuff, if you watch that short, in the pinned comment and in the description, I put a link to that website that I was showing in the short. And that website actually does explain color theory pretty well for, like, idiots like me to understand it. So I recommend, you know, taking a look at that site. I don't know how good of a site it is, but at least on that page, there's a little bit more information for you all. Just dragging a huge explosive tanker ball towards you, not thinking about it when you died? Oh no. Alright, y'all know the deal. Let's go find a room together. Oh, are we playing double Neja? Oh, that's funny. This definitely is not going to cause problems. Jokes! It's gonna cause lots of problems, but that's okay. I don't really care. I'll just play gun platform. I'm just here to level up my Nezha. Because I threw on another Omniform on him. I always turn this off when I'm filming videos, but I always forget to turn it back on. I like to see what my FPS is at in case like I run into a bug, so I can make a bug report to the devs if I need to. And I've been noticing a lot of oddities with frame rates lately, so I wonder if there's issues with AMD drivers right now with Warframe or something else. But I've been noticing quite a bit of weirdness. Share my Cedo build, type !Cedo. And you can have it on demand. You're curious? Uh-oh. No. Oh, I think I've done a sear build. Someone mentioned that I did a seared video, but I can't remember if I've done one or not. After like a year of doing daily shorts, you just seem to forget. Seems a lot more than the build gives. That's because I've got redirect bond on my companion. The redirect bond on the companion gives a little bit more fire rate, 60% more, which is probably what you are seeing there. Whee! Yo, Headless. Moments. Sear's kind of underrated. The Koopa Sear is actually surprisingly pretty good. Happy Friday to you too, Headless. How you been? Welcome on back. Give the boy a treat. Okay. Oh, good. Haven't run out of treats yet. Hey, Brainy, how you been? Here you go, buddy. Thank you very much, Brainy. The boy appreciates you. Finally going through therapy. Oh, that's awesome. I hope that it helps you as much as it has helped me in the past. Back in the game, any recommendations of what frame you should farm? Honestly, right now in the game, all of the frames are doing pretty good. It's kind of just personal preference at this point. There's not like a frame that stands out above the rest as like power-wise, like way too much. You'll be pretty much good with whatever you choose. If you want to give some ideas of what kind of gameplay you're looking to do, I can give you some recommendations of frames that would sort of work well for what kind of gameplay you're looking to do. Hey, Jarts, how you doing? Not Oberon. Oberon is getting reworked in a couple of weeks. Sometime in October. They're showing off the Oberon rework on September 25th dev stream. So there'll be much more information about sort of his power scale, how he's gonna play at the end of the month. Hey, Llama Steel, how you doing? Don't know which gameplay you should play, kind of like everything except Ash and Loki. Okay, so not invis frames. So then Caliban Prime just came out, is an incredibly fun frame, I would highly recommend. He got a rework last year and is much more enjoyable to play, and he has a new augment that is incredible. And if you want to see sort of my not finished build, because I made it before I started making my Caliban video when the Caliban Prime came out, but you can at least get an idea of how he plays by typing !Caliban. Otherwise, I would say try to grab yourself frames that each do different types of jobs. So something survivable, something caster, something that can do defense missions, so on and so forth. So something like survivable, you'd be looking at like Frost, Rhino, Nezha, Harrow, Hildren are all very good high survivability frames. Some good caster frames would be like Sevagoth or Ember, or you can actually do like a lot of very interesting survivability like caster builds these days because of the helmet system. And then of course you have like a wide variety of other play styles, weapon platforming, meaning that your frame buffs your weapon damage, and things like that. Rhino and Ember, you like them? Yeah, both of them are fantastic, and I've got builds for both of them. If you type ! And then their names, so ! Rhino or ! Rhino or ! Like this here, Rost. Like that. There you go. Don't you like it when they just get sleepy and they stop functioning for some reason? And they become immune to all damage and just become little cartwheels of sucking away our life support? Have you figured yourself out yet, bud? No? Alright. Hold on. Let's just see if we can force you off the map somewhere. Hold on, I'm playing with him. I'm trying to like put him into a spot where he'll die. He'll fall off the map and disappear from our lives. Excuse me. Off you go. Oh, we're gonna have to go on a journey. Hold on, I gotta take my dog for a walk. Okay, let's go this way. Off you go. Nope, not that way. Hold on, we're going... Oh, it's dead. Rude, whoever killed him somehow. Ross, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Warframe is a perfect game with no bugs? It's fine. Little bugs happen here and there. It's not that big of a deal. Not that big of a deal to me, at least. You killed the dog? Why would you do that? John Wick's coming to get you now. Stupid going corrupted the moment I start using my abilities. Stupid corrupted. Whee! That was a lot of blast procs on all of them. How did there get so many blast procs? That looked like 300 blast procs, but it was probably heat procs, and I just missaw that. But yeah, Ross, if you have any other questions or if you need any other help, if I can't help you, we do have a fantastic community here who are more than happy to give you some advice or give you a hand with anything. Running Thermal Sunder Nezha? Thermal Sunder Nezha is good fun. I like Pyrotechnics Nezha more these days. How did I gain Overguard? Oh, I've got Fortifier on my... That's why, yeah, that's right. I'm actually using my proper Nezha loadout today. The actual real one today. Project Ninja is crazy fun. Oh yeah. You like single target weapons? Single target weapons are great. You can make them do some pretty silly things now in the game. Especially with high damage single target weapons, and blast or gas does some pretty outrageous things. That's for certain. Here comes John Wick. I'm gonna let them kill you. I'm not gonna save you from them. I can't stop that. Whee! Ooh, 2 golds. The game knows. The game knows. It knows Baro'S here. Oh, there he goes again. I got a new dog. Oh, never mind. They figured themselves out. No, Mania, I didn't kill the dog. That was somebody else. Leave me alone. Go after Will. It's their fault. Again with you, eh? What happened? Why is that happening to you? Interesting. Alright. Bye, I guess. Goodbye, Overguard. Still alive? For now. You hate Duvary? I like Duvary. Well, I like the circuit. The circuit's always good fun. Barb companions? Yeah, maybe one day. Maybe one day. Guess you're gonna be a decoration for the rest of the mission? Why? What's wrong? Oh, did you get... Oh, you got floor formed. If you toss yourself, like, off of a ledge that gets you a reset, and respawns you, that'll also work. Or, if you, go face some enemies and get yourself, killed by them, that will also do it. But you have to, like, die out fully. Or go find yourself a cliff to get yourself a reset. Send a chroma build, take a look at it in case you need to change anything, send it over. Take a look. I love chroma. Oh, you're still alive! Look, guys, I found my dog again. My in-game name is in the description of the stream. Oh, alright. Interesting. Apparently you can just kill those things with void energy when they're like that. Easy peasy. Don't res Dovalat. Don't res Dovalat. Don't res Dovalat. Dovalat needs to die out so that they can reset. Goodbye, Brave Tenno. Someone not to be revived. So sometimes a bug happens where you lose complete control of your character and you're just stuck sliding around on the ground. So you sometimes just need to die completely to respawn yourself and to get it fixed. Just an easy workaround when that type of a bug happens. Quick and easy way to get it fixed so that you can get back into the mission as quickly as possible. Okay, good. My Nezu's max rank now. Wait, you mean you can't pick items? You're literally, you know when you fall on the ground and you're like on the ground like that, you end up sliding around on the ground. You lose all function. Do you need to send a friend request to send a build? Nope. Can't do anything but walk around? Yeah, precisely. Hi, buddy. It's not your dinner time yet. Sorry, little boy. Every time is dinner time in cats. It's true. It's true. How do you send it? You open up a private message to me using /W, then my in-game name, which is Zenosfire, and then you, wow, look at that. See, this is why you play with Streamer Man. Golds rain from the sky. Then my in-game name, which is the same as my channel name, just Zenosfire. And then you just send it on over. Click link config or link look in the top right-hand corner of your arsenal and or your appearance tab. Perfect, I'll take a look at that in a bit, Rainy. Excuse you? What was that noise? Oh, of course you went invincible. The moment I showed up. How rude. I shall light all your friends on fire for that. For this slight upon me. Alright, everyone, I gotta run a quick ad break. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kinda like me, you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. I'll catch you next in a minute. Hopefully you don't miss anything. Ooh, that's a big group over here. Minimap gaming! Except for the fact that there was an ancient disruptor there, so everyone had overguard, and that made me sad. Bless you with better drop rate for melee elementalist? Isn't there galvanized elementalist? Would that be easier for you to get, doing some arbitrations? And if you're using melee elementalist, then you probably also want to be doing, you know, have galvanized elementalist anyway. For the extra words. The extra status chance that it gives you. Galv doesn't raise heavy wind-up speed. True, true. Where does elementals even drop from these days? I forget. Oh, hi, Milo. How you doing? How have you been? Been a while. Welcome on in, everybody. My name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe and make content for Warframe on YouTube, as well as an official Warframe content creator. Mila, I hope you had a wonderful stream. Of course, if you got a raid and run, you are always welcome to stay, but of course, if you gotta go, you gotta go. It's not a worry in the world. But for everybody else, as you know, my name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe and make content for Warframe on YouTube, as well as being an official Warframe content creator. And what we like to do around here whenever we get raided is to thank the kind people for sharing their community here. We like to do a giveaway. So we'll do a giveaway in a hot little second to thank Milo for the raid. And Taco VR, how you doing? And Joey, been a while. How you doing? Welcome on in, stranger. Happy to have you. Thank you for doing that shout out, mods. Appreciate you. What'd y'all get up to today? Violence? Stop turning off my abilities. It's very rude. You do have to raid and run. Husband hungry and wants to grab food. He's apparently withering away as we speak. No worries. I hope you go find something delicious. What's Warframe guiding today? Well, Baro'S here, so we gotta get some relics. Speaking of, squad brand extract. GG! And like I said, we'll do a little giveaway here to thank everyone. Thank Milo for the raid. Oh wow, we got blessed with 2 good rooms on this tile set today. Wow. The ultra rare shiny. Who's excited for Plague Star? It's going to be good. The greatest form of grind that ever did grind. Alright everybody, type !join to get in for the giveaway. Speaking of Forma, let's give away some Forma. Type !join to get in for a Forma bundle. Everybody, anybody is of course welcome to join our giveaways, even if it's your first message, because that's how we like to do things here. So if you're brand new, came in with either of our 2 raids today, feel free to type !join. You are welcome to join our giveaways. Everybody and anybody is welcome in this house. You looking forward to the guide on how to make the Plague Star manageable? Yeah, I'll probably be doing one like a day after, because I don't remember how the Plague Star works. I haven't done it in like 4 years. So I'm definitely gonna have to remember how the Plague Star functions. Because I don't. Hey Cray, how you doing today? Type !join if you want in for the giveaway. We are giving away a phone bundle. Yeah, I think MH Blackie's already done a video on it, if I remember correctly, getting ready for it at the very least. GG squad, get out. Isn't it just a fancy plains bounty? Yeah, but there's like a boss fight to it, and you gotta like use a resource and bop, 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 bop. So it's a little bit more complex than just a fancy bounty, but yeah, it's basically a fancy bounty. Yo, Finn, how you doing? You're good? How am I? I'm doing a little bit rough right now, but I'll be fine. Plague Star works, but you got the no spoilers active? I know. It's alright. We'll remember how it works. And we'll figure it out together. What's the giveaway for? We are giving away a Forma bundle. Type !join if you want in for the giveaway to thank Milo for the raid. Everybody and anybody is welcome to join. We don't have any limitations around here. Yes, we love Mila. Yo, Heterovono. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate you. Who sent me a friend request? How dare. And Blackmail. Thanks for the follow as well. Been here for 5. Love the energy. Love that. That's what I try to do around here. All right, let's see what you got. Vidaria Prime. Why rough? What's going on? Just anxiety stuff. That's all. Okay, so you got 3 spots left. Shred's a great choice. Increasing the fire rate and also punch through on here is fantastic. You're going for acuity, so Deadhead makes sense. There's also a sniper-based mod that will give you increased headshot damage, which if you're going acuity and Deadhead, you probably want. I forget what it's called. Target acquired, I think. You could also go further into your critical chance by going galvanized scope if you feel like it. And argon scope. It's galvanized scope, yeah. Or argon scope if you don't have galvanized scope. Same. But target acquired gives you extra headshot damage, galvanized scope for the extra critical chance, and then just throw on an element if you feel like it to build into the electricity. Or just use the baseline electricity, which is also perfectly fine. If you want to see my Vidaria builds, I've got 2 on that short there. One doing acuity and one doing just multi-shot. I tend to prefer the multi-shot build more than the acuity build, just because it's a little bit more versatile inside of missions. You don't need to get any of those headshots, and with allies in your squad, that can mess up stuff. But, you know. Like to donate a Sevagoth Prime, if that's fine with you. Sure, what's your in-game name? Didn't know Argon Scope was a mod that existed? Yeah, Argon Scope or Galvanized Scope. For rifles. Right, Galvanized Scope. On headshot, gain critical damage. When aiming, on headshot kill, gain more critical damage. Blind Bunny, thanks so much for the follow. You got another few seconds to join the giveaway, everybody. Type !join if you want in for the giveaway. You can even win on your first message. Everybody and anybody's welcome to join. It's for some Forma. And by that, I mean Youngster Joey's won. Joey, if you could let me know what your in-game name is. And I will send you your form bundle. And of course, you're already following Mila, so I don't need to give you this spiel to go give Mila a follow as thanks for the giveaway. The only thing I can offer you is ammo drums. Did very special config, you forgot to level them up? Yeah, that happens. A proof fragment? Thanks? Thank you, Rhea. Appreciate you. Proof of sale? Understood. Understood. Thank you for the receipt. I'll need that for my tax person. I'm the best, oh yeah. It's just Youngster? Okay, perfect. I will send it to ya right meow. YOUNGSTA. What you get from Baro? I have a short in the pinned comment there for you, hero. Yes, I apparently do need your ID number, Joey, if you don't mind giving that for me. The short in the pinned comment has all of the things I would recommend. Good news, you got the Elementalist. See, I told you, I'm a good luck charm. You just gotta hang out here. You get free loot. That's how it works. Yeah, if you have your Warframe account linked to your Twitch account and you're watching specifically and only me, you get the stuff you're looking for. That's how it works. 1500 endo. Ooh, I won't say no to that. This looks good, Redacted. I like it. I like sort of that bright gold with the darker red tones in there. This sort of burgundy maroon. Looks really, really nice. With that sort of cream color for the accents. I like this. Looks nice. Looks nice. You know what? I kind of want to play Comey now too. Actually, I'm gonna play some Comey. Sevagoth. Classic. Monochrome always looks good. I like. I like. Me up. Need more ciphers and energy pads. Baro'S got a new Roomba, everybody. Go see Baro. Call me. And what do I want to use with Comey here? You want to get back to the stream? Sure, Axe. Absolutely. Let me just do a mission here. And I would love to do that. Let's grab Toxic Snotter. Okay, who wants to join me for Conjunction Survival? I got room for 2. Room for 3, I mean. Rainy. Mustard. Annual ball? Sure. R.I. There you are. Get on in here. Squad, are you leading any specific relics? Bedtime here? No worries, Finn. You just sit back and relax. All is well in the world. Every time we touch. Oh, just as a reminder, Venry, I don't pay attention to in-game chat, usually for this type of stuff. About to extract? No worries, we can wait. We don't really, I don't really pay attention much to in-game chat. So if you're looking to join the squad, make sure to type in, stream chats. A bird BP or Ureli? Okay, what part do you need from Ureli? I probably got some of those. Ureli blueprint. There you go. I got lots of those. Alright, if you just want to take that invite whenever you're good, you said you were heading to extract, so we'll give you a second. Just wrapping up, it's all good. I get it. Gonna give up and buy Bite? Uh-oh. Hold on, before you do that, let me see if I got a spare. I think I've given them all away. Oh, actually, I got a spare one here. Pokemon, if you keep trying to farm it, but if you keep having bad luck, I can give you a hand with that. You did the bike grind, I got 2 back-to-back after like 45 minutes. Yeah, the trick to the bike grind is you go do the, the trick to it is, oh, I didn't bring the right dog. I meant to bring Mecha Dog, and I didn't bring Mecha Dog. Okay, stop your yapping, Lotus. Earth Sabotage with Zaku is what you did? If you bring Necros, actually, it's also a very, very good option. Because Necros will, ooh, look, we got another good room. Ooh, we are blessed. It is Baro Day. Because then you can get Bite either from the caches, or you can get Bite from, looting the dogs. Right? So you just go on a dog murder spree. Poor puppers. Comey was released on your birthday. Talk about fate. I actually, you know what? I love Comey. I was really not a big fan of Comey when she first came out, but after her augment hit, I immediately greatly increased my enjoyment of Comey. Rolling reloads my weapon and gives me ammo efficiency on a comb. Don't mind if I do. Comey's augment helped a lot. Yeah, it's to the point, like, I consider it a bit of a band-aid augment. But it is really, really, really good. Certainly improves her overall kit abilities, everything. I kind of wish that it was a part of her base kit, but I understand can't get everything that you want in the world. But the way that she plays now with it, I have so much fun with her. I'm actually shocked that I don't play her more often, if I'm being real. Free rap! Whee! Okay, back to the room. Probably got yourself as Boltor and you don't know if you enjoy full crit or full status prime. Yeah, because I've got an outrageous Riven for my Boltor, meaning it's crit chance, crit damage, and status chance, and minus projectile speed. So I can nicely, I can kind of just do whatever I feel like with her, which is nice. Yo, Ink, been a while. How you doing? Would gambling on the caches be better or the dog killing spree better? You can do both at the same time. Do both. Do the caches and the dog murderer. Right? Bring Necros into the cache mission. High range Necros. If you got a loot Necros with the Petrify augment, then use Orgaze. Right? Why limit yourself to only one way to farm? Do multiple ways. Stack the odds in your favor. What about Frost? I don't think that Frost really has a Band-Aid augment, personally. What augment do you think's a Band-Aid for him? Worth grabbing a second person too, so one can grab caches and one can focus on the mission? True. True. Petrify, yeah, Atlas's augment. Icy Avalanche and Biting Frost, I don't think that those are Band-Aid augments at all. I think that they drastically change the way that he plays. He goes from a full defensive frame into a much more, a much different type of play style. So I don't personally see that as a Band-Aid augment in the same sense. But if you see it as a Band-Aid augment, then, yeah, I get you. For me, a Band-Aid augment is something that fixes what I think should be a baseline ability inside of the baseline ability. But some people do. That's fine. People are welcome to have wrong opinions. I'm joking. I'm joking. Necros with Petrify over the fourth, Orgaze is the augment. I put Petrify over the first. But I guess if you're doing like super low level missions, it doesn't really matter, right? Ooh, 100% magazine capacity on a comb. Ooh, the game is blessing me. Soul Punch isn't that crazy? Nah, Soul Punch is it's an ability, all right. If you don't have normal Atlas to feed into the Helminth, just use Necros. Necros will be unless you can get 400% strength on your Atlas for the Orgaze, go for Necros. We did get gold. Use Blood Ulcer? Yeah, Blood Ulcer, if for like normal runs, absolutely. But if you're doing loot runs, Petrify. Right? Ooh, mac and cheese, craft dinner, heck yeah. Kill a bunch of enemies who are in close range, eh? Good thing I've got a ridiculous shotgun. Just double the drop, or does he rerun the drop? He reruns the drop. You reroll on the loot table. In fact, all of the loot frames do that. You get another roll on the loot table. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, kind of like me, and want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. At least I believe that that's the case with all the loot frames. I could be wrong, but I believe that is the way. But as always, been wrong before, be wrong again. You think Necros is the one that rerolls, the rest increase drop chances? Is that the way it works? I thought it was you get another chance on the reroll. But I could be wrong. Been wrong before, be wrong again. Sorry for flexing your weapons? How are you flexing your weapons? Hydroid raises drop chance. Okay, so Hydroid and... Okay, so Necros rerolls on the loot table. The rest increase your drop chance. Then that is my incorrect information there for you. My apologies. Bratton and Latin Vandal? Heck yeah! I still don't have those, actually. Hey, Tempest, how you doing? Ooh, more damage while moving. Don't mind if I do. Bored? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. How'd you get ads? You don't have a sub at the moment. Or turbo. At least according to the badge beside your name, you don't have a sub at the moment. You got a gift for me when this is done. Alrighty. Also, don't forget, everybody, that it is September right now. And we are sort of on track to potentially get Twitch Prime Plus, Partner Plus, my apologies, which will greatly help out the channel. So if you're thinking of resubbing and you're a regular around here, a reoccurring sub would be greatly appreciated, but of course not necessary. Just helps us get to that point where things get a little bit easier for old Zenosfire. Gonna play Hollow Knight Silksong? I've never played Hollow Knight before, so probably not. Long range comb. It crashed all the console stores? Yeah, it also apparently crashed Steam, which is minorly hilarious. Yep, it crashed like everything yesterday. It's nice to see sort of a more indie-styled game like that. Of course, Hollow Knight is not really an indie game these days, considering how popular it is, but you know what I mean. It started out as an indie game. It's awesome to start seeing that, seeing these indie games do so well. Hey, look! We got you the part. And you said the other part that you needed is Zephyr, right? AAA games are going out of style? Yeah, seriously. Yeah. They're having too much fun making it? Yeah, I remember hearing about that in an interview. The reason why Silksong kept getting delayed wasn't because of any technical issues, it was just because they kept adding in cool new things. They were like, oh, let's do more, oh, let's do more. And they just kept going crazier and crazier with it. I absolutely love it. AAA games went out of style when profit became the sole motivation. I would say that that's probably accurate. I would certainly say that that's accurate. When, you know, the three greatest, or the two most evil words for any creative-minded person is shareholder value. Right? Because then they're not caring about making cool art, they're caring about making profits for people. So that's actually, like, for what it's worth, that's one cool thing. You know, I am a Warframe content creator, I'll admit it, I am biased. But, like, that is one awesome thing about Warframe, is that since, Tencent's acquisition, Tencent just kind of let them do their thing. So they've still sort of kept their roots and haven't had sort of, at least from what we see on the front end, I should say. Of course, I don't know what things are like on the back end. Other than Steve going missing for a couple of weeks there in China. Missing to us, he wasn't actually missing. He was fine, to my knowledge. But yeah, from everything that I've seen, you know, Tencent seems to be a company that's just kind of like, hey, if you're doing your thing and you're doing well, we don't care what you're doing. Just keep up the good work. You can farm the Kubro dens? Yep. And that's why I recommend doing that. Understand how to properly mod, eventually make your own builds? So I can sort of go a little bit more information for you that plus. Absolutely, I can give you a hand with that. The biggest thing that I would always recommend is test, right? So when you get a new Warframe or a new weapon, take a look at their stat line, take a look at their abilities, and see sort of how mods interact with the stat lines of the weapons and how they interact with the abilities. So if you're looking at like a weapon that has, you know, 30% crit chance, a 2.4 crit multiplier, and like 10% status chance, then you know that that weapon probably wants to be a status-based weapon, right? So then you know, then from there you can take a look at other weapons that are status-based and realize sort of what mods you should be looking towards and all that jazz. Does Baro have any Prime mods? If you watch today's short, there's more information. Yeah, that's obviously what I'm saying is the generalized there. That is not like all of the key to it. You know, there are certain weapons depending on, based off of other stats that they have, like as Tempest said there, the new core is very much a crit-based weapon, even though it has such a low crit chance because it has such a high critical damage, right? It doesn't have the high, I don't remember if it has the highest critical, yeah, it does have the highest critical damage. I don't think there's anything higher than that, than the Kubanu core. But, if I can remember at least. As always, been wrong before, be wrong again. So, when you're taking a look at it like a Warframe and a weapon, it's 8x, it's 5x on the Kubanu core. If I remember correctly. Could be wrong though. It's been a while since I've used my old new core. take a look at the weapons, take a look at how they function based off of their stat lines. Take a look at the warframes based on, like, put on a strength mod with no other mods on, and then you can see, okay, how does strength affect these abilities? Oh, okay, strength really affects these abilities in a very positive way. Okay, maybe I want to be speccing high into strength damage. And, or it's like, oh, range seems to do something really crazy here. So then you're like, okay, there we go. So it's largely speaking like a lot of A/B testing of the weapon, A/B testing of like the mods on stuff, see how it looks, and see how it all functions, and then refining from there. But once I get out of this mission, I can do a little bit more of a better explanation with some visual aids for you, and try to give you a little bit better advice there. The other thing that I would recommend is if you see, like, this is how I do my builds if I'm unsure. I take a look at what my peers are doing, like my content creator peers, what's Flynn done, what's MH Blackie done, what's No Sympathy done, Tactical Potato, and sort of take a look at what they're doing and then be like, oh, okay, this works really well. They're all going for strength. Okay, cool, then I'll use that information as inspiration to make my own cool thing. Right? And that's the way that I think that everyone should use content creators is taking a look at their taking a look at what they're doing and then building your frame using inspiration of their work. Like even my own builds, take my builds as inspiration. You're like, oh, this is how it works. Oh, this is how other people are doing it. And then you use it as in, whoa, I just lost all of my frames there. And then just build from there. Yo, Rob, how you doing? Inspired you to get the Cedo? The Cedo's fantastic. Both as a primary fire weapon, but also as a status priming weapon. It is an absolutely incredible weapon. Oh, it's all right. It's all good. Oh, do I have a challenge going right now? I do have a challenge going right now. That would make sense why I don't have a challenge. Hey, Rebel, how you doing? Yo, Flynn, what's you up to today? How was your stream? Welcome on in, everybody. My name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe. I make content for Warframe on YouTube, as well as being an official Warframe content creator. How was the stream? What'd y'all get up to? Oh, you're a bot today? Understood, understood. Slow, thank you very much for the tier 4. Heck, or not tier 4, sorry, 4 months tier 1. Thank you. Well, welcome on in, everybody. As I said, my name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe. I make content for Warframe on YouTube, as well as being an official Warframe content creator. Can we please get a shout out for Flynn, please? Do I know about Pangea, as in, like, the continent? Now, everyone, what we like to do around here whenever we get rated to thank the kind people for sharing their community, we like to do a little giveaway. So sit tight. We'll do a giveaway in a minute here. Once y'all have settled on in. Yeah, Pangea, like the heck is Pangea? So tectonic plates, they move around. And at one point, most of Earth's continents were a single big continent back when dinosaurs were around. And then they split off to what they are now. It was one mega continent called Pangea. Right? You only know Atlas? Understood. Pangea was before dinos? If I remember correctly, Pangea existed during the same time as dinosaurs, but again, my geology history is not the greatest. But I believe that's the reason why we see, you know, same dinosaur species spread across multiple continents. right? We got T-Rexes in Alberta, we got T-Rexes in China, etc., etc. That type of idea. That's what I thought, at least, but again, I'm not an archaeologist. Sharks are older than trees? Accurate. No, but you know what I mean. Not T-Rexes, maybe specifically, but using those. Do you have any in Ireland? Yeah, the only dinosaur that exists in Ireland, I'm pretty sure, is Tactical Potato. I'm going to hell. I'm joking. I love Tato. Clipped and shipped. Shit, caught in 4K. Actually, caught in only 1K because Twitch hasn't given me 2K yet. Alrighty, to thank iFlynn for the raid, type exclamation point join. Everybody, anybody's welcome to join. We're gonna give away an Omniforma bundle. A whole 3 Omniforma, and you can win even on your first message, so if you joined in with Flynn's raid, you are absolutely welcome to join our giveaways. We have no limitations like that. You can even win on your first message. We've had like close to 90 people win on their first messages, so you could be the next one. And squad, we're gonna be heading out here at 20 minutes. So head towards extract. We are out of here. It's at 90? Yeah, something around there. Type exclamation point join in the Twitch chat if you want in for a giveaway. We're giving away an Omniforma bundle. Everybody, anybody is welcome to join. We have no limitations. Yo, Alejito, how you doing? Stephen Potter, yo, how's it going? Thanks for the follow, appreciate you. Said like 38 earlier this year. It's been a crazy year. Your phone's about to die soon? No worries, Tempest. Go take care. We'll catch you later. Vibin', how about me? You know, also vibin'. Baro'S here. We're gonna farm some duckies. Delicious, delicious duckies. And we'll be doing a bunch of other giveaways throughout the day today, everybody. I don't really like to advertise my giveaways, but we do them. So if you want to hang out, get your hand on some candies, some delicious goodies, feel free to. But if you want in for this giveaway, just type exclamation point join in the Twitch chat to get your hands on some Omniforma. Maybe. Axe Raider, thank you so much for the 2 months prime. Dinosaurs were on Pangea, but not the traditional ones. Very early Mesozoic dinos existed on Pangea, while the traditional Triassic and Jurassic dinos weren't on Pangea. Oh, I see. Good to know. Thanks for the info there, Lich. Thank you very much, Axe Raider. Greatly appreciate you. What's your thoughts on the new drone? I mean, it's just a Baro drone with a different color scheme, so I love it. Phallus. You're a nerd? You love reading? I too am a nerd. I too love reading. When's the forum event? Wednesday, the 10th. Soon. Sharks are older than Jupiter's rings. That's terrifying. You hate triangles? Uh-oh. I'm so sorry. Okay, let's take a peek here. Okay, so on here, the only thing I would probably recommend... I like going Blood Rush on here to really take advantage of that extra crit chance. Right? Prime Pressure Point is the right choice here. You could probably swap out Organ Shatter for Blood Rush for the extra critical chance, or you could swap out Weeping Wounds if you felt like it, and then switch this to a 60-60 electric to get a little bit more status chance. You're only running a single stat, so it's not really competing very much with other things. But I would probably probably swap this out for Blood Rush, because you're getting critical damage from here, right? Blood Rush would do pretty well here. I actually, even though it's got a 40% follow through, I do like running Primed Reach because of the Incarnate effect on here. Just plays very well into Primed Reach. Then you can do the heavy attack cycling with Tennokai to activate its Incarnate Shards explosions or the Incarnate's lifted, you know, whatever Incarnate form. Is this influence? Yeah, this is influence. Blood Rush is kind of insane mod. Yeah, Blood Rush is really, really crazy. It'll make this thing go from 63% critical chance to like nearly red crits. Nearly guaranteed red crits, right? Because what? That's going to be like 120. 4.4 plus 63. So you're at guaranteed orange crits closing in on red crits with switching this out for Blood Rush. That's what I would personally do. You could also swap out Weeping Wounds if you feel like it. But if you do that, then I would swap out Shocking Touch for Voltaic Strike, giving you 60% status chance, which then just gives you like, you know, 30-something% status chance, which isn't too bad. But, you know. Arctic Dots. Arctic Dots. GG! Arctic Dots, if you could please type in the Twitch chat your in-game name so I can send you your Omniforma. And then we'll go do another mission. Arctic Tundra. There you go. It's in your inbox in-game. Make sure to follow iFlynn if you aren't already, as thanks for the giveaway. It's all their fault that we gave that away. How dare they? Sarcasm, clearly. Activity. Do you want my gift? What's the gift? Yo, Danish, how you been? You know what? That was fun playing Comey. Ooh, I haven't even put Tau Forge on Comey yet. Oh, I guess I don't really care about Tau Forge with those. I could do Tau Forge Red and Tau Forge Yellows, but I'm kind of low on here. Something I need. Is it a life? How you doing, iFlynn? I'm not iFlynn. Is it a trade here, Cray? Sir Clanky, welcome on in. Thanks for the follow. Good, you've been laying at home with a 104 fever. Oof. Well, just sit back, relax, chill out. You'll be all good in a bit, hopefully. Of our city, of our city. On the world. Between the sacred silence. Watch it be a vandal? That would be hilarious. Alright, everyone, I gotta run a quick ad break here. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. I'll be right back in a few minutes. It is a Bratton Vandal. Damn! Cray, that is incredibly generous of you. Thank you. Holy crap. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I've just been lazy on getting it done. Didn't have the BP. I think I actually have the BP. But thank you so much. That's very, very kind of you. I do have the BP. Beautiful. I'll work on that tomorrow. Thank you so much, Cray. That is very, very kind of you. You know what? I kind of want to play more Comey. I was having fun. And Cray, if you want to see my Thalos build, oh, I keep spelling that wrong. There you go. There's my Thalos build there if you want to take a look at it. I really, really like that. Honestly, that melee is a ton of fun. Especially if you're playing, like, something that can give you increased attack speed. It just goes really, really hard. Very, very strong weapon, actually. You don't have the metal fortitude to farm the last one? Yeah. Valkyr Thalos? Yeah, you want to see it? I'll play it. Yeah. Valkyr. And if you want to see my Valkyr builds or my Thalos build, you can type !Valkyr or !Thalos for those. Wish the Kyasa was a little bit better. Well, it is meant to be like a beginner frame like a beginner weapon, right? So it kind of makes sense. All right, we got room for 3. The augment makes it fine-ish. Yeah, basically. Llama, Voyage, Cray. Cray? Voyage? And Llama, it's the same as Twitch, right? And if it's not, just let me know. And don't worry, Fish, we'll be doing more relics today as usual. I'll be happy to bring you along. I'd be very, very happy to bring you along in the next run here. Okay, squad, if you need any relics specifically, speak now. I got some void traces to burn. Is coincident that Varro has a Vassalok before Plaguestar? Probably not. I'm gonna be real. That kind of seems like a pre-planned thing, if I'm being honest. Can you also join on the next run, Shu? If I remember, yes. Neza Chassis. Nope. Nezha Prime Chassis. Oh, actually, I lied. I can do that. I can do that. In fact, I'll rat a bunch, too. Oh, we need more people with Nezha in the world. Clearly. Clearly. In fact, why don't we do one of these? We haven't done one of these in a little while. Bet your channel points on Twitch. Will we get a gold relic in 4? Bet your channel points. It doesn't do anything, it's just for fun. Venado, Blueprint, and Blade. Yeah, I can, if we get to the Nezha, I'll throw those on. It's weekday streamer luck, it's true. Vassalok's great for Plaguestar? Yeah, it's because, if I remember correctly, it has to do with the Shattering Impact. You're supposed to bring a warning today. Oh no, what'd you do? Yeah, this room's fine. Gets us started. Oh, did I take off Endless War? I did take off Endless War. No, I didn't want to do that! Oh, my combo counter. Did you find a better room over here, Cray? You did! Still need to do the ground finishers? Yeah, the way that I did the ground finishers was in rows. Feels impossible to gain combo counter on Valkyr? Nah, you just need to use more range. Use Ripline. Use G4 experience. Do not auto-update your drivers. Yours auto-updated and reset all of your Warframe settings to 0. Oof. Also do Magpul. She opens up for ground finishers, and Razor Gyre will do it too. Lord Spam I am. Thank you so much for the follow. Oh, I just drained all my combo because I'm bad. Wait, how many follows did that say? You got the goal? Hell yeah. There's no enemies for me to smack. 8.8k, heck yeah. Look at us. Look at us. Ah, we've got a nuking Equinox in the squad. That's why I can't find anything to kill. I see. That's okay. The 8,800 follower. Nice. Well, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well today. Okay. No, he's dead. Stop draining my attack speed. I didn't hit that person. Dang it. Should unfollow and hit follow again. Oh, please don't do that. That messes with like algorithm stuff. I appreciate the enthusiasm, but that does actually kind of mess with stuff on the back end. Ooh, Lucky Kulovo's getting free Warcry buff. Ooh, try not to be a hallway hero, Zenos. Sharpshooter, yeah, in theory it's super cool, but not really a big fan of it. Sub Warcry over Kulovo's 3? Oh yeah, Warcry is fantastic. Typically people throw it over the 4 because Collective Curse is just so strong, but honestly it doesn't really matter. I like using the 4th for the combo generation, but you don't really need it. Summerlist's good. The Summerlists can be very, very strong, but they're more than anything meant to be more of a supporty companion. You don't use this 3rd? I totally get that. I'm the same. I don't really use this 3rd either. Well, yeah, you gotta remember, like, the purposes for each of them, right? The purposes for each enemy, like, each of the summons is a little bit different, and they all do a little bit different things. Well, they're not meant to be damaging, right? So they're meant to be more for supporting and squad survivability than anything else. Rename your Vidaria to Hand of God? Do it. Do it. Oh. Never doubt streamer, man. Never doubt streamer, man. You fools! More people be chatting. A lot of people use me as a radio station while they're working. So they just kind of lurk while they're at work or while they're at school and they're just hanging out. A lot of people like to do that. I love my lurkers. All the channel points? Heck yeah. Yeah, see? A lot of people like to do that. See? Cardi, yeah, see? A lot of people just sort of like, you know, it's the... Like, I even explain it to people who have no idea what streaming is. Like, I'm basically a live interactive radio host, is the way that I explain it to, like Like, that's how I explain it to my sister. It's how I explain it to, like... Why are you unkillable? Even have a radio voice? Yeah, I've also got a face for radio, unfortunately. You have stream up while you play Warframe? Yeah, exactly. It's just like when I'm sort of working on other games, didn't think it had a face. It's true. A lot of people think. I have been told by more than one person that they think that my recording voice is AI. And I'm just kind of like, wait, what? So many people have been like, wait, your voice isn't AI? No? I despise AI. The horror one made you sad? Which one? I've got a lot of them. Horror's one of my most used frames, so I got quite a number of shorts on them. Your voice does sound satisfying, Prob, that's why it's true. I've been told that. Wait, you didn't summon a ghost either. What's going on here? Some people sound different compared to streaming shorts. Yeah, I mean, when I'm reading off of the script, of course, my voice is going to be much more measured, and I have proper posture, so my voice is deeper, and I'm reading off of a script, so I have certain tonal patterns. And that's the reason why people think that there's a difference. Whereas when I'm just sort of hanging out with y'all, I don't really care how my voice sounds and stuff like that. Don't be a hallway hero, Zenos. Come on. Back over to the crowd. Made you sad because you're always using melee on Haro and nobody seems to? Yeah, I don't know why. Like, melee Haro is actually really, really fun. Throw Wrathful Advance on? Grats, you have 500, you have like 450% crit chance with that melee Harlow build without taking into weapon critical chance at all into the equation. And a lot of people don't know that you use Pillage. Yeah, I use the Pillage one too all the time. That's my main build, is the Pillage build, but I like to, you know, mix it up. If I'm focusing on a full melee weapon, then I run, whatchamacallit? Oh yeah, it just kind of depends on what kind of build you're going for, right? For Pillage, it's subbing over his one. Depending on what kind of build you're going for, there's so many ways to get energy now these days that you can remove his three pretty comfortably. And still be able to work around with it. Like, Nourish goes incredibly well over his his 3. And if you're running a high enough duration, which most of the time Harrow runs fairly high duration, you can kind of solve a lot of your problems. Right? Oh, where am I going? Full hallway hero, in effect. Don't mind me. Hey, new player here. Using melee build, best weapon on him, would you recommend? Honestly, Volt is very much a melee caster hybrid. So, especially depending on sort of what point you are in the game there, Lattice, you know, your choice of melee weapon is not going to be overly critical depending on how early you are in the game. But if there's any, like, specific type of melee that you're interested in, or if you let me know what your mastery rank is, I can give you some recommendations. MR14? Oh, okay, yeah, you got a lot of different options then. Anything that has an Incarnate is incredibly powerful. So if you're at the Steel Path yet and can start farming Incarnates through the Steel Path circuit, you'll be pretty much, you know, any of them will work. There are certain ones that are better than others, absolutely, but basically any of them will work incredibly well. So it has an Incarnate, you'll be pretty much set. When you start getting Master Rank 17 is when all weapons are open to you. That's the last sort of block off point, is Master Rank 17. So once you get there, then you have access to everything. Some really standout Incarnate weapons would be like the Dual Ichor, the Okina Prime, the Thalis Prime, the Nami Solo are all very, very strong melee weapons that have Incarnates. If you're not at that point yet, then you're looking at just sort of if you're not at the Steel Path yet and doing sort of the weekly circuit runs, then anything that's got a Prime will be pretty good. Broken War is one of the best early game weapons in the game. It's crazy how strong that thing is. So, and like I said, he's a melee weapon platform frame, so his job is just kind of like making melee stronger. So if you got a melee that you like, you're not really gonna have any problems because it just makes them better, right? More attack speed, just generally speaking, more damage. Not even generally speaking, just basically always. Volt's an all-weapons platform frame? True, but I would say that he's much more geared towards a melee weapon platform than a ranged weapon platform. Because, if I remember correctly, speed just affects the reload speed and not the fire rate. Whereas for melee, it increases your attack speed. Harrow's an all-weapon platform? Yes. I would say Harrow's definitely an all-weapon platform. And it's not that he's bad at being a gun platform either, Tempest. I'm definitely not saying that. I'm just saying because of how his abilities function, he leans more towards, without, of course, the Shock Trooper augment, towards being that. Do I have a YouTube channel? Yes, type ! YouTube. And if you're looking for any specific builds, if I have a short of it, you can type ! And then its name. So if you want to see, for instance, my Valkyr, type ! Valkyr and ! Thalis. If you want to see the builds that I'm using right here. And the bot will summon you links for them. Volt plus Flaying Prime equals Beyblade? True. The Okina as a Protea signature weapon, even though it's not, it did come with Protea Prime, so I guess that makes sense. Why you have that sort of internal thought. Same with Strahd and Nidus, yep. Zakti and Nezha. And then also like a dagger. Doesn't Nezha have a dagger as his other weapon, which is weird? Nidus makes this run insane. I mean, Nidus is fantastic with any weapon that has good punch through, right? And then with his, one of his augments increases your critical chance, if I recall correctly, which makes it even a stronger weapon platform frame. But I tend to play Nidus these days more as a caster than anything else. And I just stomp. Oh, the Strun is my favorite primary weapon in the game. And it has been for an incredibly, incredibly long time. It was actually Tactical Potato who got me on this Strun years ago. When the Nidus Prime Axis came out, and it was just sort of was the weapon that I fell in love with at that point, and then just continued playing from there. You really don't want to fight me, bro. Harmonic Bow, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Alright everyone, I gotta run a quick ad break here. Y'all know the deal. We gotta run an ad every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kinda like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. But while you're watching an ad break, type ! Join! We're giving away a 7 Prime set. So type exclamation point join if you want in for the giveaway. Anybody is welcome to join our giveaways. You can even win on your first message. We have no limitations like that around here. So type exclamation point join if you want in for the giveaway. And enjoy the side break. See you in a minute. I do love Big Metal. That is not what I was trying to hook on to. I was trying to thread the needle, but I failed miserably. Hey! See, this is why you play with Streamer Man! Oh, but I need that Gossamer Optics. Nah, we'll grab this. We can get more Gossamer Optics. They're pretty easy. Okay, you said you needed the Venado stuff, right? You said you needed the blueprint. I remember that one. Vitaly. Coca show. Coca show. You're gonna make every enemy disappear? I believe in you. Do it. Go crazy. What's the giveaway? Sebagoth Prime. Type exclamation point join if you want in for the giveaway. We are giving away a Sebagoth Prime set just for funsies. You got the Signa from Baro today? Heck yeah, Shem! It would be funny if you win, considering that you did donate it. Yeah, it would be hilarious if you won, actually. You got the Baro'S Signa too? Heck yeah! It's actually a really, really nice Signa. It's pretty dang cool, if you ask me at least. Out of the way, nerds. Well, if I remember correctly, the Signa does actually have escalating odds, so you do increase the likelihood of getting the Signa. You do get increasing likelihood to get the Signa, which is nice. You got another minute or so to join the giveaway, everybody. If you want to join, type exclamation point join. We are giving away a Sebagoth Prime blueprint package. Boy, you know what? I really do love this song, "Lamenting the Days." Seriously, we need to give Matt Chalmers more budget. That guy's been killing it with the music. Like, I have no idea where DE found them, but seriously impressive. The music that'll come with the old piece, yeah, the Lullaby song is incredible. You love that you made Ember work? I love Ember. I think people really sleep on her, actually. I think that Ember's actually a very, very strong frame. Although I usually play her as a caster, a few others have done some really interesting things with the gun platform on Ember before, and it's actually pretty interesting as well. Rainy! Congratulations, Rainy. You have won a Sevagoth Prime set. I will send you an invite as soon as we're done here to get you your prize. AC Valhalla, and it's kind of fun? Nice. I'm just never really that into the AC games, but one of my coworkers used to play all the time when we were at work together, because we worked out of someone's home, so he just played, you know, games while we were working. So it was fun to watch him go through that game. May you join for the relic clanking? We've already got 2 on deck. We got Shu and Imperial Fish on deck. But you could be number 3. I don't mind. All right, we're heading to Extract Squad. We're out of here. Oh, Extract's like right here. Easy. Easy peasy. Yeah, I've never really been a huge fan of, like, the Assassin's Creed games, though they are great. What was the one? I think it was Syndicate that had a really, really good multiplayer PvP mode. The Greek and the Egyptian AC games? Yeah, those were both apparently very good. Alright, let's go. We're skedaddling, squad. Everyone get in the Uber. GG! It was used for the Revelations 3, this song here? Really? I did not know that. What's this one? Oh, Nautilus. GG! Okay, Rainy. Finish your default build. Perfect, let's take a look at this. Drink my water? You know, I probably should. You're not English enough? It's alright. I can't speak English. Has a collab with AC right now. Ooh, that's interesting. I've never heard of Reverse 99. Ammo drums, please, Rainy. You're going to be funny and donate a set if you want to. Up to you. You're excited for Mushroom Frame? Yeah, I'm excited to see what they'll end up doing with her. How do you recommend making beginner zero forma builds for your frame? That's hilarious. All right, sure. You know what? Why not? We'll trade Sevagoths for Sevagoths. Better be a gas frame? I personally don't see that happening, but maybe. Gas is so powerful these days that I don't know if it would be doing that. As a frame with new Tendo with less than 50 hours playing, just reach New War. It's a good sniper rifle. The Vidaria, the brand new one's really good. How do you recommend making a beginner zero formal builds for your frames as a new 10-0 with less than 50 hours playtime and just reach the new war? At that point, kind of the most important thing is just getting your mods maxed out. So I've got a few beginner builds over on my channel. In fact, I think I even have a playlist with all of them. Does this have it? I do have a number of beginner builds, but typically speaking, for just getting started, you're kind of just looking at like getting your mods maxed out and then whatever stats that you can throw on, right? So if you're looking at Volt, for instance, we'll just use Volt because he's one of the most popular, he's like the second most popular starter frame. This is like a beginner Volt build, right? It's not too hard to do. It's pretty easy to slot in. It doesn't require anything crazy, but this will get you through like most of the game up until the steel path, and then you gotta start looking at some other stuff. But this is like what I would recommend, right? Get your mods maxed, the ones that you can. Don't bother maxing out these mods yet. If the more pips they have, the more they cost for money and for credits as well as for endo. But like this is a good like a starting point for a Volt build, right? And then as you sort of go, then you start upgrading and moving things in and out as you keep going, right? But just sort of, you know, get the mods on that make the most sense, depending on the frame. So for instance, Volt likes having high range and decent strength and a little bit of duration. For a caster Volt build. For more of a melee Volt build, you want to be going much more into strength than range, and then you slot in mods that give you strength, like Transient Fortitude, Blind Rage, and so on and so forth. But if you do need any help with like specific frames, with specific mod sets, F4less, I can absolutely give you some recommendations if you want to tell me sort of a frame that you're looking to use. And I can give you direct recommendation here. You have Korra Prime as your main? Okay, so I'll put this on my regular Korra, not Korra Prime. Just so I don't mess up my Korra Prime builds. But this is like a good, relatively beginner Korra build, right? Relatively beginner. It does have some little bit harder mods. You do get Equilibrium for free now, and you have this here. But like Korra, she likes having high range. I like running high strength on my Korra, although it's not necessary. Korra is not necessarily a strength frame, but I like running high strength, and run high range on her. Now, if you're looking for a little bit more of a balanced Korra build, you could swap out Transient Fortitude for more duration, so that Ensnare lasts longer and Strangle Dome lasts longer. Or you could swap in some more range with Overextended. Lord of Ikea, rude. Hey, Cheese. But this is an outrageously strong mod for Korra. Incredibly strong. Yeah, how you been, Lord of Ikea? Hope you're doing well. You were on another vacation trippy thing, right? So we have that, and then for Whipclaw, Whipclaw is very much a crit-based weapon, right? It has a 2.0. So then for Whipclaw's build, for like a relatively beginner build, you'd be looking at critical chance, so critical damage, critical chance. You'd be looking at pressure point. You could go into status here as well. So if you have viral, right? So these are called 60/60s. Viral is quite good on Korra. If you have it, Blood Rush is a little bit harder to get these days. But it's a very good mod, and it's definitely worth your time. You can get it from doing the bounties on Demos, the open world, and will make Korra significantly stronger. And then these last two slots, you can slot in some range if you feel like it, or you can slot in some various other things. Just put Magnetic on your Whipclaw? Yeah, perfect. Yeah, absolutely. They'll do really well. Yep, and as you go further into the game, there are single mods that give you magnetic out of a single mod. This gets unlocked once you get to the Hex quest, Holvania. So Warframe 99, as the community calls it. But like magnetic on there, absolutely. And then sort of as you go, then you start leaning towards sort of a more endgame oriented build, which this is my more endgame oriented build here. But again, this is a higher strength build than what most people play. You don't need Umbral Intensify here. I just threw this on because I had an Umbral Forma on here. But this is much more of an endgame build. This is a looting build at the moment. But my regular build is more like that. Again, I like running high strength on my core. You don't need this high of a strength. But this is more geared towards that. And if you want to see my Korra video, it's there for you. It's not my best work video-wise, but I explain sort of her kit and all that jazz that you need to know. And also, this build is in that video there, too. But if you do want me to, you can actually send me your build in-game by clicking this here. You open up a private message to me, following the instructions in that message there. That bot message, and then you can click this. Congratulations, chicken nuggets, you have my Korra build now. And then it opens up like this, and then I can give advice and take a look. Did I ever do a Limbo build? I have done a Limbo build, but I don't really play Limbo enough to be confident in my Limbo build. Okay, Peanuts, speaking of, let's take a look at your build here. Split flights instead of galvanized chamber? Maybe? Also, you don't need punch through on this. Although it does help you get it charged a little bit faster. If you have longbow sharp shot, that's a better choice. You could swap out prime shred for vile acceleration, giving you significantly more fire rate. Right? This is 105 versus 180% fire rate because bows get double. Also, if I remember correctly, the Incarnon form on the Paris gets multiplicative gun-co. So you may want to swap out the heat on here for galvanized aptitude. I think this is one that gets multi-gun co. If I'm remembering right. This is always something I always get messed up on. Galv. Yes. So you get galvanized multiplicative damage from galvanized aptitude on here. So definitely want to be getting galvanized aptitude on here. But that's on the Incarnon form. So this isn't for the Incarnon build, Peanuts. Then, you know, you don't need to make any changes. Your kunai. Merciless, lethal. Enervate to feed your crits. Multi-shot. Toxin plus damage. Not bad. Yeah, this is just replacing a 60-60 toxin mod and then giving you a whack ton of base damage. Not bad at all. Imagine if they made gas procs apply gas procs. That would literally break the game. I would love it. Probably gonna switch out something for aptitude. Needs forma. Yeah, exactly. But I think here you're fine. Obviously, get your stuff leveled out when you can. But I think what you have here is fine. Turn off online messages. You'll thank me. Turn off inline private messages. I don't really care. Anyone does anything inappropriate, I just ban them. I ban them, I report them for harassment. GG, they have to deal with DE. Someone's that stupid? You think I won't report them? Wow, that's a not bad Raven at all. Critical chance, initial combo, critical damage. That's a really, really nice one. That's quite nice. And that's a fairly harmless negative, right? Blight Purity for more melee damage. Galvanized Steel, Galvanized Elementalist. This is an from me. I would probably want this to be more like condition overload. Right? The healing is nice, and the corrosive is nice, but personally, I would switch over. But otherwise, I think the rest of this is fine. This looks great. You could probably get Blood Rush on here too, but then you would have to lose an element on here. Right? Go for attack speed. Getting some attack speed on here would be pretty nice if you could. But then you would have to lose this here. But with 120% crit chance, that's pretty solid the way that it is. Yeah. Give it a test. See if you like Blood Rush on here. Maybe even Blood Rush Weeping Wounds for the classic combo. That'll make the Blast and the Electric go crazy with influence too. Blood Rush, Weeping Wounds, or Blood Rush, Attack Speed. Switch out Blight Purity for Condition Overload. Do I have a Chroma build? Yes, type exclamation point Chroma. And your Excalibur. 1 cast speed, 3 crit shards for that energy. Just squeak over 500 energy thanks to the ×2 Violet. Nice. Adaptation. Oh, you run both Adaptation and Rolling Guard? Oh, that's right, Peanuts. You like running both. I don't think that you need both. But if you like both, all the power to you. I would probably just run Rolling Guard, and then you can use Slash Dash as your invincibility. Right? When this is cast, you're invincible. As long as the attacks are chaining, you're invincible. So then, and it also does shoot out the wave blades from here, which could be quite nice. And then it does free up a slot here for either more power strength or maybe some efficiency or maybe some duration. How do you send a mod build via chat? You open up a private message using my in-game name right there. Then you go into your arsenal, up here, link config in chat, and you can also link look in chat by going into the, whatchamacallit, appearance settings. Haro Prime. Yeah, the only difference that I run on my Haro is I don't run a Mars Hatred. I just run Transient Fortitude for more power strength. Actually, I run more duration. I run Narrow-Minded, so I'd swap that out for Narrow-Minded. Oh! Show me my Cherry Blossom Kitsune Komi? I would love for you to do that, Ryu. Thank you so much. Is Warframe hard to get into? No. Warframe is a very dense game, so it takes you a while for you to, like, figure it out and, you know, get that sort of build crafting mentality done. So it does have a learning curve. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it has a fairly steep learning curve. I won't lie to you. But, we have an awesome community here on Twitch, not just myself, other fantastic streamers, Salmonator, iFlynn, myself, Mika, Just Haley. We have an amazing community here to help you out to get into Warframe. But I think that it's definitely worthwhile. It's a fantastic game. If you like shooter looters, it's great. But, you know, yeah, the game is, and not only that, as Scotty said, they have been drastically improving the new player experience over the past couple of years. It is the best shape the game's ever been in. The easiest time to get into Warframe is right now. And come October, it'll be even easier. But you should do it now anyway. I think you should, at least. I think it's worth your time. But then again, I'm also very biased. I am an official partnered creator of the game. So on here, I don't think you need Streamline. I don't think you don't need these two mods. What's happening in October? In October, they're releasing the new quest called The Teacher, which is going to teach people the basics of modding and get them into how to do modding stuff. Alrighty. Just while we're stuck in this ad break. Sorry, everybody. Didn't mean to do that. Started this February and you're already very understanding the modding? Yeah. We're just here to help. We want everyone to have fun. How to mod save your life? No worries. Oleninho. Sorry, I can't pronounce anything. I don't know how to pronounce things. You what? Come on, come on. Words are harks? True. Words are harks. Let's wait for the ad break to be over. I try to time the ad breaks a little bit better, but I was stuck yapping there, so. It's reassuring. Gave it a spin a couple years ago and you got lost. Yeah, the game is in a much better spot for new players than it was a couple of years ago. I will tell you right now, the new player experience compared to a couple years ago is miles better than it was. However, they still have to improve it, and they are improving it. Every single new update that comes in Warframe comes with improvements to the new player experience. That is, I believe Reb has even said in an interview, again with Tactical Potato, they no longer ship an update unless it has improvements to the new player experience. Like their aim is every single update that they create has an improvement to the new player experience. And then again, like if you ever need any help, if you ever have any questions, check out my YouTube. My YouTube is geared more towards later game content, I won't lie, but I do put out beginner videos or sort of like informational videos and shorts. But if you do ever have any questions or you need any help, or if you are feeling a little lost, come on by. We're always here to give you a hand. And if not me, then we have a fantastic community on our Discord who would be always happy to give you a hand as well. Oh, that's not right. I don't know why that went there. There we go. And feel free to come join our Discord if you want. Everybody's welcome. Really helpful advice, really appreciate it. The other thing to remember is that Warframe is a marathon, not a sprint, right? It's a slow burn. You gotta take your time. It's a fine wine. You gotta let it aerate and age a little bit, you know? But going back here, these two mods aren't necessary on your hero build. Dark Messiah, thanks so much for the follow. These aren't here. Yeah, you don't need Streamline because you have infinite energy. You don't necessarily need this. You could probably swap this out, Transient Fortitude or more duration. That's how I like to play my Pillage hero, because Pillage is a wave-like ability, right? It goes out, and the duration, the range that it goes out to at its maximum is based off your duration. Now, the range its starting range is based off of your range, but it going out is based off your duration. So I would probably swap this out. You could swap in a stretch if you wanted to here. And then you have, you could even go Archon stretch for the free energy regeneration. Totally not necessary, obviously. Hey, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. That's very, very kind of you. Very, very, very kind. Been given a plat discount for plat as a new player. Best place to spend plat? Warframe slots, weapon slots, potatoes. We do love Twitch primers. Any Twitch primers in the chat? Okay, Tempest, what do we got? Caliban, don't got growing power yet. Word. Use Summoner's Wrath. You should be using Summoner's Wrath. Summoner's Wrath will greatly increase the damage of your companions, which makes your life a lot easier. And I would probably try to get the Razor Gyre augment on here, right? Just so much damage. But you are using Larva on here, so maybe that's your grouping and that's why you're not doing it. But no, otherwise this build looks great. Nothing to say. Nothing to say, it looks good. Llama, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, a hype train. You open primers have nice, you hope primers have nice and cool pillows. It's true on both sides. Oh, you're building for the 4? If you're building for the 4, then maybe swap in, like, you don't need this high of range. So, like, maybe swap in, Precision Intensify instead of Umbral Intensify? Right? You're building full for the 4th. But then again, increasing the strength of everything else is quite nice too. So, you could go that route. Also, if you're building all around the 4, then maybe putting Larva over Lethal Progeny instead. And then you can stomp people when they're in the Lethal Progeny to increase your damage to, increase your damage of your 4th, right? Because this is a damage vulnerability, Sentient Wrath. You have range for Larva? Of course, yeah. But just sort of a thought, you can make a little bit of a change there. I like the build, though. It seems really cool. Excalibur Umbra. Yeah, but then you lose out on the Conculus? True, but you might get more damage out of it, right? 200 some odd plus damage could be really nice. You put Larva on the 1 because it's already a grouping ability? Yeah, so the reason why I wouldn't do that is because your 1's also your health shields, overshields, and energy regeneration function. So that's the reason why I don't really like the Helminth over Caliban's first ability, but it's personal preference. Thanks so much for the hype train, everybody. If you all want in on the hype train, get yourself a cool little emote. You know, Twitch sub. Or bits. Sound alerts if you feel like making me jump out of my skin. The only thing I would say here is swap out Furious Javelin for Chromatic Blade. Also, Arcane Impetus isn't going to be giving you a huge ton of status effects. So you may also want to swap that out. Chippy, thank you so much for the 10 biddies. Appreciate you. Okay, so you got Afflictions on here, eh? Okay, interesting. Jeez, thank you for the 100 biddies. Very kind of you. Just need a little bit more to level up that hype train, and then y'all get some cooler emotes. I wouldn't use Spoiled Strike on here. I like having high attack speed on the Exalted Blade. If you want to see my Excalibur build, just sort of for reference, here it is for you. Alright, who else do we got here? Radial Javelin nuke? Ah, interesting. Canter, should you keep rolling? Let's take a look. Reload speed, status, chance, damage. Yeah, I would keep rolling this. The status chance and the damage is nice. The reload speed doesn't really matter all that much, although it is nice for this because it means that you can have the reload, thus its unique trait, function a little bit faster. But I would probably go with something else here. -5 capacity, that's just a bug with Exalted Weapons. It doesn't, for some reason, the mod config links doesn't bring over the Exalted Weapons stance mod. Yeah, I would probably keep rolling that iron. Preacher, this your idea? Give unto the void. Pull off your little tanglers and give them one to the void. What do you think about that idea? Neffy? Thank you so much for the biddies redacted. Appreciate you. Oh, why didn't that make the hype train go up? Or maybe it didn't, I'm an idiot. I think it didn't, I'm an idiot. You're a Caliban main? I love Caliban. Caliban's one of my top 5. Ooh, Lev. That's putty. I love that. That sort of bronzy coppery in there.
Chippy _ cheered Dex 100.
Thank you so much, Chippy, for the 100 biddies. Appreciate y'all. I think we need a little bit more for the next hype train level if y'all want in for that. Chroma Prime. Ooh, that looks cool. Drink my water? You know what? I probably should. You're right. That's a nice color scheme. I'm not certain if I like those shoulders on here, though, Lev. Feels a little
Just
bit,
one cheered X 100.
Jeez, thank you so much for the biddies. Appreciate you. Very, very generous of you. Oh, but I like it better on here. This looks better on here. Yeah, that looks much better. You think you missed the train? I think you did, but that's okay. You need to do dishes, but you're comfy? That's fair. Just sit back and relax. You'll get to your dishes. Cool of appearance. Ooh, I love that pink. Actually, that looks hot. Black pink? What is this? K-pop band in my video game? Okay, let's take a look at your Core Prime here. All right, so with your Core set here, yes, fleeting expertise is perfectly fine because you don't need a ton of duration on Core at all, and efficiency does make it so that you can spam Whip Claw quite more. Accumulating Whip Claw is outrageously strong. Pilfering Strangledome is a good choice, but it's not necessary for, like, if you're going into the new war. If I remember correctly, you said you were going into the new war. You don't necessarily need loot in there, so I'd probably replace this with something else. You'd be looking at more range. So if you can go do the Cetus bounties, you can get yourself Augur Reach, which is a very, very useful mod. Gives you 30% more 30% more range. And then whenever you cast, you also gain shields, which is a great way to survive on Korra. Otherwise, what you have here looks really good. Gladiator Resolve gives you a little bit more health, but then the melee combo chance does actually apply to Whip Claw, which is quite nice. So maybe you could swap this out for a little bit more range. If you have it, maybe also you do have the mod capacity, Vitality just for more health, so you can survive the new war mission a little bit better, might also be a good choice. You probably have arbitrations unlocked at this point as well. So if you want to be extra prepared, you could go into a special mission called arbitrations. They will show up here. You get them unlocked by completing junctions. I forget what junctions specifically now these days. But these will give you late game mods, the galvanized mods, rolling guard, adaptation for survivability. I believe there's a few others in there that are also incredibly good. But those will really greatly increase your capabilities in mission by having those mods. And you farm them here in this special once an hour mission. It rotates out every hour. Typically speaking, you stay in there for as long as you can, then you leave, you get your goodies, and then you go back in, and it's you can do one run an hour. But what you have there is actually quite a great start. For F4 less 2. This is actually quite a great starter build. You're doing great. You could obviously put in a Vitality for a little bit extra survivability. You could put in a Rolling Guard if you have access to it for a little bit extra there too. But what you have here is really nice. You did a good job, especially as like a starter build. Fantastic. You're in the right direction. Oh, hey, buddy. Galvanized Steel, Galvanized Elementalist, which you've heard is really good for the whip. Yes, both of them are very good for the whip. Yes. If you have the ability to, definitely those. Also, Adaptation and Rolling Guard are both really, really important endgame mods. All right, I'll be back in just a second. I gotta feed the boy. Be right back. Freeze. The boy. The boy. All right, who's this? Who's Caliban? Cardi. Okay, get your Archon stretch maxed out. Comsoda, multi-augmented. So I actually don't run... actually, I do run Prime Continuity on my build, I lied. No, this looks good, Cardi. You could go for a little bit more range if you felt like it. Switching out Power Drift for Cunning Drift for the extra 15% range. Range is I rank his stats in importance is strength, range, then duration. Efficiency you can dump because Razor Gyre rebuilds your energy so quickly and easily. But I would definitely... I mean, honestly, what you have here is great. There's not really any notes. This is really close to my build, actually. Really, really close to my endgame build. Looks good to me. She looks like she has a fringe. I don't know what you mean by that. Okay, Ryu, we'll take a look at your Comey. Since you asked so kindly, hopefully you're here not doing dishes. Ooh, I like that. I like that a lot. That looks really good. I would maybe make that pink maybe like a more vibrant pink. Like a cherry blossom pink. This is like a little bit toned down. Maybe like a little bit more vibrant. But yeah, it looks good. You're different? You like efficiency on your Caliban? See, for me, it's like I can regenerate my energy at will. So why would I use efficiency, right? But then again, it's always personal preference. Okay, Imperial Fish and Shu. Are both of you here? A little hard for you to tell colors, but you will? Okay. No worries. I hear you. Are you, do you have sort of, some form of colorblind, Ryu? I want to play more Comey, actually. Yeah, let's just play the comb. I was just enjoying it. Let's just do it. Okay, we got room for Uno. I don't know what we're doing yet, though. Hold on. Let's go do an alchemy. I haven't done an alchemy in a while. Who wants to join me for an alchemy? Do I have the Piranha Prime blueprint? I'll take a look. Redacted. Lord Spam and Tempest, you're both on deck. I gotta rebuild my supply of ciphers and energy pads. Whenever I get down to 200, I just build another 2,000 of them. Oh, sorry, in case you're new here, I don't really pay attention to in-game chat when it comes to invites. So my apologies if I missed anyone who was looking to get in. Piranha Prime Blue. I do have some Piranha Prime blueprints. I'll even rad them for you, Shu. All right, let's go. Thanks for streaming. Take care. No worries, Insight. You have yourself a wonderful day. We'll catch you next time. You said I could be the third? Oh, I'm sorry, Lord Spam. Yeah, douche. Sorry, I'm ADHD. I tend to forget sometimes, but you got a spot for the next one, okay? You misclicked? Oh, did we double click there? It's okay. We can reset the mission. Where do you find the energy pad blueprints? The energy pad blueprints, one of them's from... Yeah, we lost somebody. Hold on. Hold on, squad. We gotta restart here. The dojo, and... No, it's not just the dojo. I think the big one is syndicates. Are both of them the dojo? Bam, bam. Piranha Prime Blue. For sure it's all dojo? I know that some of them are in large energy squad. Some of them are in the large one. is the energy pad blueprint, and oh, it's the small one. Here, that's what I'm getting mixed up on. This one here. The 10 pack is Arbiter's Hex's repair and sequence. All right, y'all know the deal. Get to the objective, get loot, win life. Kill things as close as you can to the objective to make life easier for you and your squad. And kill things as close as you can to the objective. I'm brought a Nova to make enemies come to us a little bit faster, to make our lives a little bit easier. And we're looking for magnetic. Energy, please. If I remember correctly, the Piranha was a classic weapon that people used for Plague Star, but it's been so long. Again, I didn't, oops, missed. I didn't do Plague Star last time it was around back in 2013, as I was taking a break from Warframe at that point. But it is, if I remember correctly, the Vast Lock is really good for it, and there's a few others. Yo, Sam, how you doing today? Mods, can we get a shout out for Sam, please? Oh, hi, Mika. Can we also get a shout out for Mika, please? How's it going? Recovered from a stomach bug. Uh-oh. Yeah, things are going well. Just grinding some relics, hanging out. Oh, I missed the ad break again. Frig, I'm really not paying attention today. Gotta go. Have fun, everyone. Thank you so much, Cheese, for hanging out today. We'll catch you next time. Thanks, Sophia. Appreciate you. My mic sounds different? Shouldn't. That's weird. It might be because I'm having crappy posture today. Sweater looks really comfy. It's a root sweater. My fellow Canadians know exactly what I mean by that when I say that. Skin sounds nicer, more clean. Oh, that's odd. It shouldn't. I don't think anything's changed. But I'm glad that it sounds nicer. Whatever it is. You have 3 root sweaters? I love root sweaters. Maybe it's my own voice, sounds less raspy. I did just have a nice chill day yesterday. I kind of took the day off. Could be it, yeah. I've been dealing with a lot of anxiety last week. I've been dealing with a ton of anxiety, so that could be what it is. Can you DM something that has been insane for your throat? Yeah, absolutely. Had to rework my OBS? No. Rude, douche. Rude. Fearful Shad. How you doing? Welcome on in. Yeah, Miko, you're absolutely always welcome to dip into my DMs. In the polite way, chat. Don't get any wrong ideas. You gotta get Burning Hate? Yeah, Burning Hate's really, really good. It's really good. Hopefully it'll be back in rotation for the event stuff soonish. Yo, Prefect, how you been? We need heat and cold. Guess Flynn rated early? Yes. Flynn's a straight G. Ah! But for status damage inheriting, totally fair. Yeah, heat inherent. Perfectly good reason to use it. How about I cast this one more time and you get no energy, or you get no armor? Go away. Get out of here, nerd. Not heat inherent. I don't think any other statuses have inherent mechanics other than heat, but I could be wrong. As always, been wrong before, be wrong again. Oops. Yo, Carl, how you doing? Afflictions can inherit status mods? Oh, yeah, afflictions, yes. You're waiting for GameStop to go bankrupt so that you can close all their stores. Fun story about GameStop. GameStop is the reason why I had my computer. When the plague, meme stocks thing took off, it actually bought me my new computer. Going to gym, have a great stream, no worries. Enjoy your time at the gym, we'll catch you later. Spread that product has been crazy helpful. Okay, I'll take a look at it. Just because of my like retail days, my voice is pretty fine with talking for billions upon billions of hours. Made bank? Yeah, I made about like 3 grand from it. It's what got me my PC a while back. Like, this was obviously 2020-ish. It goes well in tea. Oh, yeah, I've seen this stuff before, Mika. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I've seen that before. Surprisingly, I don't really get a raspy voice from talking too much. I've got that Irish gift of the gab. So I'm used to talking way too much. Yes, that's right. I went to Ireland and went and kissed the Blarney Stone. I was that tourist. You gotta go, because you gotta go to the mosque? No worries. I hope you have a good time. We'll catch you next time. Thank you again for that donated Sevagoth Prime set. Very, very generous of you. Went to Ireland? How was it? It was beautiful. I would move back to Ireland instantly. Hey, got it. Can always use it when, if you get sick, yeah. True. I don't think there's a TNT anywhere close to me. Thought you'd share. I appreciate that. Thanks. We're looking for viral. Gonna keep making the rounds? No worries, Mika. We'll catch you later. Thanks for swinging by, saying hi. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Oh, that didn't pick up. You think you have a problem farming Kuva liches? Yes. Accurate. Yeah, stupid mag bubble. Seriously, let me alone. Get out of here, nerd. Once Plague Star comes out, you're gonna grind it until you can't. Non-stop, no sleep. Oh no. Well, don't burn yourself out. That's the problem with big events like this, is people tend to get themselves burned out. They farm all those cool new things, and then they end up not having the capacity to be able to actually enjoy all those cool new things, right? So make sure you're being careful. Imagine sleep. I wish I could sleep more, actually. Jeez. I'm old. You're begging for a content drought? Yeah, we haven't. I mean, we're getting like only very, very short content droughts lately. Like just the usual in between patches. Like right now, I would say is a content drought, but of course we have Plague Star coming. Yo, Bat, how you been? Good, me, I'm doing quite well. You returned from paying for college? Uh-oh, I'm so sorry. But welcome on back. How you doing today? Blue, happy to have you. Oh, by paying for college, you mean you were at work? That makes sense. Oh, we don't have enough reactant. Oh, people were hallway heroes, and I've missed reactant. Okay, hallway heroes, where'd you leave the reactant? Never mind, found it. Avoid another wait within? Yeah. Well, they've got such a bigger company now, right? Like, I don't know how big DE is now these days, like headcount wise, but it's not a small company anymore. What frame am I using? This is Nova. Oh, you had to go to college to make the payment. Ah, I see, I see. Well, I am sorry for the loss of your money, but I am so happy to hear that you're in school. Ooh, Caliban Prime Systems! See, this is why I hang out. This is why I hang out with Streamer Man. It's right here. This is the reason. Money. Get your money. Get your money. Nice, Scotty. What are you doing for that? Not the books, though. That's still highway robbery. Oh, yeah, no. When I was in university, I only bought textbooks that were 100% necessary. Because I just didn't spend money on textbooks. Like, I refused. But the way that I got around that was just paying attention in class. It would be supporting a CFO of a company. That's so cool. I hope that it goes well for you, Scotty. Hell yeah. Gotta celebrate the community. How did you get up there? Huh. We wish you the best of luck. You got this, Scotty. Drink my water, Rainy? All right. Ah, yes. September 19th is coming, after all. Now, does anyone know what the hell I'm talking about when I say September 19th? That's the real question. You come with good news. I love good news. Free Catalyst Glaive, Potato Glyph, and Smoke Color Palette, and 3 days Affinity Booster. Ooh, BSD Warframe. Perfect. Thank you so much, Char, for letting us know. Your mom's birthday? No. The 19th, well, I mean, maybe it's also your mom's birthday, but the 19th is International Talk Like a Pirate Day. But happy early birthday to your mom as well. Word to your mom. Word to your saxophone. Only real ones know that one. Know that meme. You know, since I'm playing a Nova, maybe I should use my Nova ability that makes Nova so good. Maybe. The Vidari hits like a truck? Yeah, it's great. You were there when it was yelled? I was also there when it was yelled. That was truly a magical stream of nightmares. Oh, it's quite windy out today. Yo, Caboose! Nothing there. Nothing there. How's stream going? Stream's going great, dude. How are you? What you up to? Chara, do you mind typing that code again, just on its own in chat? Just so I can, like, throw it up in our Discord group, if you wouldn't mind. Whee! Let's grab the chroma. BSD Warframe. Thank you. All right, peeps, brand extract. Let's get out of here. Is Urelli good? Fantastic. I love Urelli. Type exclamation point Urelli to see my 3 different weapon platform Urelli builds and a short on a caster Urelli build. We have enough Forma, or is there never enough? I mean, there's never enough Forma. Never enough. New weapons always come out. Things change in the game, so you want to change up your build. I mean, in the month of August, with the double affinity weekends, I went through close to 175 Forma. Just in the month of August. With those double affinity weekends. But I was literally burning Forma. Like, I was just like, what's a weapon I haven't done a build on before? Done! You've been playing for 11 plus years and still run out of Forma? Exactly. Builds change, new primes come out, There's always new things for you to put Forma on, right? Now, like that said, you don't need to use Forma as prolifically as I do. But, you know, makes your builds better, makes your weapons easier. At some point, everything has to be omniformed. Okay, well, I don't know about that. You did use 100 on a Stug? Yeah, you're a psychopath. Decent setup. What would I change? It's magnetic at the moment. Okay, Heavily Gamer. What do we got? Okay, so this doesn't look bad. Swap this out for a 60-60 heat. Actually, you know what? This is a pretty good spot to be using this. Because it does have multiplicative gun co, which means that this gives you multiplicative damage. So this giving you base damage is not a bad choice. Although, I would probably... So, 2 things on here that I would recommend. Fire rate and base damage. Right? I like having really high fire rate on this weapon to really be able to pump out a lot of status effects. Now Blaze is not a bad option here because again, this galvanized multi-gun co is really, really solid. I would actually swap out Shotgun Vendetta for Merciless on here. I know, sounds weird, but hear me out. Because it gives you regular damage, right? The Merciless gets so much more value on a Savvy build. Or on a multi-gun co Savvy build. You could also swap out this heat for... What is it? The shotgun mod. That's the base damage mod. What is it? Prime Point Blank. Instead of that heat mod, because this just gives you so much more damage on that weapon. Is it necessary? No. Will it be fun in doing a lot of damage there? Absolutely. But you could refine it a little bit more from these two here. Swap 100 munitions for point blank? Yeah, swapping 100 munitions for point blank. I also like running high fire rate on this weapon, but that's a personal preference thing. You could also swap out Shotgun Vendetta for Primary Merciless. But having 180% multi-shot is really nice as well. So at the very least, though, I would swap this out for Prime Point Blank. Otherwise, the rest of the build looks fine. You can swap this out for 60-60 heat. You could swap it out for... you could switch your Progenitor element to heat and then swap this out for Magnetic Rush, giving you some more fire rate and that magnetic that you already have on here. Giving you sort of a little bit more damage in that direction as well. So you do have some options here for some improvements. Because then that minus 20% fire, or the plus 20% fire rate from Magnetic Rush will, of course, or not Magnetic Rush, what is it? Magnetic something. Will counteract the minus 20% fire rate on here, right? So at least then you're at baseline fire rate. Otherwise, the rest of the build looks great. You know, there's a few little things that you can swap around. You can use an Elemental Vice to swap out your element, your Progenitor element. And if you need some more information on what Elemental Vice is, there's a short for you. But otherwise, that looks good. Let's see your cool vote. Ooh. I like that orange. I would, in fact, I don't know what oranges you used on here. I would maybe even use a brighter orange than this one. Make it really pop out. This kind of looks like a little bit muted, but it looks fantastic. This is a very, very nice cool vote. Well done. Cheese. Your Artax. What's the Artax again? This is the machine gun. This is the cold machine gun. Status duration, hush, shivering contagion. Okay, so you're using this for the shivering contagion shenanigans? Yeah. Prime shred for more fire rate, speed trigger. If you're not caring about your actual damage, vial acceleration on here would be better. 90% fire rate. Minus 15% damage, but you don't care about your damage if you're using this specifically as a cold primer. And then reload speed, just make it reload faster so that it keeps firing faster. Fires more. Your Tigress Prime. Not a big fan of these two on here, personally. Or this. This is a Exila slot, so you can slot it here. You don't need ammo maximum. This thing's already got a pretty high ammo maximum. So, and the other thing that a lot of people don't know about is that you can swap, once you have this slot unlocked, your Exila slot, you can swap this into your normal slots once you have it unlocked. So you could slot this over here for another dash if you feel like it. But you don't need... I would say, like, these 5 mods here are not super necessary. I would move acceleration here. Get some status chance, elemental, right? This is a shotgun, so having a 10% status chance is actually pretty high. Certainly some improvements there. That's not what I wanted. Get out of here. Man, I have been missing the ad breaks all day today. Holy crap. Sorry, everybody. I'm really, really not here. I'm very space-brained. The energy sniper mod is just a neat add-on because the energy... Yeah, no, exactly. It's not the best, but, you know, gives you a little bit of a hand there. Borrow new Roomba? Yes. Just waiting for the ad break to be finished off, and then we'll take a look at things here. How you doing, Mako? Can we get a shout out for Mako mods? Have we got any of us hanging around today? Thanks, Sophia. Okay. Cheese your Limbo Prime fashion. Ooh. I don't know if I like this yellow in it, though. I don't know if those shoulders match the rest of that outfit, Cheese. Lord Spam I am. Let's take a look at your hero. Ooh, pink. I like. Although I would maybe change this, because signed on are on a completely separate color channel, I would maybe change that, looks like it's the tertiary color on your signed on there. Maybe make that gold as well. Do double gold on there. Might look nice. Would this be better? Yes, this looks much better to me. That looks much better compared to your other hero. Your Strun. Status chance, critical chance, not bad. Certainly could roll better, but you rolled it 171 times. Ooh, my soul. My soul. Yeah, this looks good. Nothing really to say. Looks cool to me. You could obviously get the primed cold mod on here and the primed electric mod on here. That would be the only recommendation. The primes for both of these will really increase your damage output. And in its incarnate form, it has a insane amount of status chance. So you don't necessarily need the statuses here. Just sort of some food for thought. Kulivo. Chachi, welcome in. How you doing? Ooh, llama, I love this. This sort of sage green looks really good on Kulivo. I had this on. Actually, it was pretty close to this, but it was reversed. I did gray and then did green on this color here, but I like it. Imagine if a weapon like the Vidaria got an incarnate. Well, it's got an alt fire, so I don't think it's gonna ever have an incarnate, but it is a ton of fun. Okay, we got room for 2. We have an alchemy. Who wants to join me? Got room for 2. Was there anyone on deck? Tempest was on deck. Tempest, remember your in-game name? Shem. Non, you're on deck. TYMPEST-XZ. Get on in here. Scotty, you're on deck. Shem, I shot you an invite, I believe. Okay, squad, do you need any specific relics? Quick, we're running out of time. If you need any specific relics, quick. If I got them, I'll radiate them for you even. You're on cooldown, gonna grab some water, been singing while playing, heck yeah. Shem and Tempest, do either of you need anything specific here? Atlas Prime Neros? Definitely not. Definitely don't. Almost 100% certain. Oh, actually, I've got a single Atlas Prime Nero. So I will put that on first. Maybe we'll get lucky. Streamer luck has been applied? True. Alright, Sophia, you have a good lurk. We'll catch you. I'm coming home to you. Yeah, when I found out that this band was Canadian, I was really surprised. I don't know of any other sort of, Silithia, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. Thank you so much. Very generous of you. Yeah, I haven't really thought of Canada as ever having, like, very good blues bands, but I guess this would be, like, more bluegrass. Would this be, like, more bluegrass? Yo, Beg for Heels, how you been? How you doing? What you up to? Ah, sweet! It's right here. Remember, try to kill things close to the objective. Do the objective, win life, admiration of your peers, happiness of your family, acceptance of your parents. Yeah, you know what I mean, right? Oh, interesting. My bot just did something weird. Sorry, Tempest and Shem. If I have any of those relics, I will put them on for the next run there. My bot here seemed to be a little bit laggy with your side chat. Oh, Beg for Heels! I finally saw your message. I'm sorry, my life has been insane the last few weeks. It looks so cute! Can I show it on stream? It's so cute! Thanks for the streamer luck for the Nezha part. No worries, Llama. You take care. You have yourself a wonderful day, and thank you so much for the tier 1 sub earlier. That was very, very kind of you. How about you get off the point, nerd? This, according to the sound panel, was actually an inspiration for some music in Warframe, which I thought was pretty funny. Everyone got all their candies? Very good. Do you run Arcane Hotshot on my Nova? No. I play my Nova more caster oriented than weapon platform. So I went Molt Augmented instead. But if you want to play obviously more weapon platform, then yes, obviously you can swap out Molt Augmented for that. Nice and easy round one. Let's find some more goodies, shall we? Look, a piece of candy. Whee! Trying to find Chrome and Zephyr for a while now. Can't seem to get the parts you need. Uh-oh. Zoog. Bang, Zoog. You get my Nova build type, exclamation point Nova. You're Genshin out for the day? Maybe Warframe later? Heck yeah. Okay, Latron. I don't have any parts. And what was the other one you said? Carius. Oh, no. Okay, I'll have to figure out the spelling for Carius in a second here. Sorry. Oh, that was the car, A-K-A-R-I-U-S. Okay, that's why I messed up. Yeah, if you're looking for any of my specific builds, if I've made a short for it, you just gotta type exclamation point and then the name of the thing. So if I have content made for it, that's the easiest way to find out is just by doing that. That was the wrong one. I meant to pick up you. Thank you. Back to Hearthstone? Word. The Ember 23 test was annoying. You had to use Gauss. Was too lazy to use parkour speed mods. I forget what the 24 was. From the rain, rustic from the rain. Oh, the moving capture targets. Right. I remember that. To the banks. If we can try to kill things close to the objective, squad, that would be great. Yeah, Wukong makes that very, very easy. Sent your Lich to confrontation with level 1? Did you get lucky or did you cheese it? Lucky? Damn. Damn, I wish I had that kind of luck. How would you cheese a Lich? You don't stab them and you just keep going until you get max, until you know what your code is. It's not really cheesing it. I call it cheesing it, but it's not really cheesing it. You let them just sort of hang out on the ground until they get, until you figure out all of your murmurs. Right? You don't finish them off. There we go. And off we go. Since you heard Spaceman on one stream, you've been listening to more Electric Callboy? Yeah, I love Electric Callboy. There's one down there. Is this Steel Path? Yep. I basically only play on Steel Path these days. Unless, of course, we have people who's, you know, if we're helping out a newbie with something. Got lucky piggybacking other player nodes. What do you mean by that? You one tapping with the Strun? Yeah, between the Nova buff and we got Nova increasing your damage, we got Nourish, and the Strun just being a fantastic weapon. Oh, your Lich luck using other people to piggyback your nodes. Probably not. It's a good way to do it, though. I'm rusted from the rain. Acarius, IUS, aka RIUS, Prime Receiver. Bam, 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 bam. All right, get to the next objective. Let's go. Is there a Protonova? Yes, there is. Kaya. Prawn have an Incarnate? No, but it's definitely a weapon that I would love to get an Incarnate on. How do you get her, though? It's platinum. The proto frames are all platinum skins. Yeah, I don't remember how much it is. For some reason, 200 plat was the number rattling around in my brain. But also, I don't really pay attention to prices of stuff, I'm not gonna lie. If I like something, I just buy it. $275 for Kaya. There we go. There's your answer. Yeah, precisely that shoe. They are much more expensive to produce than other things because of the voice acting and so on and so forth. Use that credit card Prime? No, I mean, actually, yeah, I don't trade, so yeah, I am using credit card Prime. Whenever I get a discount code, I always throw money at the devs. Just a little bit, whenever I can. Alright, everybody, you know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kinda like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. Currently on trying to unlock Steel Path? Yeah, I mean, they made unlocking Steel Path easier than it was before. I think you just have to finish the new war now. Figure out the new way to do the unlock the steel path and unlock arbitrations are the exact unlock requirements now. Regenerate. You gotta do all the nodes? Yeah, you gotta do all the, right, it's all the nodes before the new war. That's what it is. Yeah, they made arbitrations unlock a lot earlier. I think that's actually a very good thing for the game. Because of how important those arbitrations mods are. It's really good that they did that. Why did you tell me to go this way? Oh, it's because it is down here. Okay, I'm not losing my mind. Yeah, arbitrations used to be the end game. Arbitrations came out before Steel Path came out. It was literally the end game back then. But yeah, nowadays it's much more to do with, is it fair to be salty about having to grind the whole game for Steel Path and Arby's? As in that, what do you mean, redacted? That's not the case anymore. Was Endurance Void Keys? Boo. Feels too soon for Steel Path mechanically, don't even have all the features unlocked yet. It's not that bad. Yeah, before the changes. Well, I mean, before those changes, depending on how long ago it was before those changes, right? I could see being a bit annoyed with that, but it's much better now. Oh, damn, continuation. Aren't you just so much fun? I mean, when Steel Path first came out, it made sense, right? Ow! How did I die, even? Void Rig's a dick. Yeah, I know that. I'm well aware, Cosmic. I just don't care because I'm doing not a murder mission. I'm doing an objective-based mission, so I just don't care about its existence being here. It's just here. Being annoying. Taking 10 damage. Taking the whole 3 damage! Hey, DE, I think damage attenuation's broke again. Nope, double shot, finger twitch. Sorry, that was me. 3 damage on red crits is crazy. I know, right? Where'd you go? A whole 1 damage. Yeah, I don't think it's the shooting off the arms is the problem here. Something tells me that there's something else going on here. Attenuation gets worse with frequency it hits. That's actually incorrect. You do actually want to be using a high multi-shot, high crit-based weapon for damage attenuation. It's actually the best way to deal with damage attenuation. Yes, it gets worse, but also on necromechs like this, they usually take thousands of damage, not a singular damage, which includes that there is something wrong here more than anything else. Because my Sicarus, which one-shots these things, is dealing 85 damage. It usually one-shots these. There is something else wrong here. Alright, right next rack, peeps. GG! You think this is an alchemy-specific issue? It's either an alchemy-specific issue or it's a necromech-specific issue. But there is something going wrong with damage attenuation, at least right there. Because typically the answer for damage attenuation is high multi-shot and high multi-shot, high crit chance-based weapons. What would be a good tip you give new player in Warframe? Warframe is a marathon, not a sprint. Take your time. Take your time. Enjoy the process. The process of learning how to play Warframe is a huge part of the enjoyment of Warframe. Hey, Web, how you been? Yeah, your person did nothing? Yeah. It was specifically that Necromech was doing something weird. And in earlier alchemy missions, there was no problem like that. So it seemed to be a specific weird interaction potentially with either alchemy or potentially with them getting corrupted. Yeah, it got corrupted, so it might have something to do with that. You haven't gotten Bite, and you did both the caches and the Kubro farms. Well, it is very, very rare. It is a rare one. Yeah, no, Bite is a very rare mod. There's a reason why it goes for like 70 platinum. Unleveled. Xenos transmute stream when? Bite. 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 I mean, to be fair, I got like 7 bites when I did this last time. Bite. 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 Hey, we got a new mod. Bite. 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 No. I mean, we got one new mod already, so I'll take it. Bite. No. Bite. Nope. Bite. Nope. Bite. Nope. Okay. Okay, Esilius, Caliban Prime. Ooh, I like that. That looks nice. I like. Tempest, a whole bunch of... Okay, Tempest, you have sent too many things. Yeah, you've sent too many things. I will look at your ribbons. Sash chance critical damage minus magazine capacity. I mean, I'm not a fan of that minus magazine capacity, but not bad. The rest of that ribbon's great. Sash chance damage multi-shot, very good. This is a very, very nice. Multi-shot damage, very nice. Yeah, this is great. That's a nice roll too. Dual Torxica, damage fire rate, I'd keep rolling that. Personally. Narmer Caliban. Ooh, I like that. I like that. Is there a way to make it where Nova can be an AFK frame? Nope. Nova's not really an AFK frame. Blast Corrosive. Merciless. Yeah, looks cool. That'll work. Okay, away with you. You sent too many things. Away with you. Kuvagome. As a reminder, we try not to do tradey stuff in my chats. Pokemon fan, you know that rule very well. You've been called out numerous times about that. If you'd like to do trading stuff, please take it to the Discord. No, you wouldn't know that rule. Pokemon does. That's why I called out Pokemon and not you. Multi-shot slash cold. I mean, it's not a bad ribbon. You could roll something better here. Absolutely. Fire rate, multi-shot, status chance, crit damage, crit chance are all fantastic stats on this weapon because it's very much a crit status hybrid. Yeah, I mean, the plus slash doesn't really matter. You could certainly roll something better, but it's certainly not bad. And it does allow you to use primary frostbite, which is quite nice. Otherwise, the rest of the build looks great. Nothing to say. I like running higher fire rate, though, personally. But it does look good. Oh, I just closed all your chats. If you wanted me to take a look at something and I've accidentally closed it, send it again. So the... Oh, okay. So you're not running the Neutron Star Augment. Interesting. Interesting. Umbral Intensify. Archon Stretch, because then you get free energy from it. But you also got Energize in her passive. Should be enough energy for you. Realistically speaking. You could also throw on a Rolling Guard here. You got 90% damage reduction here. Rolling Guard would go really well on here. And once you get Narrow-Minded maxed out, then you could swap out Continuity for it, or Constitution for it. That's probably what I would do. Rolling Guard just for a little bit of extra survivability would be nice. Otherwise, looks good. Good place to farm Endo. You're always out. I recommend the open world bounties. Specifically, not open worlds bounties, sorry, the end game bounties. So you'd be looking at, the Zariman, Sanctum Monica, Hovania tile sets. Arbitrations are great for it. Railjack is actually really good for it too. Are all good endo farms. And then you also, on top of that, will get like arcanes. You can farm for warframes if you don't have like the specific warframes on each of them. So you can make yourself, you know, double up on farms with that as well. Like Gyre, Cyto 9, Temple, if you get a stage defense, bounty, and then you can also get arcanes by doing that too, which you can sell as well. Okay, guys, you're gonna get timed out. Y'all, I told y'all, I don't want trade chats in my Twitch chat. We're gonna start pulling out the knives soon. Codepathsis? This thing's hilarious. Oh, you went for the bounce build? Very nice. Yeah, I like the bounce build better on here. Hey, Kuro, how you doing? Yeah, this looks great. Nothing to say. That weapon's fantastic. Ooh, nice Corvex. I like that. That looks great. Very nice. Nyx Prime? I don't know if I like that ephemera on this Nyx. But also, maybe it's the base Nyx Prime helmet. I'm not really a big fan of the base Nyx Prime helmet. I don't know what the difference is between these two fashions. I don't know if there's any differences there. Oh, we already saw that one too. Oh, you double sent it because I asked you to resend it. That's right. Duh. Duh, Zenos. Dumb Zenos is dumb. No, Skittles, don't worry. That was just me being stupid. I recognize that that was me being dumb. More energy pads. More. How am I actually doing? I've been dealing with a ton of anxiety lately this past week. So I'm not doing the best, but I'm surviving. Okay, let's grab my Comey. Okay, who was on deck for joining PHAO? Nope, not that one. Toxic Snotta. Mechanormal. Scotty was on deck. We had one other person on deck. It was Non. Yeah, Non, what's your in-game name? And then Erzman, you can be our fourth. I'm trying to play Warframe with an arm cast. Oof. What'd you do to your arms, Sonic? It's the same word. Oh, you're on my friends list. Easy. Been fighting some of that yourself? Hope things calm down. Yeah, I'll be fine. The Cloud Signa, that's an ephemera, not a Signa. And I'm not gonna lie, I just can't remember. I just can't remember where it comes from. Alrighty, you know what? Let's do another giveaway. Type !join if you want in for the giveaway. We are giving away a Sevagoth Prime set. Why not? We had another one. Type !join if you want in for the giveaway. Everybody, anybody is welcome to join. We'd let, you know, even on your first message, you can win. We've had like 80 or 90 people win on their first messages. So if you've just been lurking, feel free to join. Type !join to get in the Twitch chat. Oh, and if you're in my squad, if the dog starts yelling at you about an evil book, please don't touch the evil book. I get light-sensitive migraines, so, and they do flashbang effects. So if you would refrain from, doing the book boss, that would be very kind of you. Also, we do have to run a quick ad break here, everyone. You know the deal. We got to run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, kind of like me, and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. This is not a great room. Let's see if we can find something better here. Get them away, nerds. Oh, nothing over here. Be live Sunday? No, I usually take Sundays off for myself. I stream Tuesday through Saturdays. Oh, this is just back at the entrance room. All right. Your arm cast is a little bit annoying. You know what? That makes sense. Yeah, that tracks. Yeah, Tuesdays through Saturdays, 1 p.m. till about 7 p.m. usually. Type ! join if you want in for the giveaway. We are giving away a Sevagoth Prime set. Everybody and anybody's welcome to join. It is, however, only on our Twitch chat. So if you're watching somewhere else, just click the link in the description and pop on over to Twitch if you want in for the giveaway. Don't touch that book. Listen to the dog. Don't touch the book. Please and thank you. Why do you have 3 mag primes? Great question. Is there a better room over here? Oh yeah, this is a much better room. Much better. You're a noob and use Volt, but you're trying to get Gauss? Ooh, Gauss is very good. Volt is incredible, though. Even into the late game, Volt is in stellar Warframe. He's great at all levels in the game. Highly, highly, highly recommended. Volt to the top 3 frame, if not the best. Honestly, you're not wrong. Volt is absolutely incredible. Caliban's the best? I don't know if Caliban's the best, but he's fantastic. Is a defense addict, so he uses Rhino? Oh, Rhino's great, yeah. The most important thing is to always just play what you want to play, right? Don't listen to anything about meta. Don't listen to anything other than, like, your own enjoyment, right? You know what? This one has to be canceled. Getting headshots on these people are relatively annoying. The Stug is the meta, true and real. Mag's up there? I mean, honestly, like, I mean it when I say it, you know? Everything in the game is, everything in the game works if you're crazy enough or stupid enough to make it work, right? Play the game you want to play. And, who was that? Sonic Kuro! Sonic Kuro, you have won a Sevagoth Prime set. I will send you an invite after we're done here. Just please say what your in-game name is in the Twitch chat. Can you join my Discord? In which channel? Ask for help, the general one? The Warframe general one. If you're looking for help, lad. Any of the Coda weapons are worth it. I don't know what's in rotation for the Coda weapons right now, stats-wise. Typically speaking, the biggest thing that I would say is grab whatever has the highest percentage. Unless, of course, you're looking to grab a specific weapon for a various reason. But just grab whatever has the highest percentage is my general recommendation. Because you can change the element on a weapon using an elemental vice. And if you type !vice, you'll see, look at that. This is why you play with Streamer Man. Focus, fun. Able to join missions with me on Tuesday? If you're around, absolutely. Yeah, I saw it, cool guy. Thank you, though, for double checking. Appreciate you. Hey, Hollows Eve, how you doing today? Because you can change the, like, element, your progenitor element matters so much less these days, because once you feed 5 Forma into it and you have the Hex unlocked, you can just change the element of a progenitor weapon, aka like an adversary weapon, aka Kuva Coda Tenant, at will. Yo, Book Queen, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Foster, you're not wrong. You live in Australia? Heck yeah. We got a few Aussies. And a few New Zealanders. Need a gunblade stance? Yeah, they can be a little bit frustrating to get sometimes. There we go. I love when the Volt sprint speed buff is on you and it just messes up your running animations. With the headshots. Yeah, we've already had this. This is a little bit frustrating to get here. So if you're streaming, it'd be Wednesday for you? Yeah, no worries. Yeah, we gotta reset this one. Goodbye. Gotta finish your Comey build at some point. Honestly, I love Comey. She's so much fun. What time do I stream? 1 p.m. until 7 p.m. Eastern time. The augment really made Comey much more enjoyable for me. Not that she was bad before the augment, but with the augment, she's just so much more fun. Yeah, I also do Mecha Komi. She's so good. Do I stream Saturdays? Yes, my time. Tuesdays through Saturdays. Yeah, being able to reduce the cooldown of her third ability or second ability is really a game changer for her. Do we have hallway heroes? What's going on here? Why do they make Grendel so hard to get? If you take a look at sort of the general farm time for a frame, because it's a guaranteed, because it's a guaranteed drop inside of the mission, it's actually about the same amount of farm time for Grendel Prime, for Grendel Regular as it is any other Warframe. Although there is one trick to Grendel's farm, which is got a skill issue? No, it's a little bit annoying to do. You're not wrong, Cereal Box. It is a little bit annoying to do that farm, but the trick to it is to run a frame that has an augment and powerful augments. Because the modifier for those missions is you're not allowed to bring any mods on your weapons or frame, but that doesn't include augments for some reason. So if your weapon has an augment or your frame has augments that are quite powerful, it makes life a lot easier. Vobin's great for those missions. Wisp is great for those missions. Harrow, Hildren are both fantastic for doing that mission as well. All three of them. Get out of here. All of Frost augments? Yeah, absolutely. All of Frost augments are very good. Hilton's great for the Grendel mission. Yeah, that's one I did. Clearcaster as well. Exactly, you don't use any energy. Hop on Warframe. You've had a Vobin Brainworm. A lot of people are having the Vobin Brainworm lately. Use Caliban more before his augment? I like him both ways, either with the augment or without the augment. I think that he's a fantastic frame. Where'd you go? Night Savante, take care. Thanks for hanging out today. Yes, the mecha set. Yes. Melee time. Would like to do short on, but don't know how to play yet. What would it be? I don't know enough about Zephyr to confidently make a short on Zephyr. She's definitely probably at the top of the list of frames that I need to spend more time on working on and learning. Because she's incredible. She's hands down one of the strongest frames in the game. Like, without a shadow of a doubt, she's incredible. But just, I don't know enough about her playstyle, I don't know about her abilities, and it's just a frame that I keep sort of meaning to work on, but I don't really do much. Do I prefer Gauss or Volt? I prefer Volt over Gauss. If I were to choose just between those two, it would be Volt. Not that Gauss is bad, just I don't really vibe with Gauss very much. My favorite sleeper frame? Chroma. Everyone sleeps on Chroma. Everyone's like, Chroma needs a rework. And I'm just kind of sitting here going, hee hee, funny dragon, give 1200% damage. Still need to farm base Gauss? Yeah, the Gauss is really good. The self-damage chroma days, those were certainly some days, yep. That was certainly a thing back in the day. Yeah, Gauss is just a frame that I don't really vibe with. So, like, I'll admit, it's I have a negative bias against Gauss. But it's not because he's bad, he's very good. It's just, you know, there's certain frames that you vibe with as a player and that you enjoy. And Gauss just happens to not be one of those for me, unfortunately. Sickening Pulse with Comey is actually a fantastic element option. I always forget about how much fun this thing is. Oh, Atlas is great fun. Hello. Goodbye. Took Atlas level cap? Were you doing the landslide invincibility shenanigans? Now that they've made landslide actually properly invincible? Yep, yeah. Now the landslide's actually properly invincible these days. Piece of cake, Sickening Pulse instead of third skill, triple Umbra, even though the skill is almost unkillable, even at high levels. Yeah, her, Comey's third ability, which is also her helmet ability, is actually, low-key one of the best survivability helmets in the game. It does really, really incredible damage. Or, very, very incredible survivability. Not damage, clearly. It's a survivability skill. But it's wild as heck. See, the way that I play Clearcaster is much more no religion stuff, please and thank you, legend. Comey has probably the highest HP shield, armor shield. Oh, I don't know if that's accurate. But also, I haven't really looked into it, so I could be wrong. Relying on steadfast as a way to maintain energy enough? I just use Nourish. Nourish and the augments. The augments make it so that you don't care at all about energy after you get all of your armor stack, your rumble stacks, right? So Nourish just kind of solves that. You put influence and electric, you go Archon stretch, done. Oh look, there's a hallway arrow. But there are so many ways to get energy now these days that you can kind of solve energy problems pretty easily. On Atlas, I just use Nourish because he's already wanting to do influence shenanigans. So why wouldn't I just increase my damage even further? 44 health. Yeah, so I know a few frames that have higher health and armor than that, but she does have very, very fantastic base stats. I'm actually kind of interested in what they're going to do for her prime when she eventually gets primed. What are they going to change? Oh yeah, she's incredibly tanky. The problem is that health survivability is not really the greatest way to survive. How you turn on Incarnate mode? Using your alternate fire. Once you get it fully, once you have some weak point hits. Alt fire on mouse and keyboard is middle mouse button base. Yeah, Valkyrie Prime with like 1,000 base armor and like 700 health or something insane. Using the hate, yeah, so your alt fire button, which on mouse and keyboard is your middle mouse button. We'll activate it. On controller, does anyone know what the controller button is for activating, for alt fire / activating Incarnans? Since I don't play on controller, I have no idea. Right stick click in, I assume? There you go. If you're ever wondering about any of that, the wiki is always a great source of information about that type of stuff. All right, peeps, we're heading out at 20 minutes here. But it's just doing heavy attack. You need to have it fully charged. So you need to have, I think with the hate, you need to have a 6x combo multiplier in order to activate that. So on ranged weapons, you have to get weak point hits, and it fills up that bar underneath. As you can see, I'm filling it up by getting weak point hits. Then you press alt fire, it turns it on, and then drains it. For melees, you have to attack. It'll charge the bar in your bottom right-hand side of your screen. And then when it's active, you'll see a little blue, under the crosshairs, you'll see that little blue bar there, signifying that it's ready to go. And then you just heavy attack in order to activate it, being your right click. Right stick press. All right, GG squad. What does puncture do on your frame? Puncture increases your critical chance against the enemy affected by it. Yo, Neko, how you been? It's been a while. And decreases enemy. Does it do both? I always forget. Reduces its status effect, reduces enemy damage output, and increases critical chance received. There you go. Okay, Sonic Kuro. Sonic Kuro. Rude douche. Let's get you your candy, Sonic. The player is affected by puncture. It's the exact same status effect that it would happen to you. You deal less damage. and you take higher likelihood of taking critical hits. To my knowledge, that's the case. When a status effect affects you, it does the exact same thing as it would to an enemy. You're happy for your first win? I'm happy that you won something. I'm happy that anybody wins something. Still stuck in WoW? You know what? As long as you're having fun. That's the important thing. All right, type exclamation point join if you want in for a giveaway. Let's go with some Forma. Type exclamation point join in the Twitch chat. Everyone and anybody is welcome to join. Just gotta type exclamation point join in the Twitch chat. If you're watching somewhere else, click the link in the description. You can win on your first message. But we are gonna run a quick ad break while you're typing join to get in for the giveaway. As I said, we're gonna give away a phone bundle. But we gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kinda like me, and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a bit. Thank you, Sonic, for hanging out. I appreciate you. Type exclamation point join if you want in for the giveaway. We're giving away a Forma bundle. Everybody and anybody is, of course, welcome to join our giveaways. Okay, Scotty, what do you got? Ooh, Scotty, I like that a lot, actually. That looks really cool. That's a good color combination. What about your other bolt? It's the same bolt. Get out of here. Sticky Joe. Hellstrom. Multi-shot status chance minus critical damage. Dang. Dang. It's when I close everything? Yeah, I know, Scotty. Don't worry. Kubro didn't stop spawning Kubros after a while. To my knowledge, they just have a set number of Kubros that they can spawn. Toxin, multi-shot fire rate. I hate you, Prefect. Get out of here. Q Hill Death. Ooh, cool Nezha. Although I usually would probably go brighter colors on here. Like maybe brighten up this greeny gray. You make streamer jealous? That's like your whole entire job. Ooh, that also looks cool. Again, though, I think, but then again, I like having high contrast colors. I like having bright colors, so it's a personal preference thing. I'll fully admit it. But I think like brightening up this gray a little bit would be nice. Give it a try. If you don't like it, you don't like it. If you think I'm an idiot, you think I'm an idiot. That's perfectly fair. Beauty's always in the eye of the beholder. Ooh, this looks real nice. I like that. Very nice. Pro Fungus Duck. Been a while. Let's see what you got. Cataclysmic Gate, higher range, because of course this now scales off of range, and you went Pillar? That's hilarious. You need Universal Fallout. I don't care which of these you replace, you need to put on Universal Fallout. Between the radiation from this and this, you don't even need to care about survival, like orbs or anything. Definitely get Universal Fallout. Trying for Fallout? Fair, fair. Yeah, it's like even at, you know, if you're target farming it, it's a ball ache to farm Universal Fallout. But even if you got like 1 or 2 of them, you'll have a great time. It'll make your life a lot easier. I was right, they have a set spawn amount? I thought that they did. Redacted, congratulations! Redacted, just say something in Twitch chat to claim your prize, please and thank you. Redacted, you need to say something in Twitch chat to claim your prize. There you go. There you go. Enjoy. No, I don't have a Revenant build. Just throw on as much strength and duration as you can. Done. You're back? Welcome back, Cheese. I took a look at your stuff. I liked it. Okay, get out of here, Pro Fungus Duck. Dawn? Some fashions? Sure. What you got? Ooh. I love that. That looks fantastic. Very, very beautiful. Blue and gold, or sort of a little bit off gold here. You got a little bit more of a rose gold appearance there, but it looks really nice. What about your citrine? Ooh, very nice. I love that sort of slate gray you went with. Really offsets that orange quite nicely. Especially on that skin, looks fantastic. Ooh. That's a really, really well done job with this. You actually changed the art text since you sent it in. If you want to send it back, I'll take another look at it when I get a chance. Very nice Titania. What about your Gauss? Ooh, okay, that's nice too. I like that as well. The bright green really highlights everything and makes the whole entire frame pop out nicely. Although I don't know if I like that Signa on this skin personally, but it does look good. Caliban Prime, Amalgam Caliban. Yeah, you know, a lot of people are using this Syandana on a lot of frames. And I don't think it looks great on a lot of frames. But maybe it's just my visual settings here. But it does look nice. Who sent me a friend request? I accept your friendship, I suppose. I suppose. Cosmic Garuda Prime. Check out the VOD because you completely forgot what you said about your Calibro build. Oh, yeah, you'll have to check the VOD. Sorry, Cardi. It's both on here as well as YouTube. Whichever one you prefer watching VODs on. Ooh, Cosmic, I love that. That blue cutting through that gray and black actually looks really nice. Although this gray looks like it has got some green tones in it, and I don't know if I personally like that. But personal preference, right? It's 6 of one, half dozen another. As long as you like it, who cares? It looks really, really good, though. King Crumpling. You know, I don't know if you sent this Gara before, but I feel like I've seen this Gara before. But I do like that. That's a good signed on choice. Looks nice. Kovacs. Just send over the new made for SAS Overload? Sure. We did see this Corvex earlier. Yes, BZU double sent. Yes, we saw that earlier. Can you make this better, your Siam? Okay, you're going heavy attack build on your Siam. If you're going a heavy attack build and you want to focus specifically only on heavy attacks, you should look at getting galvanized reflex. Will increase your base comp or your initial combo counter significantly based on number of kills you get. Which, if you're going to do that, then you probably want to swap out Magnetic Rush or Molten Impact here. But, or you could actually swap out a more Amalgam Organ Shatter since you're getting critical damage from here. So if you're wanting to focus on like the heavy attack stuff, then you may want to swap in Galvanized Steel. But if you're just kind of like extra heavy attack for when it activates, yeah, exactly. It looks like a mixed build. That's exactly what I was about to say. Then maybe swap out Dreamer's Wrath for Discipline's Merit so that you get the guaranteed Tennokai heavy attacks every 4 attacks, which could actually be a little bit better on here. Just means that you can do that a little bit more. And then still Reflex for it is quite nice too, so that you're not draining all your heavy attack. But this does give you heavy attack wind-up speed, which can be quite nice, so then maybe that means that you want to swap out something here. But otherwise, I think this looks great. Yeah, no judgments. The Vidaria Prime? The heck? Look at the magazine. Yeah, I was about to say, what the heck? What skin is this? What is that? Siege, Electron Wraith. Puncture, punch through, critical chance, minus magazine capacity. Okay, so for the Electron, because of the Incarnate, that's actually not bad. However, the magazine capacity is a little bit rough. Losing that much magazine for getting the headshots for building up the Incarnate could be a little bit annoying. What's his reload speed? It's got a low reload speed too. Argon Scope, Galvanized Scope when you can. Use Energized Munitions? Oh, if you're using Energized Munitions, who cares? Yeah, who cares? Not a problem then. Shred. Shred is what you're missing here then. The fire rate doesn't really matter for the base form, but it'll be nice for the Incarnate form. Galvanized Aptitude? Yeah, I was thinking that too. Probably have to replace Argon Scope for that, realistically speaking. Where are you getting the punch through? Oh, you're getting punched through here, so maybe you don't want Shred. Yeah, you could just put on Galvanized Aptitude here instead. Galvanized Scope, Galvanized Aptitude. Deadhead for base damage. Yeah, something like that. You can do something interesting with that. Does this work? Your Revenant? Yo, V, how you been? Okay, so Revenant is a really, really simple frame to build for. How much duration can you slap on versus how much strength can you slap on? Congratulations, that's how you play Revenant. Literally, that's it. You also don't need Energy Nexus here. You shouldn't need Energy Nexus here, is what I'm trying to say. Because all you're doing is casting this and casting this. The rest of your abilities you don't use, right? And so you don't need a lot of energy on Revenant. So I don't think that you need this, personally. But you do want to be going sort of duration and strength on Revenant. That's like the only 2 stats that matter. And you have Arcane Energize here too, right? So between that and Nourish's Energy Multiplier, you shouldn't need Energy Nexus here. But just duration, strength, done. That's the frame. Quite literally. Because you're getting, what? This says, this number's always incorrect, but it says 12 by 7.75. What that 7.75 means is, think of it as like Mesmer Skin having its own gating, right? You can't take damage. Like, you don't lose charges between that duration value. And that's why you want to be going as much strength and as much duration as you can. Right? Because the more strength you have, the more charges you have. The more duration you have, the longer those charges last. So if we say that these numbers are correct, that's 12 charges for every cast, if those numbers are correct, and they aren't. I know they aren't. But that's 12, we'll say 13 for rounding up, times 7.75. That's 100 seconds of invincibility you have. With one cast. At minimum. Assuming, obviously, you don't run into a nullifier, and assuming that there's not times in between you taking hits. Warframe Gotcha removed their gotcha system? Yeah, I heard about that. Oh, that's not what I care about. I care about this. So, oh, yeah, so going back to this, the only thing that I would make a major recommendation on, since you don't really care about your damage, is swapping out Speed Trigger for, Vial Acceleration. And the other thing is, I wouldn't be going into Blast here. If you're using this for Shivering Contagion AoE status shenanigans, the only status that you want to be applying is Cold. You don't care about Blast. It doesn't matter to you. Because this is doing so little damage with what you have here, it's not going to be doing anything. So I would replace Speed Trigger with Vial Acceleration, and I would remove Heat and replace it with a 60-60 Cold. If you don't have the 60-60 Cold, totally fair. I get it. But that's what I would do. The Latron build? Perfect. I'll take a look at it in a second. But yeah, if you're doing the Shivering Contagion build here, Cheese, 60-60 Cold, Vial Acceleration. Yeah, we saw that earlier. Cool guy, a Mirage, A+. Get out of here. Transient Eons. Oh, that's an interesting Gara. Not Gara. Zaku. You said you were sorry. You're not sorry. It always applies cold no matter what you do, so it's cold plus blast. That's fair, yeah. The blast will give you a little bit of CC on enemies because it does stagger enemies in the AoE. Crit chance, multi-shot, nice. Yeah, this makes sense. So whoever's Latron build we were looking at earlier, Prefect does level caps, so this is made for level caps. Keep that in mind. This is like a super endgame oriented build. But there you go. Obviously, you have a different Riven role than what they have. So, for instance, you may not need Shred because your Riven had 3.4 punch through. Galvstas mod on your shotgun. Then maybe instead go viral and use it to viral prime for you, Cheese. Because blast goes up to 10 stacks and then auto resets down to 0. So if you're doing it for the Galv side of things, you maybe want to have a status on there that will improve your life. Pogon, you gave me a Hesper. If you want, I can just give you a bite as back payment for that. I really don't mind. Or is this now you just need to do it for your own it's spite now? I understand. No, I 100% understand. I do things out of spite all the time. I get you. I get it. Sometimes you just gotta do it. You just gotta like say screw you world. I'm gonna do this. It's personal. I respect that. I respect that so much. Frick, I just love the Okina. Yo, Spyro, how you been? Bite slapped your mother? Holy crap. What the hell, DE? Sick and tired, but doing all right. Yeah, everyone seems like they're... Seems like everyone's kind of going through that right now, Spyro. Everyone's tired. Everyone's not feeling well. Okay, who wants to join me? Steel Path Survival against the Murmur. Who wants to join? I know what you're about to say. Me? Yeah, I know, V. V does get nepotism bonus. Rainy, you've already joined us, so we're gonna grab Scamcat and Tim's. Tim's, what's your in-game name these days? Odo Yesu. I'm definitely mispronounced that, but thanks for the follow. Appreciate you. New to this game and Twitch, but you love it. Awesome, welcome on in. I hope you enjoy. If you need any help, we've got people always here to give you a hand, or if you need advice, we're always here to help. And if anyone wants to, you are absolutely welcome to come join our Discord. Come on down. We got a very, very happy and welcoming community who are very happy to give a hand to new players, especially. Because we've all been that new 10-0 lost and confused, staring down the barrel of Vayhek. So if you need any help, we're always here to give you a hand. Hi, Max. What you doing, boy? Oh, give the scratches. Give the best boy the scratches. Oh, yes, the best boy. Look at my dog. Isn't he great? Isn't this the best dog? He's the best dog. Hi, buddy. Look at this boy. You smell like you were just in the litter box. Off you go, little man. Hey, how you doing? Give the boy a treat, redacted. All right, all right. He's the bestest boy. Alright, y'all know the deal. Don't do the book boss, please and thank you. Stick together, get candies, win life, etc., etc. Ooh, we got a good room too. Very nice. But I think we're all in here already, so don't matter. Where are all the enemies? Why am I not dealing any status effects? Oh, no, I am. There was just oddly low chance for some reason. Especially it's odd considering Comey makes random status effects get applied with a weapon that has her passives buff. Interesting. A Urelli you're experimenting with? I would love to see it. Where's the enemies? Give me your candies. Hi, Ping. Yeah, except I'm host, so that shouldn't do anything. I had a ping spike? That sounds like not the case? I'm too far away from myself? How dare. Alright, I gotta run a quick ad break. See you in a minute. Where's all the enemies? Get kills while in the air. Very odd that we're not seeing any... Are we just killing them so fast? Is that what's happening here? Or am I just in the wrong area? I might just be in the wrong area. Your game is completely frozen? Huh. Odd. 150 ping, but feels like more. Interesting. 10 meters, enemies in 10 meters. How about no? Oh yeah, the mecha. You love to see it. Be gone, nerd. Yeah, we can try that room. You gotta run? No worries, Headless. You take care. We'll catch you tomorrow if you're around. If not, we'll catch you next time. Yeah, see, this is what the comb usually does to a Necromech, is thousands of damage, not singular damage. And then it got corrupted. Rude. Yeah, see, that's how it should normally be. So that Necromech earlier was certainly acting up. Why can't you equip Violet Archon shards? You need to get another segment for your helmet, which you can get from Bird 3 on Demos. Sipe. There is another segment to upgrade your helmet system to allow you to do the combo color shards. Purple, orange, or green. It's pretty easy to get. It's just like it's like some rep. More. Uno mas. There we go. Finishers. Wow, I'm never gonna do anything with that. Yeah, I think you have to get rank 3 with the Cavia Sipe in order to unlock that segment for your helmet. I think it's rank 3. My brain wants to say that it's rank 3. Hey, Just Old Prime's here. What the heck? JP? Is it rank 2? Okay. So pretty dang easy to get your hands on then. There goes all of my heroes. You got a question. How do you get more tome mods for the Grimoire? That is the mirror defense on Demos. I would probably recommend, I'm not gonna lie, that mirror defense is a little bit frustrating to farm. I would probably recommend purchasing the bundle for Platinum from the market board. You will typically have a faster farm by going that route. Which sounds insane, but it's true, unfortunately. So my recommendation would be probably lean towards going that route. But it is the mirror defense on Sanctum Monica. All right, then fine. We'll do this route. Well, you know what? If you all want to hang out in this little tiny room over here, fine. I'll come over here and ruin your fun. I'll come live with you in this little hallway. Don't worry, Tims. I'll save you from all these enemies. Black Clover? Oh, man. Is Black Clover still going, manga-wise? I was reading it for a very long time, and then I don't know, it just kind of fell off. I wasn't really enjoying it all that much. Okay. Like, not the anime. I know the anime is still going. I'm talking about the manga. Ooh, free corrosive. Don't mind if I do. Whee! Oh, that's a reset. On this tile set, headshots ain't happening. Tuscalumber is so damn rare all of a sudden they can't get enough of you during Eidolon hunts. They do have a higher likelihood to spawn depending on the level of the mission. Like the Doma Thumper and regular Thumpers. So if you want to like have them spawn a little bit more regularly, I would probably swap to another one. Are Baro'S weapons OP? The Halokar Wraith is really actually better than a lot of people think it is. And the Vassalok is quite a good weapon. I wouldn't say it's OP, but they're certainly good. It's anime. Do Narmer bounty for the best chance of Thumper spawn? Yeah, that's what I've heard being the case. I usually just go the highest possible bounty level, which is usually an armor, but I go whatever the highest one there. Exceltra good for endgame? It's fine for the steel path. Anything above the steel path, it kind of falls off. So, like, ETA, EDA, Archon hunts, and so on and so forth, it starts to have problems, but it certainly is not that it can't do it. But it does kind of fall off in the higher level areas. And if you'd like an Exceltra build, you can type !Exceltra, and you'll see my Exceltra build. Thank you, V. Melt. Okay, there are 10 on the field. They're spread between this hall and the main room there. Just keep that in mind, squad. Pick up your 10. Enemies with cold, eh? Torment. Isn't there a fissure? It's not an Omni fissure, but isn't there a fissure on that tile? Or am I losing my mind? No? Armageddon doesn't have a fissure? What one's Armageddon again? Armageddon's the tower defense, right? Actually, I would love for that to get one. I love tower defense style missions. I would be super down for that getting an Omni fissure. But I'm always just looking for new Omni fissures, right? So I'll take anything I can get. He's so squishy? He's worse than Nova? The trick is you just gotta use different survivability mechanics, right? Vauban's actually an incredibly strong frame. You just have to use, like, shield gating, that type of stuff to make Vauban's, survivable. Yeah, we know your addiction to shield gating. Vauban's top 5 level cap frame? Yeah, Vauban's crazy. But then again, it's always personal preference, right? Vauban is incredibly strong. You got a regular Forma? Hey, but you saved some platinum, you got some Forma. Honestly, that's the way that I look at that, the Void Surplus box. Is just like, oh look! Oh look! Platinum saved! Yeah, there is something going on in Whispers again with frame rates. Interesting. Try him again. Your Queen Nova's, she's phenomenal. Yeah, it's just different playstyle though, right? Which if the playstyle's not vibing with you, that's totally fair. I get it. I'm with that. It happens to me all the time. If the playstyle is just not kind of my jam, I'm just like, yeah, I'm not gonna play it. So I get you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Hey, Salty, how you been? Oh! Ow! If Sophia heard that, I would be getting words of anger right now. Yeah, there is something weird happening here with frame rates. Been chilling? How's stream? Get anything good for farm? We're just kind of helping people farm some relics. And, getting duckies for Baro, since Baro's here. Oh, Scam Cat, it's stupid Nova portals. Look at all this endo. Wow, look at all this endo. Set a couple of builds? Yeah, I'll take a look. Once I'm done here, of course, you know, the usual. Take a look at people's builds and stuff in between missions. Whee! Whee! Endo! Delicious. V, you gotta wander around and grab 2 more reactant. This is a heads up. A really OP frame that has only 1 mod slot. You get 7,000% of it, but it's only 1 mod slot. That would be hilarious. $700% PSF. What it actually does, though, sadly, is it ticks over like Gandhi, and you actually deal, you get knocked down 700% more likely. In an odd twist of fate. Just get yeeted by everything? Exactly. Oh, yeah, that's why we play Mecha Komi, right there. That right there, that's the reason why we play Mecha Komi. Okay, everybody, we're heading out to Extract at 20, so get ready to head towards Extract in a minute or so. Or a few seconds. You need to work on your formas? Well, good thing that the new, not new, it's an old event, but the event is coming back. Yes, Mecha. Hear you out? Oh no, this usually ends poorly. Go on. Destiny aligns! Whee! Alright, everyone, I gotta run a quick ad break here. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kinda like me, if you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a hot second. Yeah, I guess we'll take the Labos. I only got one of those. Yo, Pigeon, how you been? I'm doing okay today. A little bit rough, but doing okay. What you been up to? Worst ways. Just a fuck boy. GG! Could not have chosen a worse week to run Plague Star? Yeah. It's always gonna be bad for someone, right? So glad Prime Flow's back. Yes, Fred. Doesn't Borderlands come out too? Yeah, Borderlands coming out like relatively soon. Hidegaro, what do we got? Cedo. Puncture, toxin, projectile speed. Keep rolling. Keep rolling this ribbon. This is not a great ribbon. The minus damage Grenier is a little bit rough. The best ability range mod? I mean, overextended gives you the most range, but it also means that you lose 60% power strength. So like, there's only 4 mods that give you range, right? Cunning Drift, Augur Reach, Stretch / Archon Stretch, and Overextended. So if you're looking for just pure numbers value, Overextended. Watching one of the most disgusting movies ever, couldn't even finish it? Ew. Ew, no thank you. Okay, I wouldn't use Accelerated Blast on here. If you're looking for fire rate, just put on a Blunderbuss. Puncture doesn't really matter all that much. Best one for Zaku? Oh, if you want to do Zaku, you throw all of them on. Yeah, every single one. Run as much range as you possibly can fit on your frame for Zaku. If you want to see my Zaku build, type !Zaku or pop over to the YouTube channel and grab it from there. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Accelerated Blast on here personally. You also probably don't need Prime Point Blank, right? You got Savvy and you got Deadhead. And you status Prime for yourself through its, through here. You're running an round one. If you want to be building around Grasp of Lock, you need to stack as much range as you possibly can. My Zaku build is an all-rounder build as well. Yeah, I would probably keep rolling this, and I would probably swap this out for something else. Plague Star question? I unfortunately will not be able to answer that question for you. I have no idea. I haven't done Plague Star in 4 years, and I do not remember how it functions properly. So I'll be figuring all that out another time. Next week when it's out. Super Killer. What we got? A Nova. Got a Limbo in your team today, and let's say you now understand why people don't like him. Was so bad they just left in the arena and went anywhere but where the Limbo was. Yeah, you gotta learn how to play with a Limbo. Limbo is one of those frames where you gotta learn how to play with a Limbo in your squad. Okay, so you're running... I wouldn't run Blessing on here. Right? You don't necessarily need health. Health is not going to be like your major, huge survivability function. Because you don't really have a way to get health back. Thank you very much, Angel. Appreciate you. Will I be doing Playstar with viewers? Yeah, as always. I like running Pillage on my Nova. Right? Status Cleanse, Shield Generation plays very well into Adaptation. So I would probably swap out this Blessing for Arcane Aegis or Arcane Energize. What you have here is actually really good, other than that. And if you're not running sort of some form of shield generation, which you don't have any shield generation on here, I would probably swap out Corrosive Projection for Brief Respite, so that when you cast Null Stars, you're at least gaining back shields, and when you cast Molecular Prime, you're gaining back a little bit of shields, so you can do like minor shield gating there, which will help you out a little bit more. So that's kind of the only thing I would give you a major recommendation on there. For your Vauban, Brief Respite, Catalyzing Shields, Archon Stretch, max out Energize when you can. So, Catalyzing Shields, make sure you have a guaranteed shield duration of 1.3 seconds, invulnerable period. You have lots of abilities you can spam, which will give you significant survivability. If you're needing some survivability, I would... Komi's Helminth is actually really good on Vauban. Omamori. And Photon Strike is the ability that you put it over. Been up to anything fun today? Just hanging. You know, the usual. But I would put Catalyzing Shields here and Brief Respite here. So then you can Shield Gate using either Tesla Nervos, your Mind Layer, or your Bastille/Vortex. And that should give you significant survivability. Vauban is very much a Shield Gate frame for survivability. We said that earlier, Pokemon. And isn't asking in your own question problematic there? If you were asking for permission? As saying that in its own self, if it wasn't allowed, wouldn't that in itself make that against the rules if it was against the rules? But yes, MH Blackie has done a video on how info for Plague Star. You don't have the helmet system? Okay, so if you don't have the helmet system, then what you should probably do is swap out Streamline for Catalyzing Shields, and swap out Corrosive Projection for Brief Respite. You got one Augur mod here. You can also run some Augurs on your secondary, which will help you out as well. No, I haven't done anything on how Plague Star works, V. I've just done a Plague Star's coming. Trumna build. Switch out Vigilante Armaments for Galvanized Shot. This thing gets Galvanized, Multi-Gun Co. So swap that out for Galvanized Shot. Or Galvanized Aptitude, or Galvanized Savvy, where the hell it is on here. You don't have Brief Respite or Catalyzing Shields? Congratulations, you have a shopping list then. But what you have here is actually pretty solid. This should do you really well. But I would probably swap that out for Galvanized Shot. If I remember right, both shots, both the AoE and the non-AoE get galvanized, but it's on direct hits, obviously, because that's how Galvanized Shot works. Or Galvanized Savvy, whatever the hell it is on here. I think the Trumna gets Multi-Gun Co. on both. It's only on direct hits from the alt fire, so my apologies. So the direct hits on the alt fire will get multiplicative gun co, greatly increasing your damage. Where's my mod stuff? Just a reminder, please no trashing creators, both against TOS as well as against my rules. If you don't like somebody, that's fine. You're allowed to not like somebody, but please don't bring that type of negativity here. What's Gunco? So Gunco is this. They call it Gunco because it's gun condition overload. You gotta go to bed, Fred? No worries, take care. You started with? I know, but then I read the rest of your message, and it wasn't nice. See, when you add the word but, what that does is remove everything before the beginning of that. That's what that but means in words, in sentences to me. So Galvanize, what this does is it gives you damage based off of the amount of status effects on enemies, Kaizen. So multiplicative Gunco means that this damage applies multiplicatively, right? So that's the idea of right? 3 plus 3 is 6, 3 times 3 is 9, right? Multiplicative is bigger than additive. This is normally additive, but on some weapons, it's multiplicative. So it's going from 6 to 9, increases your damage massively. Might have accidentally cooked up the most synergistic build you've done? Heck yeah. But what you have here, actually, Kaizen, is good. A+. Although I would probably swap this out for something else. I'm not a big fan of Vigilante Armaments. It's just not like, 60% fire, multi-shot. I'll probably swap that out. Nadaruk. Nothing to say. Looks good. Looks good. Spyro, what you got? Volt plus Wrathful Advance plus with Gunblade? Oh yeah. That's a classic combination. It's hilarious as heck. Loyal Marina, Null Stars. Wow, you're gonna be tanky as hell. Uber tanky. Hot take. Don't put it over this one. Put it over this one. The damage that you get from sea snares is like a really, really huge increase. Thank you, LJ. Than thine. It's better than thine. But I would have to a fee. Thank you, douche. Appreciate you. I love LJ. What a joke. You thought I'd put it over a blade? I mean, it's fine either way, but I would probably put it over the blade. Also, since you're running Neutron Star, you might want to think about getting Archon Vitality on here. Right? Doubling up the heat procs. Switch out maybe Augur Message for that. But I know that you're putting the Augur Message on to increase the duration to increase that, but you'll probably do more damage by doing the other route. Doubling up your heat versus like what? This is probably giving you like 3 or 4 stars. Multi-augmented precision. More power strength. Not a bad choice on you, Ellie. But yeah, I would definitely put this over here. Sea Snares is an incredible damage booster. Dual Toxicist. Could go Arcane Hotshot. True, true. That's alright. Leather, not a worry in the world. So instead of Corrosion Protection, put Brief Respite on her after putting Hildren ability on Nova, right? It's either or, Kaizen. Either or. Either replace Corrosive Protection with Brief Respite or Pillage is what I recommended. You don't need both. It's one or the other. Yeah, nice. This looks good. Gas Electric. Rad for the extra fire rate. Secondary Deadhead. Yeah, it looks fun. It'll do good status damage. I like building it crit status hybrid personally. If you want to see my dual toxicist, you can type exclamation point toxicist. Mesa. How do you get Brief Respite? Brief Respite's a bit annoying to farm. It's from the Silver Grove stuff. I have a dual toxicist build. Did you spell it wrong? I swear I have one. Oh, I have it. I've made it dual toxicist. My apologies. Not just regular toxicist. Kuro, let's see what you got here. No glaive? Nah, I don't really care for it. Why combining Zaz's Whisper with your Exalted Gun so the Void status actually triggers and Blast leads to an AoE effect larger than Blast status. All you know is Void status creates Meg Bubble on the target so as it's turned into more AoE. I think that one definitely falls under Spaghetti Code. Yo, Ro. Oh no, you're here. It's a Syndicate mod. Please say no. No, it's not a Syndicate mod. It's from doing the Silver Grove Specters. You're royalty now? It's true, you are. You've always been royal to me, Lou. Royal pain in the ass! Sorry, I couldn't resist. That was too easy. You know, Silbear, I don't have... You did walk into that one. I don't have an answer for you on that one. Why it would increase your damage. I want to say that it's probably to do with, like... It might have something to do with the hits coming from the edge of the bubble, thus increasing its range by like a little bit. But I'm guessing it's probably, you know, it's just someone found out it's that way. Yeah, welcome to crazy people in Warframe. We figure out insane situations sometimes. Hey, Gia, how you doing? Could you just put Roar on Chroma since you don't have Nourish? No, you can't put Roar on Chroma. Literally cannot. There are some helmet abilities that can't combine with each other, right? When they're in a specific class of damage increasing abilities. So Roar, Mirage's Eclipse, Vex Armor, from Chroma, Temple's third ability, whatever their third ability is, I can't remember off the top of my head, and Oraxia's fourth ability, you can't put Roar or Eclipse onto those frames without removing that ability. Right? So you can't have Roar and Vex Armor. You would have to put Roar over Vex Armor. Don't do that. Because Vex Armor will just give you more damage. It's plus 1200% damage. It's crazy. I don't know why people don't play more Chroma. Hey, no, Chroma needs a rework. Get out of here. Leave. Chroma actually could probably use a little bit of love. You have to collect rare plants. I hate to break it to you, Kaizen. That's exactly what it is. You have to go around collecting plants. What's a good replacement for the mecha mods? Something like that. And then just swap in Fortune there. Chroma's is a bit confusing to you? What are you confused about? I am here for you. I am here for you. What do you need? Is this one better or worse? Let's take a peek. Better, yes. I like Thrall Pact better than Mesmer Skin. Most people run Mesmer Skin though. But what you have here is great. Yeah, this is great. This is it. This is the build. Oh, you got Mesmer Skin and that. Never mind. I'm an idiot. You could swap out Thrall Pact for more duration, which will go well. But this is the standard build here. Yeah, standard Revenant. So you don't exactly know how Chroma works? Yeah, no worries. Okay, so his first ability is dead. It's kind of pointless. I won't lie. Chroma has 2 stellar abilities and 2 that just don't really matter. Vex Armor gives you a huge increase to your armor and damage output. Really, really huge, actually. This is one of the best weapon damage increasing abilities in the game, hands down. Like I said, on my Chroma build, it gives me 1200% more damage and 1500% more armor. I usually put it over the 4 actually, because Elemental Ward lets you use Spectral Scream through hold casting to swap the element that you're using on Elemental Ward, meaning that you can switch around whatever element that you feel like based on what you're doing in your mission. Most people run cold, so if you want a helmet over the first ability, then you can use your emissive color in here to change the element that it's on. Right? So I start on heat because of my emissive color. So Spectral Scream is a channel ability, shoots out fire, but if you hold tap cast, sorry, it'll change the element of it, which will also change the element of your Elemental Ward. Elemental Ward is a duration-based buff and will give you different buffs depending on what element you're using. Heat gives you more health and like a small AoE amount of damage. Electricity gives you more shields, and then anytime that you take shield damage, shoots electricity back in an AoE around you, which is actually quite a fun little combination. Toxin makes you holster your weapon faster and pull out your weapon faster. Gives you increased reload speed, but also does, when you switch weapons, it gives you some bonus damage on your weapons. And on cold, gives you armor, gives you damage reflection, so when you take damage, you deal damage back to the other people. Just holster damage? Doesn't it give you holster speed as well? I thought it gave you holster speed as well. Because I remember that not being in the tooltip, but it being on the wiki page. Maybe I'm losing my mind then. The cold armor will reflect any damage that you take back at the enemy with a damage multiplier, increasing its damage done, and also potentially apply a cold saz effect. There's also weird stuff that happens with the cold Vex armor, which is easily explained by a short that I have right here for you, artist. That there. Vex armor, when you take damage, you gain armor damage, and when you kill with a ranged weapon, you increase your weapon's damage, and when you kill with a melee weapon, you increase your armor. This is one of the best weapon buffing abilities in the game. It's wild. I'm not joking when I say that I get like 1200% damage from this. It says 900 there, but when you tab multi-augmented growing power, it goes up to 12. It gives you a bonkers amount more damage to your weapon. And his fourth ability is... it exists. So his fourth ability, Effigy, does... it's a channeled thing. It pops off his cloak off of his back. It shoots fire at people. But what people really use it for is the credit multiplier that you see there. It increases your credits from when you get there. You really thought that you'd get the wings? No, it pops off your back and just kind of wanders around, just kind of sits there and does stuff. So Chroma, people say that Chroma needs a rework because his passive is trash, his first ability is not that great, and Effigy is not that great. But these two abilities here on their own is so good. That really just makes, like, he's a 2-ability frame, but these 2 abilities are so incredibly strong that it does some wild ass things. This one has a different set of mods and has roar. Yeah, I mean, this is also fine. Yeah, both are fine. Again, I don't think you probably need to streamline here. If you like it for the extra efficiency, that's fine, but with this much of duration, this is lasting, this stat is probably incorrect, but 67 seconds, right? It's not that hard to get this back, get what, 86 energy? 117 energy if you don't run Streamline, right? So I would say that you don't need Streamline personally. You could go a little bit more strength. You could go Mesmer, you got Mesmer Shield. You go a little bit more strength. You could go a little bit more duration if you felt like it. Either way would go well. And then Energize and multi-augmented for more power strength, power drift, yeah. Both are very good there, Kuro. Sticky Joe. Kodahima. Crit damage, multi-shot, nice. I love this weapon. I don't play this weapon enough. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break, y'all. You know the deal. I gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. Hi, Techno. How you doing? Shred. Best mod in the game. How is the PoE grind? Unfortunately, my encoder kept crashing while playing PoE yesterday. So there seems to be something weird with AMD PoE and OBS that does some weird things, and it kept crashing my card. It was very weird. Yeah, so this is the Kaizen. This is the sort of end game level cap Vauban build right here. This is the, you know, I want to survive the world and I'm unstoppable build. This will make you, with good gameplay, this is like a skill gameplay, right? Because shield gating makes Vauban incredible. Vauban is one of the strongest frames in the game, but people just don't play him enough. Prime Sure Foot spotted. Invalid. True. Prefect, you're trash. Don, what do we got? We saw that Titania. Do we see this Gauss? We saw that Gauss. Okay, Degeth. Focus on ability only. Oh, and prime continuity is Archon. Okay. Okay, hot take. Why Tempest Barrage? Is it just that you get both corrosive and viral? Because you have 100% armor strip here. And you have viral from the weird size. So why Tempest Barrage is my only question. The rest of this build looks great. Rolling Guard, Spectral Spirit makes you invisible whenever you feel like it, invincible whenever you feel like it. Like the rest of this build is great. More AoE and more time? Okay, that's fair. Totally fair. If that's your logic and reasoning for it, totally fair. Again, it's always personal preference, right? If you have logic and reasoning for it, then it is valid. And like this will do perfectly well. Especially because it does damage, which then will activate Grave Spirit, right? Will activate Doom, my apologies, while Spectral Spirit is active. So as long as there's logic and reasoning behind what you're doing, A+. But it's more of, do you have a logic or reasoning? Multi-augmented, more efficiency, more duration. Honestly, you probably don't need more duration on here. Wouldn't it be better over the 4? Possibly. But they also said they want to be focusing on casting, which means that this is going to be doing a large portion of their damage. Cap operator experience? Probably just like Eidolons or defense. Probably just defense. Bring in Excalibur Umbra. Do a defense relic. It's probably the fastest, honestly. But yeah, if you're playing for caster, then it makes sense why you did that there. Yo, Dean Fry, how's it going? Thanks for the follow. AJ the Great. Ooh. It's a classic color scheme. Man, this Comey ephemera, not Comey, Citrine ephemera. Really, like, so many people have done such a good job with that. This thing's got legs for days. Also, the bursting you've been using. Shred. Switch out 100 munitions for Shred. Yes, the AoE doesn't get the punch through on here, but the A, extra fire rate, but B, the punch through on the main firing mode means that you can charge the Incarnate faster by hitting more people, right? Because most people have their heads in relative, and most enemies are relatively the same height line. So you land headshots on one, has a chance to land headshots on another, and more people getting hit. The more people getting hit, the more it'll charge, because it's based off of enemies hit by bullets. So multi-shot, punch through, both help. You don't got Shred yet? Fair enough. If you don't have Shred yet, then what you have here is fine. You could swap that out for the Truth mod for 80% more fire rate, though. Which is not even a helmet, not even a Forma, because you just move Malignant Force over here and then you put it here, right? But more fire rate, Vile Acceleration would do you really well here then. Or, I'm sorry, not Vile Acceleration, whatever the Truth mod is, the Burst in Truth mod. Will do really well there. Prime Shred better than Gilded Truth for the punch through? Yes, I think so at least. I understand that I'm probably biased, and I will admit that. But I personally prefer the punch through over Gilded Truth, but it's kind of either or. I value punch through much higher than other players do, but it's not for everybody. Didn't hear the advice? No worries. I did go over your stuff there, Hida. You can check the VOD if you want to. It was a little while ago. I apologize. Lab XMK, welcome in. Please check Nidus when I get to it. Tim's or boy. Memeing strike meta? No, I don't want that back. That was awful. That was a sad, disappointing time for all. Galvanize Savvy instead of this? Yeah, definitely Galvanize Savvy instead of this. Swap this out for Galvanize Savvy. Swap this out for 60-60. And... yeah, Merciless is fine. This thing has so much damage on it that, like, you don't even need Galvanize Savvy if you didn't feel like it. Which means that you could go 60-60 Heat, right? And then Chilling Grasp, or whatever the prime is. Any advice? Take it slow. Warframe is a marathon, not a sprint. Enjoy the process. Do not think that you're going to get to the end game today or tomorrow. Take it slow, enjoy the game, enjoy the story, and you will eventually get there. Why does Jade's glory kills count as ability kills, but Mace's regulators don't count as weapon kills? Great question. The other thing that I would say, Lab, is this is just a different skin of your orbiter. Actually, let me go to my orbiter so I can show you exactly where it is. Your orbiter is your little spaceship. This is just a reskin of your orbiter here. Right here, right? So this is, oh look, Twitch Prime equals a free sub. Right here, this is your navigation. Come over here. This. Do these. This is your tutorial, basically. These quests, as you go through them, will unlock new systems, will unlock new warframes, will unlock new levels, will unlock a whole bunch of stuff. So do this here. Also, as Lich said, Lab, there are things called weapon slots and warframe slots. You need more of those to increase the amount of things that you can own. So you get 2 weapon slots for 12 platinum, and you get 1 warframe slot for 20 platinum. When you start the game, you get 50 platinum for free. Most people would recommend buying 2 sets of weapon slots for a total of 4 weapon slots, and 1 warframe slot, so that you can start building your collection, trying out new things, without fearing that you have to sell something. So that you can keep going and trying new things and so on and so forth. These are one of the most important things for you to spend your platinum on as a new player. These 2 right here. Chicken nuggets, what we got? Oh, we saw this earlier. Coda Pox. You got a thrall stuck in the map? Well, don't do that. You need damage on here. Multi-shot, damage. That's what you need on here. Where are you getting this critical chance from? Pistol Gambit. Don't use Pistol Gambit. You're using Enerbait. So, Hornet Strike. You don't need Merciless Gunfight, right? You're going too hard here. So, swap this out for Hornet Strike. Galvanized. Whatever the multi-shot one is. Lethal Torrent. You don't need Stunning Speed either. This is your crit mod, right? Think of Secondary Enervate as your crit mod. This is a dead mod slot because you have Secondary Enervate. So swap that out for some damage. Multi-shot, multi-shot. Or multi-shot, multi-shot. Extra salty. Citrine. You gotta go for today, but you should be back in as usual. No worries, Cardi. You go rest. Go relax. We'll catch you later. Okay, so I would probably switch out Primed Vigor for Archon Vitality. Prismatic Gem can apply heat damage, so it'll apply heat effects, so it'll apply 2 heat effects. So I would swap that out personally. You get 90% damage reduction from preserving shells, so that's going to be your survivability mechanic. Max out your arcane impetus, giving you more power, strength, and more efficiency, makes your life a little bit easier. I wouldn't run Umbral Fiber here. I would probably run either Adaptation or Rolling Guard instead of Umbral Fiber. Her armor stat isn't the greatest, so I'd probably swap that out. Neko Senpai, thanks for the follow. But yeah, I would do Archon Vitality, and I would swap this out for either Adaptation or Rolling Guard. And then... yeah, I probably wouldn't run Guardian here. Armor right now is, like, not the greatest thing in the game. It's not that it's bad. Don't get me wrong. It's still damage reduction. But considering that you're not going to be getting to Adaptation levels of damage reduction, you know? Glad you managed to catch me live. Love my YouTube content so much. Good. I'm glad. It's what I love to hear. Carl, what do we got? A Mirage? Appreciate the help and advice. Always. And again, right? I'm not giving, like, my advice is not gospel. My advice is merely my opinion. If you don't like my opinion on that piece of advice, it's okay. You don't have to like it. It's fine. I'm wrong. Often. Okay, shield gatey shenanigans with... wow, this is outrageously survivable. Holy crap. You have invested so much into your survivability. You have 5 mods, 1 arcane, plus an ability. I mean, if you die, there's something seriously wrong. Seriously, seriously wrong. Honestly, I probably wouldn't run Vigilante Vigor. I feel like going this hard is like, you know, 5 mod slots just for survivability. Like, I know that it's good, but I feel like you could probably use more strength on here. Like, Transient Fortitude or Umbral Intensify. Like, don't get me wrong, you're going to be unkillable. And you'll probably be unkillable when if you choose to replace this. Hall of Malevolence? Yeah, Hall of Malevolence would be pretty good. Yeah, Neko, just send it over. Not too bad, Zos. I'm doing okay. I've been having bad anxiety the last few days. So, not the best, but I'm managing. Yeah, Neko, anyone can send me stuff to take a look at. I love taking a look at people's builds and giving advice. Sassoon Pillage? Yeah, you don't necessarily need Pillage. Onomori here is better. If you're going Catalyzing Shields, of course. If you're not running Catalyzing Shields, then Pillage is absolutely a better choice, but they're doing Catalyzing Shields. So Onomori here is great. But the other thing with Pillage is, of course, then you get Status Cleanse, so you don't necessarily need Rolling Guard. You get Armor Strip, and you gain Shield Generation, which is one of the reasons why it's one of the best abilities in the game. Protea Fashions from the Protea main. Hit me, Lich. Ooh, that's a good combination. That, the Baro'S Signo, this actually looked really good. Although I'm not sold on the wireframe ephemera on here, Lich. Oh, but actually it looks really, really good on her collar. Okay, never mind, I take it back. I take it back, that looks great. Your other Protea, oh, this also looks solid. That looks great. We should be able to do destruction in Warframe? Go on, what do you mean by that? Ooh, I love this one, Lich. Kind of a Void Swept Whispers appearance. I actually really like that one. This is actually pretty dang close to how I've done my my Protea, actually. This looks really nice, too. Destroy every part of the world? I feel like that would end poorly for everyone. Mainly for the devs' sanity. Obsidian? Ooh, that looks cool. Classic black and red and gold. Looks nice. It's a classic for a reason. But you want me to see this one. I don't know what the difference is, but still looks very good. I like the ephemera choice too. And these armor, the Araxia armor is one of the coolest pieces of gear that they've given us. Gara, high range, nourish, decent, you know, not great strength, but yeah, you're fine. I would probably lean into shield gating if you're doing this. You got 90% damage reduction though on Splinter Storm. You don't really need shield gating. With this and with this, you probably don't need it. Your Nezha Slam Kodamire? Sure, send it over. I'll take a look. Yeah, nothing really to say on here. I don't really know what kind of Gara build you're going on here is Obsidian. If you're going for Shattered Lash, you probably want more strength. But if you're going for the Mass Vitrify Explosion build, then what you have here is good. Dual Liquor. Minus range, reroll. The critical chance is nice. The damage to Corpus is neither here nor there, but that minus range is really rough. Right? Brings you down to a 1 meter range from a 2.3. Sure, it only has 50% follow through, but it would hurt. Yeah, I would probably keep rolling this. Crit chance, crit damage, attack speed are kind of what you're looking for. Maybe status chance, maybe an element. But Toxin is kind of good. Sent me something funny. Oh no. Ryu. We saw that earlier. Mirage. Ooh, that looks good. I like that Ryu. Looks nice. Citrine. Ooh, also looks good. Although I would try to get some more blue in here. Like maybe brighten up this blue a little bit. You got two blue colors, it looks like. On two different color channels, maybe. Maybe brighten it up a tiny bit. If it was me. But honestly, it looks good. So, you know, it's neither here nor there. What would you say you could replace here? Heavy Cal for Shred. Done. More fire rate, more punch through. Heavy Cal for Shred. And then you could replace Vile Acceleration for Galvanized Aptitude. Those would be the two things I would recommend on here. Also, you could go... Oh yeah, they have critical delay here. Yeah, you don't need critical delay. Right? This weapon's unique trait is when you deal status effect, you have a chance to apply a red crit. So you don't care about your crits. Right? If you go Aptitude, you can also do Observation. True. Yeah. I like having two sources of base damage, though. I know that I'm wrong in that, but I do like it. This is what I would look at swapping out. Needs more status chance? Yep, precisely. Because of the unique trait on here. Right? Probably won't get a huge value, except for punch through. Shred. Punch through. You're not doing it for the fire rate, you're doing it for the punch through. Half meter punch through is one body. 2.7 meter punch through is 7 bodies. This is what I run on mine. And the reason why you don't want to go into crit chance, but you do want to go into crit damage is because of this. After inflicting a status effect, the next shot has a 15% chance to be a 300%. Note how it says after inflicting a status effect. The reason why you want to go shred is because then it hits more people, has higher likelihood to apply status effects, higher likelihood to give to count as to turn it into a red crit. Right? There is logic to my bias, by the way, when it comes to shred. There is logic. I swear. I swears it. There is logic. I swears. The more bodies you hit, the more likely you're to do a status chance, the more likely it's turned into a crit chance. Right? Yep, Crux. Actually, I don't know why Merciless is on here. This is supposed to be Crux. Crux. Free 300% status chance. 27% turns into a free 100% basically from here. Right? So I'm actually sitting at closer to 180% status chance. Swap critical with? Hammer shot, he got it. Right? Your status chance is your crit chance in a weird way on this weapon. So you want to lean into your critical damage more. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break, y'all. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, kind of like me, and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. I'm just gonna run to the washroom. Let's wait for this ad break to be finished off, and then we'll keep taking a look at people's stoof. See what y'all doing. You're heading off, douche? No worries. I hope you have yourself a wonderful night. Have a good sleep. We'll catch you next time. But yeah, this is how I run my Godfa. Salty. Okay, Neko Senpai, what we got? Okay. Yeah, this looks fine. There's nothing really to say here. The only thing that I would personally do is I would put Wrathful Advance over this and go into range. I really value Ripline's range. Because it groups enemies for you, right? Grouping enemies for you makes it easier to get her passive up, makes it easier for you to deal damage with your melee, because especially if you're using Hysteria, then you have 100% follow through on Hysteria. Because it's an exalted weapon, meaning that if people are grouped up, you're still dealing a whole bunch of damage. So I personally would probably go into range on here, which means dropping narrow-minded. And probably just like a stretch, honestly. That's all you need. 145 range goes really far on here. So I would switch over Wrathful Advance onto her third, and I would switch out Narrow-Minded for some range. The enemy grouping function that they put onto her first ability, onto Ripline, is just... it's so good. It's just so good. Otherwise, the rest of your build here is great. Like, that's just like a minor little thing. I would also probably swap out Archon Intensify for Umbral Intensify. Yeah, Hysteria can heal you, absolutely. Does this actually get activated off of here? Is this one of those ones where it's weird and it doesn't actually activate it? Okay, so at least according to here... oh, this is Archon Vitality. Whoops. Yes, it gets activated by Hysteria. Yeah, so, I mean, absolutely. Never mind, take that back. 60% power strength is nice. And you'll basically always have it on, right? As long as you're using Hysteria, of course. But yeah, I would probably swap this out for range. Personally. And I would move around your helmet. Your talons... Why reflex? Why reflex? This is my only question. Also, I'm assuming you're using purple shards for critical damage. This is the only thing I have a question about. Typically speaking, on Valkyr, you're just melee combo with Tennokai. Yeah, but you don't lose melee combo when you use Tennokai. That's the trick with Tennokai. You don't lose melee combo when you do a heavy attack with Tennokai. That's the trick. So this is, if that is your logic, then this is not doing anything here for you. If you are doing like a heavy attack spam build with her, which is very good, then this makes sense. But then the rest of your mods would need a little bit more adjustment. Like, the slam build, so on and so forth. You can build 4 times really quickly, you think? Yeah, that's fair. If that's your, like, again, if you have logic and reasoning for this personal preference, I'm down. I'm game. I'm here for you. I'm just sort of like, this is an area where I could see some improvements because your combo counter is relatively quick to level up on her if you utilize your range, which you aren't currently, because you just group people up, right? One swipe, it's like 6 combo right there with one auto attack. Well, maybe not 6 combo, but like a significant chunk of combo. But if you like it, all power to you. I hear you. Otherwise, the rest of the build looks great. Yeah. Influence build with the low status chance, I'm not really a huge fan of that. They're running Wrathful Advance Prefect, so they don't need Blood Rush. But you could also swap this out for Blood Rush, absolutely. And with 10% status, I think that Influence is not good on Valkyr. I found that I was losing like 30% KPM by using Influence over just properly utilizing Ripline with Exposure. But again, personal preference. If you like Influence in here, even with 10% status, do it. Don't listen to me. Are you willing to sacrifice the comfort for bigger number? Precisely. I think what you have there, Neko, is all incredibly strong. Just, you know, you could change it up to see if you could, you know, get a little bit more out of it, but it's up to you. Spring-loaded blade? Yeah, that'd also be pretty solid, too. Nice. There's the answer. Yeah, this looks great. This looks fantastic. Nothing to say here, Neko. This looks great. As long as you can land those headshots, you're gonna wipe the world with this. And you're running blasts on it? Yeah, a lot of people like to run blasts on the Cinta. Mirage. Damage cap Cinta build? Yeah, absolutely. If you can land the headshots, it's fantastic. Thermal transfer, high strength, high duration. Is your survivability just murder? Which is valid. But you don't really have any survivability on here otherwise. Rolling guard, brief respite maybe. But what you have here is fantastic. You get a little bit of survivability if you felt like it. Augur Seeds for rolling guard, that's what I thought too. Yeah. Rolling guard, brief respite. That's the only thing I would say. Enemies can't hit you if there's no enemies? Listen, that's completely valid. What scales the force? Thermal Sunder for thermal transfer. Yeah. Free blast damage? Why not? Play something for rolling guard? Yeah, it's just sort of the emergency panic button, you know what I mean? It's always nice to have one of those in your back pocket. V or Gara? Ooh. Love this. That looks great. What Gara skin is this, V? Cap version. Roar, Precision Intensify. Rolling Guard, Brief Respite, Shield Gauge Shenanigans, Fury for the more damage. So you're speccing into Shattered Lash, super high range for Shattered Lash. Yeah, looks good. I don't like this. You're a psychopath. Seek help. Seek help. Or religious person of your choice. Roar over the 4th? Yeah, if you're playing for Shattered Lash, you don't necessarily need the 4th. You could throw it over the 3rd, but they're also put it over the 4th for Precision Intensify. Right? So Roar's actually got a pretty beefy strength there. Status duration, elementalist, seismic wave. I assume you're doing the heavy attack shenanigans. If you're doing the heavy attack shenanigans for the slam for this, you don't need melee powers. It's on the mire, it's a guaranteed toxin proc. Right? If I remember correctly, that's what the mire's silliness is. So you could swap this out for if you're doing the heavy attack build, you can swap this out for killing blow and get some more damage out of it if you feel like it. Yeah, slam attacks have a forced toxin proc. Yeah, so it's forced. So the status chance, I mean, the status chance will give you like more stuff for like regular attacks, but you could probably swap this out for something else if you felt like it. I probably would at least. The rest of this is great. Yo Neja Prime. Ooh. Green Neja. That's cool looking, actually. I like that. This Night Haunter is fantastic. Yo, Shroom, how you doing? If I got a mod hang around, can we get a shout out for the Shroom, please? Nova Prime. Yes, yes. You're doing it to counteract that. Shield gatey stuff there. When it comes to Neutron Star, I'm really biased towards Archon Vitality for increasing the heat procs from here. But you don't really have great options for replacing stuff. Right? You're using this to counteract this, and you're using this so that you get more of this. You could go purple shards instead of equilibrium and lean into the passive, giving you a ton of energy orbs from Molecular Prime speed. So you could swap that out. You also don't really have any survivability other than this. You got Blessing. And all those extra energy orbs turn into health for Blessing. Shield gating a little bit here. I see what you're doing. The classic black and red looks good, looks good. Why people are saying Valkyrie rework is bad? Because they're coping. That's my only logic that I can have, is that they're all coping. The Valkyrie rework is by far one of the best reworks that the game's ever done. It's incredible. I don't understand the brief respite here. This is the only thing I don't get here. The rest of this build looks great. Shield gating spam 1 build? Yeah, but her passive is your survivability. Do you need shield gating? Is the question here. Because you're invincible, as long as you hit something. You don't need shield gating. You have rage gating. But if you like having both, all the power to you. I get it. Multiple sources of survivability, I'm all for it. I'm all for the multiple sources of survivability. So if that's the way you want to play, all the power to you. I'm with you. Zephyr Prime from Butcher. Ooh, I love that. Yeah, the passive is now, if you want sort of like a full go over Valkyr's rework, there's my video. I go over all of her abilities and the changes and all that jazz. Yo, Zerker. Yeah, her passive is now is a shield gate. It's a 5-second shield gate, and also gives you 300% melee damage. Right? You don't need shield gating anymore, because you get essentially shield gating for free. It's like you don't need to spec into that if you don't feel like it. But then again, if you like having multiple sources of protection, I'm with you. I love doing that too. I love this. I love this Zephyr, by the way. Just got Zephyr. Can you tell me if you can improve anything? No, this looks great. Free for spite, maybe? For shield gating, extra. Not that you need it, because you're going to be, like, in the air, nearly unkillable. Yeah, nothing to say here. This looks fantastic. This is very much like the classic Zephyr build. High duration, good range, good strength, done. Aerodynamic, yeah, you could go the in the air damage reduction mods, aerodynamic and aviator up here. Probably don't need that much range, probably not. But also, it is funny. But also well, your damage reduction doesn't stack like that, Matt. There's diminishing returns on it. Multiple sources of damage reduction means you get less from every extra source. It's not technically diminishing returns, but it's the easiest way to explain it. What song is this? Any advice on your Latron? Tread. Tread. Double tap's not that great. 400% more damage, though. I would probably swap this out for Shred. Critical chance, magazine capacity, multi-shot, weapon recoil. Yeah, weapon recoil is so easy, you can fix around. Double tap has its niche uses. Yeah, but for more generalized, I'll go Shred on here. Again, Prime Shred. I'm completely biased towards it, but it is fantastic. Double tap's multiplicative? I don't think it is. Oh, yes, it actually does. Multiplicatively stacks with damage is like Serration and faction damage. Okay, so it is multiplicative, yeah. Yeah, as long as you don't miss your shots, it can be quite good. But still Shred. Actually, in that case, I would... you're running Merciless and Aptitude. Maybe switch out Serration. Then, if you like using double tap, maybe switch out Serration. More fire rate. It's always good. Punch through. I super value punch through, though. I'll admit it. I am majorly biased. What are you doing here? Cobra and Crane? Don't use Rending Strike. I also wouldn't be running viral radiation. If you're wanting to lean into the crit side, get Blood Rush on here. Also, typically speaking on weapons, especially with this high of status, condition overload instead of prime pressure point. But I wouldn't be running radiation. Maybe switch these two, go viral up here, and then electric, normal stat, blood rush, weeping wounds maybe. And then that gives you the option to go into influence if you feel like it, or just run regular. Also attack speed, you don't have any attack speed on here. I would go blood rush, attack speed, and switch around the elements so that you get like viral electric. You don't need to go into influence if you don't feel like it. You could also swap out voltaic strike for magnetic rush, and then run vortex instead. Remember, every influence build is a vortex build in disguise. So anytime that you see a melee influence build, you can also make it into a vortex build with one mod swap and one arcane slot. Done. So every time you hear someone complaining about melee influence, just remind them that vortex builds are the same. Basically the exact same build. Icarius. Swap this out for Lethal Torrent. And if you're doing Enervate, then you don't need to mod for critical chance. Right? So you could swap this out for Lethal Torrent if you wanted to. But you got Enervate. This is the greatest increase to your critical chance for any secondary weapon in the game. If you're running Enervate, don't run a crit mod. In my mind, at least. There's not a lot of arguments for running that. Not only that, but Galvanized Shot, because this is an AoE weapon, this is doing nothing for you. Right? Direct damage. AoE damage is not direct damage. So this is a dead mod slot here. Lethal Torrent. I also feel like you're going really hard into crit damage here. Lethal Torrent and Target Cracker. And then you can swap out Hollow Point for Primed Heated Charge. Lethal Torrent, Target Cracker, Primed Heated Charge. That's what I would do here. And your Hildren. Shinny Joe. How you doing? Thanks for the follow. Ooh, pretty Hildren. I really like that. That purple in there with that bright gold, the sort of pinky purple, looks really nice. Fulmination is a must. Yeah, you can replace Merciless Gunsight with Fulmination then. Your Hildren build. Let's take a peek. Mecha Empowered. Interesting. Peculiar Audience. Nice. You want Strength on here. What? Okay, these mods don't make sense to me. Replace this with Umbral Intensify. Get some Strength on here. Pillage really likes having high Strength. And I would probably swap out Mecha Empowered for Corrosive Projection for more armor reduction so that Pillage does more. But if you're just stacking a bunch of shields for the sake of stacking shields, I wouldn't run Vigor. I would run Boreal's Hatred. Gives you some efficiency. It's 15% less shields, but also gives you some efficiency, which is nice. Armored Agility. Yeah, there's a bunch of weird mods here. Bunch of weird ones. Also, don't use Barrier. Avenger's better, and Barrier doesn't really do anything. It can be useful on her, though. Can be useful. Yes, that's how pi works, Clearcaster. Circles and radiuses. That's why Fulmination is so incredibly strong on the Epitaph Prime, because circles. It's the whole pizza thing, right? A large pizza is more than 2 medium pizzas. So that's why if you're thinking of buying 2 medium pizzas, just buy a large pizza instead and save yourself some money. You'll get more food. Pie. Butcher Pete, thanks for the follow. Nice Comey fashion. I like that green cutting through there. That looks good. Carius Prime. Yeah, so, Hida, this is the typical Acarius Prime build. If you want to lean into Enervate, then of course you swap out Pistol Gambit for Enervate, and then you swap in something else here. But this is the typical build you go for with the Acarius. Pistol Ammo mutation is basically necessary. Either primed or normal, depending on your mod capacity. Cascade of Flare for the extra heat damage if you feel like going that route. Why Galvanized Shot here, Joe? Prefect, why this? Are direct hits multiplicative on here? Direct hits? How often are you actually hitting direct hits, though? Then maybe I'm wrong with my previous advice that I gave you, Hida. It shoots homing rockets? Oh yeah, it shoots homing rockets. I always forget about that. I don't use this weapon. I'm not a big fan of AoE weapons these days. I find them boring. But yeah, if it's direct hits and the homing rockets, I always forget about that unique trait. Then never mind. Hida, what I mentioned earlier is incorrect. Literally the only thing missing, keeping you from missing Baro, that's what I'm here for. It's what I do. Yeah, so then this is more towards the build that you're looking for, Hida. You don't use the Acarius often unless you're speedrunning missions? Yeah, that's fair. I would probably still go into an Enervate build, though, personally. I like Enervate, though. I'll admit it, I'm addicted. Torrid? Yep, that's a Torrid, alright. Looks like a Torrid to me. Cosmic, we saw your Gar earlier. Don't really like any of the Cygnus looks, so you decided less is more? Yeah, that's the thing with fashion. Sometimes less is more. Did your message never go through? What one? In-game? I just have so many messages here. Is what your Excalibur looks like? Ooh, silver. I like that. Corpus Excalibur. That looks really cool, actually. I like that. Although, you know what, Silbear? Because your attachments and your armor on separate color channels, maybe bring up this red that's in here so that it matches this red. If you feel like going into that, like, nitty-gritty, just so it matches more. And then you're bringing this, like, very, very bright red that's very eye-catching into the armor. That's maybe what I would do. And this is Exalted Blade. This is my Exalted Blade build, except I use, I don't use the Sacrifice mods. I do Galvanized Steel and Pressure Point. But this is basically my build. Actually, I'm 99% certain that this is my build. Other than these two. Will hitting return help you stay alive? Yeah, that's how I use it. Yeah. This is my survivability mechanic along with Reaper. And then Slash Dash for the invincibility. I'm not a big fan of Precision Intensify, especially because you're running Wrathful Advance. I would use Umbral Intensify here. Because you've already got Umbral Vitality. You have over it, though. Because you're running this, I would probably do that. Already causes crits? Yes, but more crits. But more crits. Yeah, you shouldn't have any survivability problems here. If you are, switch out primary direction for, well, you got an adaptation. So you should be fine. Because Slash Dash gives you invincibility, right? Wrathful Advance gives you big crits. The only thing I would change here is switching this out, honestly. That's it. Swap that out for Umbral Vitality, or Umbral Intensify. That's the only thing I would do. But it's not like what you've done here is bad. This will be crazy strong. Absolutely wildly strong. New version? Nice. Looks good too. So you tone down the red on the armor. Or you switch out the armor place to something else, looks like. I like it too. That looks good. Spyro, yo Ember. Okay, DJ Ozma is such a vibe. Like, you have to be in a headspace to listen to DJ Ozma. Rue, are you still here? Do you know DJ Ozma and the insanity that is DJ Ozma? Because if you don't, let me tell you, you need to watch Drinkin' Boys. Pyrotechnics, nice. Yeah, that's good. Umbral Vitality instead of Umbral Intensify instead of regular Intensify. You shouldn't need Rolling Guard because Healing Flame gives you Overguard, right? So you don't necessarily need this. It is nice to have that multiple sources of survivability. Keep in mind that Immolation, if this is at 90%, you're not gaining any energy back, but that's why you just cast Fire Blast and it dumps it a little bit, so then you start getting energy back. You can also run Archon Stretch on here instead. I actually like running negative duration on my Ember. Because Inferno. The little fire circles around Inferno, when the Inferno strikes on people, will spread wider the less duration you have. Right? It's inverse with duration. So I actually like running my Ember with negative duration. Not much negative duration, just switching out Prime Continuity here for Transient Fortitude is what I would do, and what I do. But otherwise, this looks good. Nothing really to say. You could fine-tune it a little bit in spots, but yeah. Yeah, but like the trade-off is that Fire Blast is a wave-like ability, right? So the more duration you have, the bigger range that this goes. So that's why you go high range, low duration, so that it goes out further, right? Actually, I think this is a... Is Fire Blast a wave-like? Hold on, I gotta remind myself. Is Fire Blast a wave-like? Yeah, it's a wave-like? Okay. Yeah, so you trade off sort of a little bit more damage. Right? You lose a little bit of range on here, but that's why you go into range, so that this has a larger range from range, but then, you know, the less duration makes its range less, but then it's a trade-off there. Right? But then it makes Inferno a little bit stronger. That's why I like running negative duration. Yeah, I don't know if this counts as a wave-like, because there's no duration on here. So I think that it's a wave, yes, but not wave like Pillage, but wave otherwise. Just realized that was a pretty small Warframe YouTuber. Yep. Closing on 50k subs. Almost there. Should hopefully hit it by the end of the year. For some reason, you want a Warframe with an Exalted Hammer. I'd be down. Yo, Astra, how you doing? I mean, I've only been doing Warframe content for just over a year now. So I haven't been doing I haven't been making YouTube content for a long time. And I don't know, 50k subs basically in a year. I count that as a pretty big win for me. Considering I do mostly just shorts. I don't really make videos. I'm trying to make more videos, but it's just time. I either have to sacrifice stream days for making videos, or sacrifice my real life for making videos, which right now I'm sacrificing my real life for making videos. Ooh, Spyro, love this though. That looks fantastic. Very pretty. Saren Prime? Survival Saren because Roar is overkill. And Silence isn't overkill? I guess you're not using the Silence augment. Yeah, nothing to say. It looks good. Could probably get catalyzing shields on here, though. Instead of rolling guard. Right? Molt makes, cleanses you from statuses and will give you survivability. I'd probably swap this out for catalyzing shields. But that's it. The rest of this looks good. Silence with that much range is overkill? Yeah, this is a lot of range. If you're going for a weapon platform build, this is a lot of range. But maybe you're just using Archon Reach for the survivability for shield gatings. Which I get, if that's the case. But at that point, I would just use Augur, the strength one. Augur Secrets. Why Archon Stretch? Companions can activate this to give you energy then. Use Kata Overreach? Yeah, that's probably what I would do too. Shorts have been incredibly helpful, not only for yourself, but your GF who's been playing for a month or so. Second, this is probably way too late, but Victra is currently available in Nightwave, and you got your hands on it. Any chances the weapon will get covered? It's on the list, Astra. When is always the question, though. They what? Yeah. Here. Go watch that short. Companions activate Archon Stretch. Blue? I would love to look at your Revenant. Ooh, actually, I do like that. I love the teal on that. Although, I kind of wish that there was a third color in here. Like the accent color, I kind of feel like that needs to be something different. Like maybe a bluey, like a more silvery blue. So that it makes the teal, like, have some differentiation on it. Maybe? Oh, that looks great. Yeah. Oh, you know what? If you went to... maybe not then, because seeing this... Yeah, maybe not then. That looks great. Missing a slot is Cold 6060 for viral. Currently open to suggestions, though. Toxin, critical damage, nice. I don't like hemorrhage. I know this thing has a forced impact proc, but meh. I don't like these mods, but I'm weird, and I know that. Critical damage is what you need here. I would switch out this for critical damage. That's what I would do. And then you said this is going to be your cold 6060? Hemorrhage is a bait mod? Yeah, that's my opinion too. I was supposed to do it for critical damage, right? You're getting some critical damage here, but critical damage is one of the most powerful stats in the game. For weapons. In my opinion, it's the most powerful stat in the game. So if you wanted to lean into the galvanized shot, you could go magnetic might, giving you more critical damage, and then also magnetic damage, which then plays into this, giving you more regular damage. But I would probably swap this out. Black, white, and blue? Honestly, though, I mean, black and white with any vibrant color really looks great. Tenacious Bond gives certain abilities great damage. Yeah, anything that's counts as. Anything that's a counts as weapon ability will Tenacious Bite will do that. Yep. But it has to be a counts as weapon. Yeah, Lich, it didn't come through, whatever you sent. Yeah, weird. if we want to use hemorrhage, we shouldn't. The Lex, if I remember correctly, has a forced impact proc on its incarnate form, Lich, which is the reason why people like to use hemorrhage on it. It's not so that it's not the impact that's on its base that matters. It's the impact on its incarnate form, I think, has a forced impact, if I'm remembering correctly. Oh, the Vectis with Prime Chamber. This silly thing. This silly thing. Okay, this is where you're getting your crit chance from. I was wondering where you're getting crits from. Yeah, I mean, this is hilarious. It would be cool if you could get heat on here for Blast with Prime Chamber and Acuity. But I don't know what you would replace for it. But Crocs? But Deadhead? But Deadhead? Especially with Acuity and Chamber. Deadhead. For that headshot multiplier. It's really nice. Could you use Thermal Transfer Augment for Blast? True. True. True, true, true. Actually, you know what might go really well on here, Lich? Since you're running such high, cold status? Maybe Frostbite. You're using Frostbite, not Crux? Okay, there we go. There you go. Never mind. I take back my point because that's what you're doing. Yeah, more multi-shot. It's always a good time. More critical damage is always a good time. Bladed rounds gives you more critical damage. Galvanized scope gives you crits. This gives you crits. Yeah, no, this looks cool. I like it. I like. Okay, if you have anything that you want me to take a look at, now is the time to send it. Send me your secrets. Fan of Volcar Wraith? I've never really been big fans of the Volcar. Alright, everyone, I gotta run a quick ad break here. You know the deal. I gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, kind of like me, want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. The Volcar Augment is multiplicative. Yeah, what is the Volcar Augment even? I forget what it's called. The Meticulous Aim? The headshot one? Oh, do you mean Lasting Purity? Or do you mean Meticulous Aim? It's got two augments. Are both of them multiplicative? Ooh. Yes. Meticulous Aim is multiplicative. And Lasting Purity doesn't say that it is. So, at the very least, from what I'm seeing here on the wiki, Lasting Purity is not multiplicative, but Meticulous Aim is. Which is pretty nice. Pretty dang nice. Assuming you can land the headshots, of course. Always assuming you can land them headshots. It don't matter what you feel for you. It don't matter if you're high. It don't matter if it feels for you. Blue. Yes, blue. Lasting Purity is multiplicative. It's been tested. Oh, the wiki is out of date then. Yeah, blue. I like this a lot better. Yeah. Breaking up that that dark blue that you had there. Absolutely. Absolutely, absolutely. That looks a lot better to me, at least. I like that. Yeah, it doesn't say that lasting purity is multiplicative on here. Unless, of course, I need to scroll down more. Damage increases attacks multiplicatively. Never mind, I'm an idiot. I just wasn't reading. I'm tired. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. I'm an idiot. Gluda Prime, extra salty. Oh, she's beautiful. Purple looks so good in this game. You do MR16 now? Heck yeah! That's awesome. Oh, that Garuda looks so good, salty. Spyro, your old Ember? Yeah, this is more what I would run. Yeah, this is much more what I would run here, actually. Spyro. Except I would switch out weird scythes for Breach Surge. Personally. But no, this is the build, basically the build that I run. A little bit less duration so that this works better, but higher range so that everything gets a little bit happier. But I like running Breach Surge because, I don't know, Breach Surge. You know? Umbral Intensify. That's it. Yeah, no, Spyro, I like this build more than the other build, personally. To me, this is a better build. But I'm caster-centric, so, if, you know, obviously, if you're not a caster friend, if you're not someone who likes doing casting, then obviously. But no, this Spyro is much closer to how I would run her. Although I do like running Prime Sure-Footed on her. Only because Healing Flame... The Overguard that you get from here, you're surviving through Overguard gating, usually, right? Because it goes out over time, hits people, grants you Overguard. Right? So, grants you Overguard. And that Overguard that wave going out, grants you Overguard there, over and over and over again, and keeps proccing Overguard gating. But sometimes you're without Overguard gating, and that's why I like running Prime Sure-Footed. I know that if you're, like, good enough with using Fire Blast, then you don't necessarily need Prime Sure-Footed. I get it. I prefer Prime Sure-Footed, though, just for the extra safety. Healing Flame needs a buff. I think that's fine the way that it is, personally. One really fun combo with Healing Flame is actually, Truculence. Right? Because you're constantly getting small amounts of Overguard generation. So Truculence works really, really well on Ember for that, which then gives all of your squad... viral spreading, also gives some CC, which isn't necessary. But at that point, you would have to sacrifice probably Molta Augmented. You can get around without Energized, but it's rough. So I'd probably swap out Molta Augmented for that. But Truculence actually goes pretty hard on Ember. I think it's one of the few frames where Truculence really shines. Is Healing Flame Ember and Volatile Recompense. Kulivo, and then of course, Styanax with Intrepid Stand. Wow, I remembered all those names! I'm so proud of myself. Look at me. Remembering names. Works well on Nyx? It does work well on Nyx, but that is, especially in level cap, it works well on Nyx. But in, like, regular missions, I find that she's not gaining enough Overguard for it to work well on Nyx. But that's also, I don't play much level cap. In level cap, it makes much more sense because, of course, you're armor stripping, shield stripping, Overguard stripping, and then spreading viral, making your damage do more overall. And there's so much more Overguard in those missions than in standard missions. So that makes sense that Nyx would go well, especially for an Overguard player like that. You actually never tested? Not even on Dante? Honestly, I don't think it's good on Dante. Clearcaster. To me, Truculence is great for frames who are doing multiple small increases of Overguard, not one big increase of Overguard. And so I prefer it on there. However, on Dante, because the Overguard regeneration from whatever that one of his 4 is, the 224, should activate that, which is quite nice, but I usually find that I'm not taking enough damage to make it activate enough. And I would rather run Impetus and Molt Augmented. How am I still streaming? I don't know, I'll just yapping. You know how it is. Just start yapping, hanging out, chatting, taking a look at people's builds. Kind of what happens. Yeah, but Spyro, this is a much better build in my mind. I like this build a lot more. I like it much more. Astra Prime, your Mirage. You have to get your ass handed to you? Yeah, and like, but that said, if you're going into like EDA, ETA, level cap runs, anything like that, then absolutely incredibly good. But I'm not someone who plays that very much, right? Like I do my weeklies, but I don't do level cap very much. This is not for me. Yo, Ramfury, how you doing? This looks sick, Astra. What ephemera is that you have on there? Because that looks... Oh, this is the ephemera from Caliban Deluxe, right? Yeah, this is the Caliban Deluxe. This looks fantastic. I would... If this was me, I would probably tone back that blue on here a little bit. But, like... Damn. She looked good. Sticky Joe. Trinity Prime. Lobster. I heard you ordered lobster. Oh, I love Trinity. She's so good. This Trinity is one of the most underrated frames out there. She is so good, and not enough people play her. She's just outrageously strong. Internet historian for a second there? Oh, I have no idea who the internet... I have no idea what that is. I know it's a YouTube channel, but I have no idea what the reference other than that. I really like that Sticky Joe. She looks great. Tanky, infinite armor, infinite energy, armor strip, yeah. I throw null stars on her for even more survivability. She's just like, come at me. Come at me. You can't kill me. Last one? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff right there. That's the good stuff. I like that. Yeah, if you want to see my Trinity build, this is a really funny Trinity build. She's so survivable. 75% damage reduction by 90% damage reduction by 75% damage reduction by 75% damage redirection. Just like, come at me. I will out-survive the sun. Panzer Claws. Last slot will be Bite. Appreciate any feedback. Hold a week. The only thing I would say here is swap this out for... Oh, you're getting Bite on here. This is not going to be... Yeah, I mean, you're getting the 60% damage per status effect on the enemy, which is nice. Shocking Claws, good choice. So then it, Viral Quills will activate, whatchamacallit? Balance Posture? Elusive Posture? Oh, I throw on Assassin's Posture on all my companions. Go forth. Hunt down the Overguard, my minions. Trinity is literally the definition of the MC of the wrong way to use healing magic. True. Yeah, he already mentioned that, Clearcaster. Bite's going here. He already mentioned that. Pokemon Fit did. What does my claws look like here? So the reason why you go Toxin, Electric Claws on the Panzer is because the Panzer's, Viral Quills will activate Archon Stretch. That's the reason why you go Electric. This counts as an ability, and it just needs to deal electric damage. It doesn't need to deal electric status effects, which means Viral Quills will activate Archon Stretch for you. Yeah, this is my build here. 100 Synergy for more critical chance on here, just so it's always critting. Shocking Claws, Bite Maul, Precising Conditioning for slash damage. Magnetic Claws and Radon Claws because you can. And then you get 4 status effects on your companion. And then Swipe to give them free melee attacks, you know? Viral Quills gets electric damage like Manifold Bond? Yeah, there's a few of them that do it. There's Panzervolophyla, Ferropredocyte, Helmuth Charger are the 3 biologic companions that'll activate Archon Stretch. And then Dirigia, Hounds, and then I hear mixed reports about Coolant Link on other Sentinels. Can you proc Arcane Hotshot? I don't think that it counts for that specifically. Because Arcane Hotshot, I believe, needs to apply Coolant Link, yeah. The thing with Coolant Link is, like, whenever I try to make it work, it doesn't work. But then everyone says that it works. So I've never been actually ever to replicate Coolant Link activating it. I think the problem with that Clearcaster is that those abilities don't apply heat status effects. They apply heat damage. And that's the difference. Arcane Hotshot requires heat status effects. And none of those abilities will activate heat status effects. But with the Dirigia and the Hounds, potentially? But with the others, not so much. At least with the Panzer and the Pharaohpedicite, not so much. Just need the Assassin's Posture. Assassin's Posture is great. I like Assassin's Posture. Because I like having my companions going hunting down Overguard for me. If you have Overguard enemies, throw Assassin's Posture on there. Go forth. If it applies... No, it doesn't apply heat status, electric status effects. It applies electric damage. Difference. Because Archon Stretch is specifically when an ability deals electric damage. Not electric status effects. And that's why various other companions can do it. Right? Assassin Posture is the best for claws if you want them to attack. Yeah. Because it goes and hunts down specific targets. I like it better. Manifold Bomb with Cordon? Oh, it's crazy, yeah. Absolutely. Just grinding out some Syndicate tech? Yeah! We love that. I'm leaving your head tonight. It's all to do business night. The God, my dark Messiah. The dying world. Alrighty, everyone. I am calling it here for me. Yes, I'm old. But before we go, thank you very much, Angel, for the biddies. Thank you very much, Celithia, for the Prime sub. Thank you very much, Cheese and Chippy, for the biddies as well. Llama Steel for the tier 1. Olin Inho. I probably mispronounced that. But thank you very much for the Prime. Ryu, thank you very much for the 3 months. Axe Raider, thank you for the 2 months. Slow Boating, thank you for the... Was that today? That's not right. Slow, you subbed today and I didn't even notice. I'm so sorry. Slow, thank you very much for the 4 months tier 1. My apologies for you, Slow. Flynn, thank you for the raid. Milo, thank you for the raid. Sam, thank you for the raid. And for everyone else, we're gonna go drop you off. Astra, thank you very much for the Prime Gaming sub. Oh no, don't do it, guys. Don't do it. I know what one of you are thinking of doing. I need to leave before Hype Train starts. I need to leave. Where are we leaving you? The rule around here is I'm not allowed to leave if a Hype Train's going. So I have to go. Quick, flee. Where are we leaving you? Where are we leaving you? Shit. Why isn't this loading properly? Ah, that's where we're leaving you. There we go. Throw money at him? Don't do it. I mean, do it. Because I always need more money because I'm poor. But, you know. Alright, everybody. We're gonna go drop you off with... Good friend of the stream. Let's go drop you off with Barty. All right, everyone. I'll be back tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern, as usual, until about 6 p.m. on Saturdays. I usually end a little bit earlier because I'm an old man and I need a little bit of time off for myself. But we're going to drop you off with Great Bardini, another fantastic Warframe content creator and official Warframe partner, of course. Everyone else, take care, be safe, be good to each other. Go say hi to Barty. Go spend a whole 60 seconds with them. They are fantastic. And we'll be back tomorrow, 1 p.m. And I wish you all the best luck. See you then. Take care, be safe, be good to each other. Have yourselves an excellent night.